Hello, name's Cedar, and today, or in this video, I'll be reading a bunch of the epilogues from Tales of the Pizzaplex, from the Tales of the Pizzaplex books. And I'll be starting with the first one from the Lally's Game book. Tales from the Pizzaplex, Lally's Game, Epilogue. Jill grunted as he struggled to free a battered metal endoskeleton from beneath the edge of a warped wooden stage. Sweat that saturated his hair and forehead dripped from his left eyebrow into his eye. The salty liquid stung. Jill swore, released his grip on the endoskeleton's ankle, and wiped his eye. "We're never gonna get out of here," Jill grumbled. He straightened and turned to survey the dingy ruins of the old pizzeria he and his co-workers were charged with renovating. Jill didn't know how old this place was, but it definitely had seen better days. It was filthy and littered, trash and scrap, most of which consisted of discarded animatronics endoskeletons, heavy metal robotic parts that were bare to lift and transport. Jill was sick of dragging the things around. Jill reached for his water bottle he left on the edge of the stage. He took a swig and gazed at the seemingly endless work that lay ahead of him. Robotic endoskeletons, that vaguely human skeleton-shaped steel framework over which all the Fazbear Enterprise and animatronics were built, were piled everywhere. The place looked like the aftermath of a robotic Armageddon. Not only was the old pizzeria bulging with discarded metal skeletons, it was also filled with broken down tables and chairs and red vinyl-topped stools, stacks of wooden beams and cement blocks, and piles of concrete and metal rubble. Weirdly bright blue and green and red plates and cups, along with purple-striped tablecloth, were strewn along the larger debris. This part of the pizzeria was its main dining room, a large red-walled room dominated by a rectangular stage. Although the pizzeria's electrical systems were mostly shot, and Jill and his teammates had to set up work lights around the room, stage lights, for some reason no one understood, always shone brightly. A row of the round, piercing lights lined the front of the stage and also encircled the smaller semicircular stage next to the large one. On either end of the big stage, more of the floodlights layered out from rows of old speakers that sat silently, their black surfaces obscured by who knew how many years of grime. Just as Jill set down his water bottle and prepared to lean over the stuck endoskeleton, Danny, the eager beaver 20-year-old who drove Jill nuts with his constant cheerful chatter and his "isn't this fun" attitude, crawled out from underneath the stage. Danny brought a cloud of dust with him. Jill wrinkled his nose at the fetid smell that wafted from under the stage's cracked front skirting. Danny squirmed across the black and white checked linoleum floor, rooted away from the stage. He held the end of a rope that was tied to another endoskeleton and dragged the broken down robotic frame behind him. Slid out easily, not caught on anything like the one Jill was dealing with. "This is the last one from way under the stage," Danny said. "So cool under there." "Cool." Jill curled his lip. "Only if you like filth and cobwebs." He snorted and waved a hand to indicate the whole room they were in. "Nothing cool about this place." Danny sprang to his feet. He brushed off his perfectly creased khakis, his equally perfectly pressed denim shirt. Who ironed a denim shirt? Jill wondered. Yeah, I guess that's weird. Danny looked and acted like a mama's boy. His precisely combed blonde hair and too cute face went with his merry attitude. His stories about his beloved mother and his obsession with following rules. Even though Jill was just a few years older than Danny, Jill thought of Danny as a kid. Jill was Danny's opposite. Since he never wore anything but jeans and t-shirts, Jill had never ironed a thing in his 24 years on the planet. He didn't even like his mum, and he avoided rules like the plague. Jill also would never be described as cute. He liked to think of himself as rugged and bad. Jill was one of those guys women claimed to hate but secretly wanted. They couldn't resist his shaggy brown hair, unshaven face, and brooding dark brown circles. Yeah, I bet. Jill shook his head. This job wouldn't be over fast enough to suit him. Not just because of working with guys like Danny. Too much work here for just the four of us, Jill said. He looked across the room towards the other two men on the renovation team. Owen and Carlo were working together to add yet another endoskeleton to a growing stack near the only exit from the old pizzeria. All the other doors and windows in the place were obstructed by heavy lumber and cement blocks. No way we're going to get everything done by the deadline they're giving us. Jill continued. The suits have no idea how hard it is to break down these things. Jill gestured towards the endoskeletons Danny was now dangling across the floor. If you'd stop complaining so much, the work would go a lot faster, Danny said. Jill gave Danny a dirty look, which Danny ignored. Danny kept talking. These endoskeletons aren't fascinating, he said. And we're getting good exercise. It's like being paid to work out. He flexed an admittedly impressive bicep and grinned. Plus, I think it's great how we're going to renovate this place back to how it was in its heyday. I heard they're thinking about not only sprucing it up and preserving it, but maybe even memorializing it, like turning it into a museum or something. I think it's awesome that they're building the new Pizzaplex above this old place. It's really an honor to be part of this kind of project. He rolled his eyes and turned his back on Danny. I'm going outside to get some fresh air, Jill said. But you just took a break 15 minutes ago, Danny said. Yeah, well, I'm taking another one. Deal with it. Jill headed towards the old pizzeria's only exit. Watching a downpour so heavy, it looked like a grey curtain instead of individual water drops. Theo huddled next to his coworker and friend, Bryce, a tall, skinny guy who was a lot stronger than he looked. They both attempted to shelter under metal scaffolding, which wasn't up to the task of keeping them dry. Rain spattered Theo's heavy work boots as he frowned at the big delivery truck that was backed towards him with a shrill beep 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 that cut through the crackling and drumming sounds of the rain. Theo coughed and turned away from the truck's smelly exhaust. Bryce covered his nose and shook his head. What's with the delivery? Bryce asked. We haven't even enclosed anything yet. Theo shrugged. He and Bryce had been part of the construction team working on Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex for several weeks. Long enough for Theo to learn that asking questions was never a good idea. Theo thought that a lot of what went on at the Pizzaplex was strange, like building a modern entertainment complex with the remains of an old pizzeria, for instance. But Theo didn't care. The pay was great, and the gig was a long one. Even after all this time, the Pizzaplex was still in its fledgling stage. It currently looked like a giant dome-shaped metal cage. Theo and his team, and all the other workers on the project, were just finishing up setting the rebar and concrete that would make up the skeletal structure of the building. The truck came to a stop, and a big, curly-haired guy jumped out of the cab. sheltering a clipboard under a lightweight jacket that was rain-saturated within seconds. The man ran towards Theo and Bryce. Theo stepped back to make room for the man, who smelled of sweat and spearmint. The man, popping the gum he chewed vigorously, nodded a thanks and shook himself like a dog. Theo and Bryce were both sprayed. Theo pointed at the man's clipboard. "Do I need to sign?" The man nodded and presented the clipboard to Theo. A gust of wind blew the rain under the scaffolding, and the paper on the clipboard fluttered. Theo quickly scanned the wet page. He raised an eyebrow. State-of-the-art animatronics. Bryce was right. It was weird to be receiving these now, when the building was little more than an open framework. But Theo had been told that his team was supposed to receive and unload the shipment. So he signed the delivery order. "Thanks," Big Man said. He popped his gum, turned, and ran towards the truck's cab. He tossed the clipboard aside and trotted to the back of the truck. The man flipped a big metal latch. It made a metallic thunk. Then he threw up the door, which ratcheted open with a series of squeaks and thuds. The man stepped back under the scaffolding. Together he, Theo, and Bryce looked into the back of the truck. Theo gasped. "Whoa," the man said. He stopped chewing his gum. Theo frowned. The delivery order said new state-of-the-art animatronics. He pointed. "So what happened to that one?" The man shook his head. He strode forward and jumped into the back of the truck. Theo exchanged a look with Bryce, then followed the man. Bryce stayed where he was. The inside of the truck was dark and smelled like sawdust and motor oil. Rain pounding on the truck's metal roof was amplified in the small space. It sounded like several people were banging on the top of the truck with hammers. Theo and the truck driver studied the collection of friendly-looking animatronics. Theo's gaze shifted from one robot to the next. All of them were gleaming in brand new perfection. All of them except one. This animatronic was anything but bright and shiny and friendly looking. "Who would have done this?" Theo asked. The truck driver shook his head and shuffled his feet nervously. "Got no idea." Theo shook his head. "Well, they're going to need another guitarist." "So that's Bonnie?" Bonnie was already broken before he came to the Pizzaplex? That doesn't make sense. Oh well. As soon as the back of the truck opened up, Jill left the shelter of the cement half-wall where he liked to take his breaks. The wall was a few feet from the exterior framework of the Pizzaplex, and none of the construction workers had a problem with him hanging out there. Now though, Jill stepped up beside the tall, thin guy who waited under the scaffolding. The guy didn't notice Jill at first. He was looking towards the big truck driver and the other guy, a broad-shouldered 30-something man with a receding hairline. Actually, the tall guy was looking beyond the driver, and the prematurely balding man was looking at the stripped-down robot. Jill looked at the robot too, grinning. He dashed through the rain and hopped up into the back of the truck. The man in the truck turned to look at him. "Hey," Jill stuck out a hand towards the guy with too much forehead. "Jill, Theo." Theo shook Jill's hand, but he was frowning, clearly wondering what Jill was doing here. "I'm part of the Renault crew," Jill explained. He pointed at the bare endoskeleton. "I'll take that one." Theo cocked his head. Jill didn't give Theo a chance to form a question. Jill stepped towards the 7-foot metal skeleton. He gripped its arm. "This obviously isn't going to be used for whatever those are for." He gestured at the new undamaged animatronics. "But it looks strong and sturdy. I think I can repurpose it and use it to break down and pile up all the heavy, trashed endoskeletons we're trying to clear out of the old pizzeria." I don't think, Theo began. Jill bumped Theo, forcing him to step back. Theo frowned but didn't stop Jill as he tipped the bare endoskeleton forward and began dragging it across the aluminum truck bed. The metal-on-metal screech warred with the rain's continued drubbing. Jill made sure the endoskeleton brushed against Theo, and he grinned when Theo jumped back even farther. Jill knew his 6'2" frame and his "just try me" face would be enough to intimidate Theo into silence. Just to be sure, though, he glared a challenge at Theo. Theo raised both hands in gesture of surrender. "Have it," Theo said. Jill jumped out into the rain and dragged his prize off the truck. By the time Jill managed to drag the endoskeleton into the old pizzeria, he was panting and sweating heavily. But he didn't care. This thing was going to make Jill's life much, much easier. Jill laid the robot against one of the side walls of the pizzeria's dining room, straightened and wiped his face with the back of his hand. "The heck are you doing?" Carlo stepped up beside Jill and scowled at the bare-bones robot. He too wiped his face. His dark skin glistened with sweat, and moisture beaded up on the oak leaf tattoo on his forearm. We're supposed to be getting them out, not bringing them in." Jill looked at Carlo and clapped the short but sturdy guy on the back. "This is going to do exactly that." Carlo frowned in confusion. Jill laughed. He looked at the stripped-down animatronic. "Stay there," he said to the robot. "I'll be right back." Jill ignored Carlo's baffled and exasperated look and strode across the room to what used to be the arcade part of the pizzeria. In the narrow aisles between dark and brown and broken arcade games, Jill and his co-workers left their personal belongings during the day. The old pizzeria's employee area was too filled with rubbish to use, and the temporary trailers set up outside the pizzeria's construction zone were earmarked for the construction crew, not the renovation crew, of course. The reno crew was treated like second-class citizens, but not for long. Jill was going to change that. Jill found his backpack next to Danny's shiny red lunch pail. Danny was such a little boy, and he quickly reached into it and pulled out his laptop. Finally, Jill was going to show the suits they'd been wrong to stick him on this crew, doing the grunt work. When Jill had applied for a job at the Pizzaplex, he thought he'd be chosen as part of the tech team. Didn't have any actual work experience as a programmer, but he tinkered with programs and robotics all the time at home. He told the suits what an asset he'd be, but they didn't believe him, and he'd ended up in this hole dragging around old dead robots. But not anymore. Jill hurried back to the prone endoskeleton. Carlo had moved off. He and Owen were now struggling to break down one of the endoskeletons stacked by the stage. Owen's bowling ball round face was flush red with exertion. "Suckers," Jill muttered. He opened his laptop and set it on the floor. Then he knelt next to the new worker robot. Whereas the endoskeletons Jill and his teammates had been hauling and dismantling were just metal versions of a human skeletal system, this endoskeleton was more substantial. It wasn't just a basic metal structure. Its steel frame was contained within a bulging collection of metal rods and curved plates, an impressive system of ball joints and pistons. All of this was topped by a long, vaguely rectangular-shaped shiny steel skull. The skull was the only part of the endoskeleton that was shiny. The rest was dark and discolored, as if it had survived some kind of fire. The upper part of the shiny skull contained bulging white eyes encased in steel sockets. and the lower part contained a hinged metal-toothed mouth. Jutting from the top of the head, a pair of bent metal ears stuck out like antennae. Feeling around the back of the base of the metallic skull, Jill found a small switch. He pressed it, and the robot's jaw shifted forward with a faint whir. The jaw clicked into a full open position, revealing a mass of circuits, chips, wires within the skull. Jill probed the wires and found the one that had a power coupler. He gently pulled it out and connected it with his laptop. As soon as the animatronic was linked to Jill's computer, its specs and operating systems code scrolled down to the laptop screen. Jill leaned forward and scanned the code. When he saw what he was looking for, he reached out and tapped a few keys. Cleanup protocol. Check. Jill's gaze shifted from his laptop to the robot and back to the screen. After a few seconds, the screen prompted, "Protocol uploaded." Jill disconnected his laptop from the robot. He started to reach for the animatronic jaw, but he paused when a shadow fell over the keyboard. He looked up. Danny, looking as clean and fresh as he had at the beginning of the day, was staring at the endoskeleton. "What are you doing?" Danny asked. "I didn't think any of these things worked." "This is a new one," Jill said. I've activated the cleanup protocol." Jill reached up and pushed the robot's jaw back into place. As soon as the whir and click ended, the white eyes glowed orange. The robot's joints hummed and hissed as it sat up. Danny yelped. Jill grinned when Danny took several stutter steps backward. That's a good instinct. Out of the corner of his eye, Jill saw Carlo and Owen join Danny. They all goggled at the animatronic. With a rumbling chirr, the robot turned its head and looked directly at Jill. The square metal-toothed mouth emitted a metallic rasp as its hinges opened. "Awaiting instructions," the robot said in a flat, deep voice. "Cool," Danny said. Jill turned to grin at the kid. He chuckled when he saw that Owen and Carlo were sidling away. Jill turned back to his new robot. He leaned in and looked the robot in its radiant eyes. "I want you to break the limbs and heads of all the endoskeletons in this place and pile them up over there." He pointed towards the pile of animatronic parts by the exit door. "Easy peasy, got it?" The robot's internal mechanisms crackled and groaned. The robot's mouth creaked as it opened again. "Break off limbs and heads, pile them up. Easy peasy, got it." "I feel like you simplified those instructions a little bit too much, huh?" The robot looked directly at Jill for several seconds. Jill shook off a sudden shiver. The robot's glow-eyed gaze was creepy, but then the animatronic couldn't help that it didn't have a face. The robot's joints clicked and its servos droned as it abruptly rose to its feet. Once upright, its hard metal edges reflected the stage lights behind it, making it look like it was radiating heat. To disguise an unbidden flinch, Jill quickly stood too. "And start by taking inventory," Jill said to the robot. The robot shifted its feet as if finding its balance. Something ticked into place in its midsection. Other robotic parts clacked and thrummed. The animatronic's eyes pulsed with luminescence as it slowly and deliberately turned to scan the room. It rotated in a full circle, gaze taking in all the robotic remains scattered throughout the space. When the robot finished its rotation, its attention zeroed in on Jill and the other team members. The robot took a step forward, heavy steel foot grating across the bare floor. The robotic's eerie eyes looked on Jill, then moved on to Danny, and then on to Owen, and finally on Carlo. Jill's shiver returned, glanced over to the others. Danny's eager expression had collapsed into nervousness. He exchanged a look with Carlo, whose forehead was bunched into a worried frown. Owen wore a pinched expression that could have been annoyance or fear, or both. Jill had to admit he found the robot's scrutiny a little unsettling. A barely discernible wheezing sound was coming from the animatronic systems. Jill wasn't sure what the sound meant. Was everything functioning properly? When the newly animated endoskeleton took a step, Jill nearly jumped out of his skin. He pretended that he'd just tripped over something, and he stepped aside as the robot strode past him. Jill was embarrassed by his reaction, but he immediately let himself off the hook. The new endoskeleton, after all, was huge and much bigger than the 5- and 6-footers Jill and his co-workers had been dragging around for so long. It was reasonable for Jill's fight-or-flight response to be triggered in the face of that kind of power. But there was no need for concern, right? The new robot was under Jill's control. Jill joined his team members as the robot, its systems grinding, walked over to the nearest endoskeleton and picked it up as if it was made of flimsy fabric. Effortlessly, the new cleanup robot snapped the animatronic's shoulder joints. The endoskeleton's arms came free. The robot tossed the arms aside and landed on the floor with a skittering clatter. The robot did the same with the endoskeleton's legs, cracking the limbs off from the hip joints and flinging them towards the arms. The metal arms and legs clanged in a tangle as the big robot grabbed the endoskeleton's head and popped it off. Grasping the head between its huge metal hands, the cleanup robot rolled the skull towards the discarded limbs. As soon as the skull stopped moving, the robot lifted the remaining torso. Stomping heavily across the black and white checked linoleum, the robot carried the torso to the pile of limbs and dropped it. The torso landed with a crunch and bang as the efficient new robot turned and headed towards another endoskeleton. Over the next couple minutes, the new robot made quick work of 3 more endoskeletons. The robot had no problem deconstructing the already partly broken endoskeletons and adding them to the growing pile by the door. Jill turned away from the robot. He beamed at his co-workers. "See? I'm a genius!" He threw up his arms in triumph. Danny's mom had taught him to accept and respect all people, even the unpleasant ones. Danny didn't much like Jill, but he pretended that he did, and now he had to admit that Jill had done something pretty amazing, even though Jill was bragging, which was something Danny had been taught not to do. Ever, Jill had reason to be pleased with himself. Danny opened his mouth to agree with Jill's self-assessment, but he never got the words out. What happened next stole his words, and some of his sanity as well. It happened so fast that it all melted together into one impossible horror that Danny's mind struggled to put into order. The robot looming, a blur of metallic motion, squelching pop, bilge, hot caterwauling scream. Danny's mind computed the events. Jill was screaming because he had no longer had arms. The robot had ripped off Jill's arms. As the robot hurled Jill's arms towards the pile of robotic parts by the pizzeria's exit door, the air left Danny's lungs and the strength fled his legs. Danny staggered backward, his heart pounding, not believing what he was seeing. He stared at gushing fountains of red spraying from Jill's shoulder sockets. Beside Danny, Carlo cried out. Danny glanced toward the other two men. Owen made no sound, but his face was white. His eyes were nearly bulging out of his face. Jill continued to scream. No, not to scream. Shriek, wail, keen. The sound Jill made was unlike anything Danny had ever heard. Those sounds were accompanied by sickening cracking and crunching sounds. And then, under all of that hideous racket, Danny could hear the wet slap of blood hitting the wall and the floor. Another wrenching crunch turns Danny's thoughts into a crazed, fearful babble, especially when the crunch cut off Jill's screams completely. Crunch was like the twisting snap of a screw being torn free of its housing, silencing Jill's in a fraction of a second. One instant, the old pizzeria had echoed with the peals Jill's pain. The next, the high-pitched howls were gone. Now, all Danny could hear was his own and the others' staccato breathing. He also heard the metallic clank and whirs of the robot, which was now heading their way. Danny, Carlo, and Owen turned as one. They started to run towards the pizzeria's only exit. Before they took even a step, though, several construction workers poured through the open doorway, tearing into the old pizzeria. Danny and his teammates were caught between the advancing robot and the converging workers. "What's going on down here?" one of the men called out. "Where's Scream, then?" The man, a long-haired, muscle-bound, bald guy Danny had seen around a few times, stopped talking when his gaze landed on the bloody carnage that used to be Jill. His eyes bulged. "Run," Lally yelled. Danny was already running, careening through the confused and shocked man. Danny bounced off sweaty meaty arms and paunchy bellies, as if he was a pinball in one of the old arcade machines. The room was a chaos of sound and motion. Danny's senses couldn't even process it all. He only got disjointed impressions as he ran. Danny's ears registered metallic clanks, squishy thuds, or cracks and snaps and pops, wet splashes, bellows, cries, and shouts. His mind didn't even try to translate what he was hearing into actual events. He didn't want to think about it. A stream of viscous red spewed across one of the wide squares on the floor ahead of Danny. His eyes took in a galloping red-headed worker. A press of chests and faces, blanched, bone white, and a ripped-off arm. The dark skin and small oak leaf tattoo told him the arm had belonged to Carlo. When a round head tumbled across the floor in front of Danny and a grasping metal hand swiped his way, Danny darted to his left and dove between the legs of one of the panicked construction workers. More bloody body parts flew past, more blood sprayed. Danny ran through the cacophony of hysteria, and everything Danny had ever learned about being polite and following the rules and respecting others was deconstructed along with the men around him. He cared about nothing but getting out of the pizzeria turned abattoir. Danny dodged and dove and scrambled and flayed, and he finally reached the door. As he galloped through it, he looked back. The butchery continued. The tortured cries crescendoed. Danny blanched, and he slammed the door. Danny kept running, past piles of lumber, stacks of rebar, past more converging construction workers, and then he ran past a rumbling cement truck. Its mixing drum rotating, grey sludge of wet cement sluicing from its discharged chute. Danny screamed at the man spreading the poured cement. "Seal it!" even shouting at the top of his lungs. Danny's words could barely be heard above the cement truck's roar, and the screams that reached out from the pizzeria and curled into Danny's brain like a vine wrapping around his conscience. "Seal the door!" Danny screamed louder. He pointed towards the entry to the pizzeria. The cement workers finally looked up. He turned and looked towards the pizzeria door. "Seal it!" Danny cried out again, and he kept running. Tales from the Pizzaplex. Happs. Epilogue. In a roiling auditory overload of screams and laughter, shouts and music, and bells and dings, one more shriek shouldn't have stood out. But this one did. Lucia stopped dead as she heard a shrill screech. It felt like the keen was spearing into her ears, drilling through her brain. All the hairs on the back of Lucia's neck stood up, and a shiver trickled down her spine. Her legs went weak. Lucia stood and looked towards the direction of the screech, up at the apex of the zero-gravity ride. As she did, the clouds that had been swallowing the night stars for the last hour gulped down the three-quarter moon too. Suddenly, in spite of the carnival's thousands of glaring lights and the mild 60-degree temperature, the night felt heavy, oppressive. It was a bad omen, a very bad omen. Lucia flinched when a hand gripped her upper arm, shook off the hand, took a step back, and forced herself to look. Jay's face, her date's face. How weird was that, to be on a date? Came into focus.
"Sorry, hey,"
Jay said.
"You look like you were going to faint or something. I was just trying to help. I didn't mean to."
"It's okay," Lucia said. She dug deep and managed to smile. She hoped didn't look as freaked as she felt. "I'm just on edge," Lucia told herself. She never would have chosen a carnival for a double date. Carnival wasn't just auditory overload, it was total sensory overload. Pressed by the crowd streaming through the midway, Lucia felt penned in by all the kaleidoscopic neon lights and garish colors of the spinning and whipping rides, and she cringed at the intrusive shouted chatter of the carnies, who ran the games. Just a few feet away from Lucia, a tattooed man with a heavy, creased face bellowed, "3 balls for a buck, try your luck." Lucia liked quiet, not cacophony. She wasn't in her element, but the screech that had disquieted Lucia was only a screech, one of the hundreds emanating from the thrill rides. Thinking it was an omen was just her being fanciful, something her logic-based parents would have scolded her for. Lucia took a deep breath and started walking, knowing that Jace would fall in step beside her. He was malleable, like an eager puppy. When Lucia had stopped, she and Jace had fallen behind her friends, Adrian and Hope. Digging around a group of little kids arguing over cotton candy, Lucia scanned the crowded carnival midway, caught sight of Hope's bouncy strawberry blonde ponytail up ahead. Lucia could see dirty blonde curls a few inches above the ponytail, even from this distance of 20 feet or so, even past the darting kids and sauntering teens and scattered families. Lucia could see the way Adrian's curls lay against the neck of his dark blue polo shirt. which fit him perfectly, as did his faded jeans. Or maybe she was just going from memory. Lucia could recreate the minutiae of everything Adrian in her mind's eye. This wasn't a good thing. Adrian was her friend, not her boyfriend. He was with Hope, and now, thanks to Adrian's bizarre matchmaking efforts, Lucia was with Jace. Lucia walked faster, Jace followed suit. They caught up with Adrian and Hope. Next to a funnel cake stand, Lucia inhaled the scent of fried dough and cinnamon. Somehow the aromas managed to overpower all the other carnival scents. Buttery popcorn, sizzling burgers, thickly sweet cotton candy, people's sweat and perfume, the ride's engine, grease and sawdust. Lucia's nose was having to work overtime to keep up with all the olfactory input. I really shouldn't, Hope was saying as Adrian stepped up to the stainless steel counter to order one of the oily, sugary things that Lucia thought looked like a dismembered donut that had been glued back together with oil. Adrian turned and spotted Lucia and Jace. There you are. We thought we lost you. Want a funnel cake? I'm buying. Adrian flashed his perfectly white-toothed grin. Lucia shook her head, but Jace said, sure. Yo, dudes! A deep voice boomed from behind them. Lucia didn't bother to turn. She knew that voice. It belonged to Joel, a 6'6" center. Damn, that's tall. On their school's basketball team. Had one of those funnel cakes last night, another deep voice said. His voice was crisper, filled with self-importance. Eat at your own peril. I barfed mine up on the orbiter ride. Lucia sighed loudly as the two guys, both dressed in baggy jeans and team t-shirts in the school's unfortunate purple and gold colors, pushed past her. They each slapped Adrian on the back. He gave them a friendly smile, but Lucia knew Adrian well enough to know that he wasn't thrilled to see them. She didn't bother to smile at him. Why pretend to like someone that you didn't? You must have decided to come at the last minute, Joel said to Adrian. He crossed his ape-like arms in front of his barrel chest and cocked his big, bushy, sandy-haired head. And you lost your phone so you couldn't call us and let us know, he elbowed Wade, the self-professed barfer. Think we're not welcome? Wade grinned. Oh, sure we are. The more the merrier, right, Hope? He winked at Hope. Hope gave Wade a stiff smile and took Adrian's arm. Wade nonchalantly ran a hand through his long brown hair, as if Hope's lack of interest didn't bother him. His narrowed brown eyes, stiff thin lips gave away his true feelings. Lucia had an odd moment of empathy for Wade. Didn't like him, but she could relate to how he felt. Wade, who thought he was the king of their class and all the girls should treat him accordingly, had wanted to date Hope for years. He probably thought it was his right to date her. He was the celebrated quarterback of the football team, the head jock in the school, and Hope was the head cheerleader. Lucia was sure that in Wade's mind, he and Hope were royalty. They should have been together, but even though she was a statuesque cheerleader, almost supermodel, beautiful, with 5 feet, 4 inches of athletic curves, shining hair, and big cartoon princess eyes and rosy lips, Hope wasn't stuck up and elitist like Wade was. It was actually very nice. She was with 6'2" sculpted Adrian, the star of the school's basketball team. Basketball. Adrian was also one of the senior class royalty, but he didn't like to think of himself that way. Adrian was the reason why Lucia's senior year was going a lot better than she thought. it would when she and her parents had moved to the town just before her last year of high school. Given that he was a straight-A student, a science and tech geek with an incongruous obsession with supernatural and not at all interested in looking and acting normal, Lucia figured she'd be an outcast. But she wasn't, because she and her family happened to move across the street from Adrian, a nice guy who made sure Lucia felt welcomed and included. Lucia watched Adrian's friendly blue eyes crinkle as he accepted a tray of funnel cakes and began passing them around. He was so gorgeous. Face belonged on magazine covers. Lucia never tired of watching him, except when her wish that he was more than a friend was too much for her. "Hey, Hope, are you really eating fried bread? Shame on you." Nick, one of the 5 males on the high school's cheerleading squad, came up behind Hope and bumped her good-naturedly. A tall, slender girl who looked like she was trying to be invisible trailed behind Nick. Hope smiled at her. "Hey, Cal, I didn't know you guys were coming." Here denied. The girl shrugged. She looked at the group and then dropped her gaze to her feet. Hope, who had just taken her first bite of funnel cake, quickly wiped sugar and grease off her lips. Chewed, then giggled. "Join me for a couple extra laps in the morning?" she asked Nick. "We'll have to work this off." "Only if you share," Nick said. He reached out and pulled off a piece of Hope's funnel cake. "Take as much as you want," Hope said. He looked past Nick. "You want some, Cal?" Callie, to everyone except Hope, blinked and shook her head as she toyed with a long brown single braid. Poor Callie, Lucia thought. Callie was so excruciatingly shy when she was in groups. She was Hope's best friend, or one of them. Hope was close friends with Nick, too. She was a nice girl, bright and funny. Lally wasn't a cheerleader. Apparently she and Hope had been friends since they were in kindergarten together. Lucia had overheard Kelly when she thought she was alone with Hope and Nick. Kelly had a lot of interesting things to say, because she genuinely liked to study, and she read all the time. Pretty, with exotically slanted hazel eyes and soft freckled features, Kelly dressed well, if you were into current fashions. Tonight, she wore ankle-hugging olive pants with a cropped tan top that revealed her flat stomach. Lucia wondered what had happened to Kelly to steal her self-confidence. Kelly and I just gorged on corn dogs, popcorn, and milkshakes. Nick snatched another piece of Hope's funnel cake. He opened his wide mouth and popped in the bite. The sugar that remained on his lower lip made him look like a little boy, but then his soft, smooth features always gave him a boyish look. Green-eyed, ginger-haired Nick was cute in a kid-next-door kind of way. "And you're still eating," Hope said affectionately. Nick chewed and swallowed. "But of course, my muscles need fuel." He struck a bodybuilder pose, and Hope laughed. Even though he wasn't a jock, Nick's muscle rivaled the bulging brawn of Joel and Wade. Adrian was ripped too, but in a less in-your-face way. He was just fit, not muscle-bound. Jace nudged Lucia, startling her. She whipped her head towards him. Oh yeah, her date. She forced a smile and shook her head at the piece of fried dough he offered her. Didn't look appetizing in the least. All lumpy and shiny, tangled. Yeah, doesn't sound too good. It reminded her of intestines. Well. Another shiver rippled through her. She put her back to Jace and the others and turned to watch the roller coaster cars clatter past on the downward swoop into a loop-de-loop that jutted out 50 feet above the roof of the funnel cake stand. So now what? Joel asked as the whole group moved on and eventually clustered at the edge of the balloons and darts games. Lucia joined the others, her gaze on the dart-throwing kids standing at the game's counter. She mentally calculated the optimal trajectory that would pop the uppermost red balloon. Could visualize the perfect arc in her head. Been on all the rides and played most of the games, Hope said. She grinned up at Adrian adoringly. We had to walk back to his truck to leave all the prizes he won for me. Adrian didn't react to the praise. He was too humble to be cocky about his game prowess. Concentrated on eating his funnel cake. Wade rolled up onto the balls of his feet and puffed out his chest. I won a bunch of stuff last night, so I didn't even bother to play tonight. Joel and I just wanted to go on the rides again. Lucia rolled her eyes. As if, thought, if Wade won anything, it was probably one of the little rubber duck prizes they gave out at the duck pond game. Wade wasn't nearly as awesome as he thought he was. How'd I get here? Lucia wondered. She didn't even like carnivals. But what could she do when Adrian told her he'd set up a double date? He was being nice, and she'd figured saying no would have been rude. But it wasn't like she didn't like Chase. He was a nice guy too. Chase was Adrian's unlikely best friend. Unlikely because Chase was the antithesis of a jock, about 5'6" and skinny. Chase looked like a consummate nerd. He had thick black hair that was never properly combed, equally thick black-rimmed round glasses that he constantly had to push back up on his nose, and a pale, angular face that couldn't be called good-looking by anyone, probably not even his mother. On top of his unfortunate looks, Chase dressed in checked dress shirts, paired with dress slacks, and he always had at least a dozen pens and pencils stuffed into a pocket protector. He looked like he was the male version of Lucia, a science nerd, but he wasn't all that bright. He was more creative than intelligent. Chase was an artist. Pretty brilliant one, actually. He could draw and paint the most amazing portraits. He'd done one of Lucia that had made her look downright pretty. Without Chase's artistic talent to help her, Lucia wouldn't have described herself as pretty. She'd always thought her face was too thin and angular to be attractive. She also had odd features. One eye was bigger than the other, her nose was slightly crooked, and her mouth was too wide for her face. All this was part of a head she thought was too big for her petite 5'2" frame, accentuated by her wild, kinky black curls, which she could never fully contain, but didn't have the heart to chop off. Lucia's late grandmother had loved Lucia's afro-like hair. Lucia let her hair radiate from her head like a black nimbus in honor of her beloved Nana. Her gloves were a tribute to Nana too. Lucia had a closet full of woven vests in a variety of colors and patterns, all handcrafted by Nana. Lucia paired these vests with men's black shirts, ankle-length skirts, and hiking boots. Even under the protection of Adrian's friendship, Lucia's wardrobe raised eyebrows on a regular basis. A kid eating a slice of pizza walked past, bumping into Wade.
Hey, Wade said, which way you going?
The kid, who looked to be 10 or so, stuck out his pizza sauce-covered tongue at Wade and ran off. Wade looked as if he was going to give chase, but before he could, Joel grabbed his arm. I've got a great idea, Joel said loudly. He turned and pointed past the roller coaster towards the dome-shaped metal skeleton of the Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex. Go over there and look around. Lucia's gaze turned toward the well-lit construction site. She shivered. The town had been bustling about the massive entertainment center for months. Ever since Fazbear Enterprises announced its intention to create a Coliseum-size arena filled with games, rides, restaurants, and stages that would feature all the Fazbear animatronic characters, everyone thought the project was wonderful. It was an economic boom for the town. It was supposed to create tons of jobs and bring in thousands of tourists. Lucia wasn't sure the place was a great idea. She read stories about the old Freddy Fazbear pizzerias. There were rumors, dark ones. She'd even heard that the pizzeria was being built over the top of those pizzerias with a checkered past. Why would we go over there? Hope asked. Just a construction site. Yeah, but it's a good one. Checked it out a couple of times. Now I hear they've already started bringing in animatronics, Bill said. Maybe we can even find one and get it turned on or something. Maybe we can get arrested and go to jail, Chase said. Joel curled his thick upper lip and looked down at Chase. You scared to get runned? Joel, Adrian said. Knock it off. Chase stepped forward and put his shoulders back. It's okay, Adrian. I've got this. He pushed his glasses up on his nose and tilted his head back so he could look Joel in the eye. Just because I'm small and a jaw doesn't mean I'm a scaredy cat, you Neanderthal. Wanna bet? Joel poked Chase in the chest. I bet if we go over there and we find one of those animatronics, you'll pee your pants. I don't know if going over there is such a good idea, Nick spoke up. I heard something weird happening not that long ago. Something hush-hush. Great, Bill said. A mystery. Let's make it like Scooby-Doo and gang and go and solve it. What do you say, dudes? Lucy opened her mouth to say she wanted to go home, but she never got the words out because Kelly, big shock, spoke up. I like mysteries. I just read a book on urban exploration. It would be cool to poke around an old site. She raised an unruly eyebrow and looked at Kelly as if he was seeing her in a new light. Now that's the spirit. I'm in, Jay said. Lucia took his hand and leaned over so she could whisper in his ears. You don't have to prove anything. Jay whispered back. Yes, I do. If you don't stand up to them, they end up bounding you down. But Adrian won't let that happen. Adrian isn't always going to be around to fight my battles, Jace said. Adrian looked at Jace as if he'd overheard the comment. Are you sure, Jace? He asked. We can just leave. Jace nodded. I'm sure. Let's do it. Adrian's sculpted nose twisted as he thought. He looked down at Hope. What do you say? Are you willing to go over there? Hope's big blue eyes shifted from Joel to Jace and back again. He wasn't stupid. He understood the dynamic at play. He looked over at Callie. You really want to go over there? Callie flushed and wrapped the end of her braid around her fingers, but she nodded. When she spoke, her words were barely audible. Could be fun. Or not, Lucia muttered. Callie's eyes flickered. She obviously heard Lucia, but she didn't say anything else. Then let's blow this carnival and go have some fun, Joel said. He threw an arm around Wade and began pulling his friend along the midway. Nick looked at Hope and Adrian, his full cheeks sucked in as if in deep thought, and Adrian gestured at Jace. Your call. Let's go, Jace said. Lucia couldn't help but notice that her date hadn't asked her what she wanted. Should she call it a night and head home on her own? She shrugged. No. She had to admit the idea of finding an animatronic kind of appealed to her. She She was fascinated by robotics, so Lucia followed her friends and her not-friends through the carnival revelers. She tried not to think about the screech that had unnerved her earlier. Think that was Jill, the screech? But surely if she could hear that, she could hear Danny too, right? Well, no, maybe not. Who knows? Besides, the hush-hush thing happened weeks ago. I don't know. Just continue. The Pizzaplex construction site waited, still and silent, in the mottled shadows cast between sporadically spaced security lights, surrounded by 12-foot chain-link fence that was plastered with "Danger! Do not enter!" signs. The construction site looked, at a first glance, to be out of reach, but Joel knew how to get in. "There's a lot of loose fencing down this way," he said, leading Rube to the side of the site farthest from the carnival. It had taken just 10 minutes for them to walk from the carnival to the construction site, but it took another 10 to circumnavigate the unfinished domed structure, because the fencing was set 100 yards or so beyond the edges of the building itself. Lucia gazed past the chain-link barrier as they traipsed over the dusty earth expanding from the fence. Within the fencing, Lucia could see the hulking shapes of the couple dump trucks and excavators. The crane's boom extended towards the metal skeleton, the unfinished dome. It looked like a giant robotic arm was reaching out, searching for a connection. Isn't that what we're all doing? Lucia thought. Lucia looked around at the others. They were all here because they were trying to connect, trying to be part of something, even if they would never admit it, not even to themselves. Lucia's rubber-soled boots made hushed, scuffling sounds as she walked. Hope's dainty sandals sounded like tap shoes. The others' athletic shoes scuffled on the earth. Occasionally, someone would kick a piece of gravel that would ping off the metallic fencing. In the distance, they could hear the over-the-top gaiety of the carnival, but it was strangely muted, as if the construction site acted as a sound dampener. Lucia could no longer smell all the carnival aromas. Now, all her nose detected was the arid smell of earth and a sharp whiff of gasoline. Joel suddenly stopped, and so did everyone else. He reached out and tugged at the section of fencing. A metallic scrape pulled back from one of the metal poles. "Here we go," Joel said. No one responded to him. They all slithered, single file through the opening. As Lucia squeezed through, a sharp chain link edge scraped against the back of her wrist. She winced at the sudden pain. She couldn't see the cut, but the warmth trickling down the back of her hand let her know the skin was broken, though not seriously. She pulled down the sleeve of her black shirt to staunch the flow. Nick was the last one through the fence. As he let the chain link fall back into place with a twang that made Lucia stiffen, he looked around worriedly. "Are you sure there are no dogs?" Nick asked. Joel shook his head. He waved an arm towards the Pizzaplex. "Been all over the site. No dogs, no guards." He pointed to a spot about 100 feet away. "There are some security cameras over there near the office trailer and the construction materials, but we don't need to get anywhere near them to get inside the dome." Lucia gazed at the piles of rebar and stacks of metal beams. Beyond them, a cement truck sat, its mixing drum bulging like it was pregnant. Lucia's imagination suddenly provided her a vision of alien insectoid-like nanobots pouring from the mixing drum. She blinked and mentally chastised herself. The deserted site was creepy enough without her brain adding to it. No one spoke as Joel led the way past the steamroller to an opening between two half-finished cement walls. There's an enclosure just past here. I think that's where the animatronics are being stored. Thankfully, more security lights were set up within the unfinished structure. The metal floodlights didn't flood as much as they spurted into darkness here and there, but they provided enough visibility to get around, and enough visibility to reveal a flat, red metal roof surrounded by the concrete floor Lucia and the others now stood on. That the roof of the old pizzeria? Kelly asked. Lucia was again surprised to hear Kelly speak up, but gazing at Kelly's wide eyes, Lucia could tell Kelly was really excited. So excited that she'd apparently forgotten to be shy. What pizzeria? Hope asked. She was clinging to Adrian's arm. She obviously didn't want to be here, but she was trying to be a good sport. It's an old Freddy Fazbear pizzeria site, Lucia said. I read about it. I think they're going to turn it into a museum or something. Look over there, Nick said. There's a ramp that looks like it's heading down, maybe towards the pizzeria's entrance. No, don't go there. Guess they didn't seal it yet, huh? Come on. Joel's shadow stretched 12 feet ahead of him as he started towards the ramp Nick had pointed out. I'd been noticed when I was here before. The footsteps crackled and echoed as they all followed Joel towards the ramp. When they got closer to it, though, they realized the ramp led to nowhere. A couple of feet down the ramp's slope, it ended at a bulging mass of hardened concrete that swelled in a knobby mass from somewhere farther down the slope. We're not getting in that way, Wade said. He started to turn away. That's the worst concrete pour I've ever seen, Adrian said. He moved down the ramp, leaned over and poked at clods cement. Maybe it was a spill, Jay said. Adrian shook his head. I don't know. He frowned, then shrugged. Just weird, was all. Hey, look, Wade called out from a few feet away. Everyone turned. Wade pointed towards the far side of the flat roof. Come on, I think I see an vent opening. It might be big enough to get through. Wade trotted a few feet to the left and stepped from the Pizzaplex's concrete floor to the corrugated surface of the red metal roof. His feet grated against the uneven surface as he landed. When he started striding towards the red metal, the cadence of his steps echoed through the dim enclosure of the fledgling Pizzaplex. The rhythms became uneven and chaotic as everyone else followed him. About 50 feet from the blocked-off ramp, Wade knelt next to the square metal protrusion. Gripping its edges, he yanked, and it easily came free. He lost his balance and landed on his butt. Jace chuckled. Joel turned and glared. Wade didn't seem to care about Jace's amusement. He immediately got to his knees and grabbed the steel vent grating that the metal square had concealed. It didn't come free easily, but when Wade jiggled it back and forth several times, it groaned and grumbled and finally, with a loud snap, let go of the roof. Beneath the grate, a narrow dark chute led downward. Wade immediately stuck his feet into the chute. He looked up at the others and grinned. Ready for an adventure? I'm not going down into that hole, Hope said. We don't even know where it goes. The fun of the mystery, Kelly spoke up. Lucia mentally shook her head. Kelly was surprising Lucia left and right tonight. Wade looked at Kelly with interest. That a girl, he said. Joel reached into his pocket and pulled out a tiny flashlight. He shone it down the chute. They all leaned forward to peer into the chute. The light didn't help them much. It revealed a narrow metal enclosure slanted downward towards a bend that hid whatever lay beyond it. Give me that. Wade reached for Joel's flashlight. Joel shrugged and gave up the light. Okay, lead on. I'll be right behind you. Wade slid feet first into the chute. Joel did the same. Within seconds, they both disappeared around the bend. An anemic beam of light managed to make it back up to Lucia and the others, as Wade and Joel's progress was marked by metallic thuds and clangs. A few more seconds of the noise passed. Then they heard a muted thump and a loud ouch. Whoa, dude, Joel said, his voice echoing up the chute. Adrian and Hope exchanged a concerned look. Lucia rubbed the goosebumps on her arms, glanced around at the Pizzaplex's vast, darkened expanse. You guys need to get down here, Joel called out. Seriously dope. Lally crouched down and quickly slid down the chute as Hope called out, Hell! More thuds and clangs, and oof. And then Wade said, I've got you. Great job, Kelly. Hope leaned over the opening in the roof. Are you okay, Cal? I'm fine, Kelly said, sounding tinny and distant, but her eager excitement was obvious. It really is wicked down here. Need to see this. Hope looked at Adrian. I had to leave Kelly down there alone with those two. Adrian released a resigned breath. I agree. Let me go first. Hope nodded. And that was when Lucia and the others lost their minds. What do you do when 5 of your group of 8 have already charged into the breach? Do you retreat, looking like a total wuss? For Jace and Nick, the answer was a resounding no. Lucia had to think a little harder, but not for long. Adrian was down there. When Lucia slid down the vent chute, Jace did his best to catch her. His best wasn't great, unfortunately, and the two of them ended up tumbling across the floor together. They landed next to the stack of old, sagging cardboard boxes. Lucia's long skirt tangled around Jace's shoulders. She quickly whipped it free and smoothed it over her legs. I think we're in the storage room, Callie said. There's a hallway out there. She pointed. I'm pretty sure it leads to the dining room. Jace immediately popped to his feet and offered Lucia his hand. Sorry about that, he said. Lucia smiled at him. No problem. She suddenly realized how well she could see. Although the light was surrounded her was dim, it was adequate to reveal that she and the others were now in a red-walled room filled with old boxes. They had to be in a Freddy Fazbear's pizzeria. Even in the shadows, they could see the infamous black and white checkered floor. They could see piles of metal endoskeleton parts, mounds of robotic arms and legs, and torsos and skulls were strewn across the space, along with the boxes. I'm surprised there are lights down here, Hope said. She was brushing a smudge of dirt off the pale yellow blouse she wore with her tight jeans. They must have piggybacked the power from the Pizzaplex construction lights, Adrian said. Oh. Come on, Joel said. Kelly's right. The dining's room down here. He pointed. Joel started down the hall. His footprints were heavy and loud. The others followed him. Lucia took up the rear. Within seconds, the group stepped into a big room filled with more endoskeleton parts. Those were scattered among broken tables and chairs, and a few brightly colored plastic plates and purple-striped tablecloths. That smell? Lucia asked. The odor had hit her the minute she'd landed on the floor in the storage room, and she hadn't thought much about it. You'd expect an old buried restaurant to smell dank and musty, but now the stench seemed to be getting stronger. It smelled like something dead, Nick said. Maybe a rat. I'm not so lucky now. Hope squeaked and pressed against Adrian. He pulled her close as he gazed around the room. "What happened down here?" he asked. "Why all these robotic parts all over?" Chase started poking around. Metal clacked against metal as he picked up parts and shifted them. "Maybe they're using the place as storage area until they get the rest of the Pizzaplex built." "Yeah, but why are they storing old, broken robotic parts?" Lucia asked. Adrian let go of Hope. Clearly curious, he too began looking around. Hope hugged herself and pressed back against the edge of a small semicircular stage, which was next to a long rectangular one. Small stage would have been the Foxy stage, Lucia thought. The animatronic fox had been a fixture of the old Freddy Fazbear pizzerias. Lucia left Hope and joined the others. Jace had pulled out his small sketch pad and was drawing a robotic skull. The rest of the group was traipsing around the robotic rubble, shifting a metallic arm here, a metal leg here. Lucia's gaze shifted from part to part. The heads were the most unsettling parts. They had dead eyes. Lucia stopped and stared. She realized that the head she was looking at wasn't made of metal. It wasn't an animatronic head. It was... Lucia stumbled back and covered her mouth. The burger she and Jace had shared at the start of the evening churned in her stomach. She turned and threw it up. Jace was at her side immediately. "Lucia, what?" Lucia, so chilled, she felt like she'd stepped into a freezer, lifted a shaking finger. She pointed at the head that was still lying on its side, clouded eyes staring. She opened her mouth, but she couldn't get a word out. Jace looked in the direction of Lucia's fingers. He frowned and stepped towards the head, shoving his sketch pad back into his pocket. "That's some sort of prop?" He leaned over and touched the head. He yelped and fell, landing his hands and knees. He started scrambling away from the head. At the same time, Kelly let out a scream, even more ear-splitting than the one Lucia had heard at the carnival. And because Kelly's scream wasn't entangled with the other screams and carnival sounds, pierced through the silence like a scythe. Lucia and Jace, already shocked, had to struggle to their feet before they could head toward Kelly. Everyone else, even Hope, was at Kelly's side at an instant. In the moment, Hope's screams joined Kelly's. Guy's gasps were the bass to the girl's soprano cries. Lucia and Jace finally reached the others. Reluctantly, Lucia looked in the direction of the gazes, and she blanched. Her stomach flipped over again. She gagged, but managed to keep from heaving. Piled together in a macabre pyramid, a gruesome tangle of human limbs and torsos and heads were rotting next to the snarl of ragged metal endoskeleton parts. Lucia unconsciously did an inventory of the parts. At least 11 bodies were lumped together in pieces. Lucia's brain, against her will, took in the details. The severed heads and dismembered arms and legs hadn't been cut away from the limbless torsos. The ends of the exposed bones were jagged. They'd been snapped, not sawed through. Torn tissues and mangled veins revealed the same thing. These bodies had been wrenched apart. Could do that. Unable to look away from the savagery, Lucia noticed dark, rust-colored stains across the floor and the walls. Dried blood was everywhere, even spotting the robotic parts. Adrian recovered himself first. He grabbed Hope's hand and pulled her back from the grisly heap. "We need to get out of here." No one argued with him. When Adrian turned, everyone followed him. They all ran back across the dining room, pounding into the hallway and scrambling past the boxes in the storage room. There, however, they all stopped. The bottom of the chute was no longer open. The metal had collapsed, crushed together as if crimped by a giant hand. The escape route was blocked. Everyone stared at the closed-off chute. They panted in unison and exchanged wide-eyed, pale-faced looks. Adrian was the first to get a grip. Has to be another way out. Come on. Adrian led the group down the hallway away from the dining room. The hallway ended at an exit door, but the door was engulfed in cement blocks and more robotic parts. Help me. Adrian squatted next to the cement block. He and the other guys tried to lift it. It wouldn't budge. Adrian stood and took a deep breath. Okay, there has to be other doors, windows, something. And there were other doors and windows, but they were all blocked. Some were actually cemented closed. Nothing would open. Nothing would give way, no matter how much effort the guys put into it. And the search of the entire restaurant didn't reveal any other vertical chutes. It also didn't reveal any tools that would have helped them pry apart the closed-off chute. Adrian suggested they use robotic arms to try and peel back the metal blocking the grease. But his idea didn't work. They were trapped. Unwilling to return to the dining room, they were where the decaying body parts seemed to pulse with malevolent intent. The group started down the hall leading to the storage room. Their footsteps made scurrying sounds as they all shuffled, flat-footed, in the feet, over the grit-covered floor. By now, they were all dirty and sweaty and breathing heavily. Lucia had stopped shaking since she'd first seen the first head. Adrian put his arm around Hope. Don't worry, when a construction crew returns in the morning, we'll hear them. We can bang on the metal, and they're sure to hear us. They'll get us out. Hope gave Adrian a little hesitant nod that belied her name. Trailing behind the couple, Lucia wished Adrian would put his arm around her too. Maybe reading or misreading her thoughts, Jace sidled close and took Lucia's hand. She didn't protest. About halfway down the hallway, Adrian stopped. He held up a hand. Listen, he whispered. They clustered around Adrian as he turned back towards the way they'd just come. As soon as their steps ceased, they heard it creak. Everyone strained to see into the dimness of the dining room. The creak sounded again, loudly. The sound was an unmistakable creak of moving metal. What is that? Joel asked. Shh, Adrian said. He cocked his head to listen. The creak repeated itself. It sounded like a metal gate swinging back and forth in a breeze. Sort of. It was an odd sound. The creak was caught up in a faint hiss. Adrian pressed his lips together, the way he always did when he was thinking deeply. He looked at the others. Come on, check it out. He didn't whisper, but he kept his voice low. Sounds like it might be a vent cover, maybe a ventilation system, might be a way out. Lucia frowned, but she didn't say anything. The desire for the sound to lead to a way out was stronger than the intuition that the sound wasn't anything as benign as a ventilation system. They took a few paces towards the dining room without discussing it. Everyone stepped lightly, as quietly as possible. Lucia listened hard. The others must have been listening hard too, because when the sound changed, they all stopped as one. The creak beyond the doorway to the dining room gave way to a series of footstep-like taps, followed by another metallic creak, entwined with a long hiss and a rasp. The sounds were getting closer. Each tap brought the hissing creak nearer to the hallway. Hope clutched Adrian's arm. Lucia held her breath. Lung came from just a few feet beyond the doorway. Adrian grabbed Hope's hand and started running back down the hall towards the storage room. Hope went along without question, so did everyone else. Lucia's heart was lurching up towards her throat as they all tore into the storage room. She was sure the others could hear the pounding beats thumping against her ribcage. Soon, as they were all through the door, Adrian closed the door quietly and locked it. Everyone stared at the door. What if it's someone coming to help us? Yeah, right, Wade whispered. The very fact he whispered revealed the doubt behind his words. The others didn't answer the question. They just looked at one another with wide eyes. Clearly, everyone was realizing what Lucia had known as soon as she'd heard the first creak. They weren't down here alone. And whatever was down here with them wasn't here to help them get out. Tales from the Pizzaplex. Somniphobia. Epilogue. The footsteps that had prompted Lucia and her friends, and not friends, to cover among dusty, caved-in cardboard boxes in a dark, musty storeroom were unlike any footsteps Lucia had heard before. Measured and steady, the steps hit the hallway's linoleum flooring with a bizarre combination of grace and heaviness. The steps were precise taps, barely touching the floor, before moving on. At the same time, the steps were weighty. Each tap created a vibration that juddered the storeroom. That reverberation was a disturbing reminder that just a thin wall separated Lucia and the others from whatever was stalking down the hallway outside the door that Adrian had just locked. What? Joel began. Shh, Lucia admonished. Joel glared at Lucia, but he closed his mouth. He pressed his full lips together so hard they lost color. Putting his massive shoulders back and puffing up his chest, Joel made an attempt at swag, but his pale lips, wide eyes, and filthy bright purple-yellowish t-shirt made it impossible for him to even approximate stylish confidence. Swallowed hard, and his pronounced Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Lucia returned her attention to the footsteps. Like Joel and the others, she faced the door. She stiffened as the footsteps' cadence slowed. Just a few feet from the storeroom door, Adrian silently widened his stance and pressed his back hard against the door. He braced his hands against the door's guard red metal. Just as silently, using the light on his feet talents that made him a great cheerleader, Nick stepped over to join Adrian. He too pressed his hands against the door. Triceps muscles bulged. Clearly, Adrian and Nick were as unwilling to face whatever was outside the storeroom as Lucia was. Glancing at the others, Lucia realized her unease was shared by everyone. Hope, who usually looked perky and pristine in any situation, was disheveled and smudged. Her big eyes nearly consumed her pale face. She clutched at her friend Kelly, whose brows were bunched over her pretty slanted eyes. Not bothering, posturing like his buddy Joel, Wade was backed against a stack of boxes. His broad shoulders were curled inward, and his head was tucked, like he was bracing for a tackle. As a quarterback who'd endured dozens of sacks, he had to posture down. Lucia couldn't see the last of the group, Jace, because he stood behind her, but she could feel his staccato breaths falling against the kinky curls on top of her head. She could smell his breath too. Funnel cake he'd eaten at the carnival had left a sickly sweet residue that had been soured by his fear. carnival. How long ago had it been since they left its bright lights and cheery music? Just a couple hours, Lucia thought. Seemed like days. The footsteps stopped completely, right outside the door. Everyone held their breaths. The already barely there light in the storage room blinked out. Blackness engulfed them. Behind Lucia, Jace gasped. Lucia winced at the sound. Stared hard into the darkness, listening for even a hint of movement outside the door. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Dim light returned. It was flickering, but it stayed on. Lucia realized she was still counting seconds, and she stopped. Counting somehow made the terror grow. Knowing how many seconds were passing wasn't going to stop whatever was about to happen. Soon as Lucia stopped counting, the footsteps started up again. The taps were wrapped in 3 other nerve-wracking sounds. Each tap came with a hiss, a metallic creak, a grating rasp. Lucia didn't even want to try to imagine what could make that kind of sound. You could tell by the others' taut expressions that they felt the same way. Trying not to count and failing, Lucia started up again and got to 27 before Adrian removed his hand from the door. Nick followed suit. Everyone remained deathly quiet for another full minute. Then, Adrian carefully walked away from the door. Lucia noticed that the storeroom light was steady again, dim but steady. Motioning for the others to follow him, Adrian stepped behind 2 stacks of boxes. The stacks were set apart from at least a dozen similar stacks. Most of the boxes were sealed, but the ones that were open revealed colorful paper cups and plates, pizza pans and boxes, and small toys, probably intended as prizes for the arcade games. All the boxes were sagging, as if deflated by years of moisture. But they felt dry now. In fact, they were almost brittle. As Lucia brushed against the flapping box lid, it crackled like a dried leaf. Adrian led the group through the maze of boxes, the feet smudging the dust that covered the black and white checkered floor. The steps occasionally scattering the husk of dead flies and cockroaches. Lucia hoped the cockroaches came after the pizzeria closed. Dust filled the air with a grittiness that felt vaguely like stale bread, and it was drying out Lucia's nose and mouth. When they reached the back corner of the storage room, Adrian turned and faced them. "Need to find a way out of here," he whispered.
You think?
Joel said at full volume. "Shh!" Everyone hissed at him. Joel held up his oversized, rubbery-looking hands in surrender. He shrugged and tried the swag thing again. It wasn't any more successful than the first attempt. "We already looked for a way out, Adrian," Hope protested. She pressed against his side. Adrian put his arm around her.
"I know, babe, but we weren't careful about it.
"We were a little panicked," Jay suggested.
Hit or miss.
"I guess they..." Adrian said, "I think we could be more thorough. Could also try harder to get through the barrier we found," Lucia whispered.
"If I can move it," Joel said, again at full volume, "it can't be moved."
Joel got another chorus of shh. Lucia rolled her eyes. "We should do a more thorough search for something to pry away the barriers," Adrian said. "And we should look for ways out that we might have missed the first time around." No one protested, but no one jumped into action either. Lucia felt the hair on the back of her neck bristle at the very thought of leaving the storage room. "I also think we should split up," Adrian said. "We need to find a way out fast. Searching in 4 teams will speed up the process. Now everyone else spoke up, in whispers. With the exception of the clueless Joel, they all talked at once.
Is that a good idea?
Lucia asked. She thought it strange that no one was bringing up the elephant in the room. Who, or what, had walked past the storage room.
Me and Wade will buddy up, Joel said. I'm with Joel, Wade said.
I'd like to pair with Lucia,
Kelly said. I'm with you, Adrian, Jace said.
I'm starting with you, hon.
I'm staying with you, hon, Hope said to Adrian.
Can team up, Hope,
said. Lucia quickly parsed the overlapping words. She blinked at Kelly. Did Kelly want to partner up with Lucia? Adrian, who apparently had decided he was in charge, but he did it in a non-obnoxious way, pointed at the others in turn. Hope, go with Nick. You two are used to working together as a team. Hope's face crumpled for a nanosecond, then she smiled at Nick. He and Nick were the heads of the school's cheerleading squad. They did work well together. She nodded. Jace and I will pair up, Adrian continued. Lucia, are you good with Kelly? Sure. Lucia was actually happy to pair with Kelly. She'd always wanted to get to know the girl better. And she was sure Kelly would be more useful in a crisis than Jace would be. If Adrian hadn't chosen Jace to partner with, Jace, as Lucia stated, would have wanted to be with Lucia. And Joel's with Wade, Adrian finished. The two overgrown boys nodded. Okay, Adrian said. Let's make a plan. Jace, can I have your tablet and pen? And a pen? For the next several minutes, the group argued over creating a map of the abandoned restaurant they were trapped in. Even though they'd been together when they'd raced around the place trying to find a way out, they disagreed on which rooms were where. It took a few heated exchanges before Jace finally took tablet and pen back from Adrian and Drew. At almost the speed of light, a detailed map of the dilapidated pizzeria. And of course, because he had an artistic eye, the map was perfect. Thanks, Jace, Adrian said when Jace handed him the map. Okay, let's do it this way. Jace and I will take the main dining room, arcade, lobby, and party rooms. But that's where the body parts are, Jace squeaked. I've got your back, Adrian said. Jace frowned but nodded. Hope, Adrian continued. You and Nick take the stage, backstage area, kitchen area. Hope and Nick gave Adrian a similar frown and nod. Joel and Wade, explore the employees' lounge and the other storage room and the furnace room. Lucia and Kelly, do a thorough search of the main restrooms and maintenance room, the room that had all those robotic parts, and the office at the end of the front hall. As he talked, Adrian tapped the appropriate parts of Jace's map. When he was done, no one said anything, and no one moved. Jace cleared his throat. He looked up at Adrian.
Are we going to ignore what we just heard or what?
Lucia looked at Jace with a newfound admiration. Finally, someone was willing to speak about the unspeakable. Adrian rubbed his perfect jaw. His finger rested at the slight indentation in the square chin. After a couple seconds, he said, Sometimes talking about things just makes them worse. Kelly surprisingly spoke up. I agree. I'm sure we all have our theories, but if we get into them, they're not going to help us get out of here. They'll probably just get us all worked up and freaked out. Then we'll be too scared to go out. There. She pointed toward the storeroom door. Adrian flashed Kelly his best grin. Couldn't have said it better. And the reason I think pairing off is the best thing to do is because a pair can move around more stealthily than a group of 8. It goes without saying that we all need to stay alert for whatever we heard. When they'd hesitantly opened the storage room, Lucia had exhaled in unison with the others when they found the hallway empty. Without discussing it, they all split into their assigned parts. Even Jill appeared to understand the need for silence as he and Wade crossed the hallway and headed towards the employees' lounge. A few feet back towards the dining room, Hope and Nick paused by one of the two swinging doors leading into and out of the kitchen. Hope blew a kiss to Adrian. Then she and Nick slipped into the kitchen. Hope's face was taut, her bright smile strained. Nick's expression was blank, focused. Adrian, Jace, Kelly, and Lucia went farther down the hall, heading towards the dining room. Every step they took through the dimly lit hallway raised Lucia's blood pressure a bit higher. Her brain was replaying in disturbing technicolor all the body parts they'd found in that room. Every cell in Lucia's body was trying to turn her around and point her in any direction but the direction they were going. But she overrode their wisdom and pushed on. Once they reached the shadowy, cluttered dining room, however, Lucia was happy to do her group's bidding. They urged her to pick up the pace, and she took off at a jog towards the archway leading to the lobby. Kelly apparently agreed that the dining room wasn't a place to be. She trotted alongside Lucia as she weaved around broken tablets and chairs of the inexplicable piles of broken robotic endoskeletons. They were both careful to avoid the areas they knew held decaying body parts. When they eventually reached the red and yellow walled entrance to the restaurant, they paused. Glancing around the lobby to be sure it was empty, thankfully it was, they turned in unison and looked down the main hallway, which ran towards the end of the building opposite to the dining room and arcade. Lucia and the others had been so out of their minds with the shock of finding the body parts that when they'd run down this hall towards a glowing red exit sign, Lucia had barely registered her surroundings. Now Lucia was more alert, more aware of what was nearby. So she noted the faded, peeling posters that lined the hall's red walls. Kelly leaned towards Lucia and whispered in Lucia's ear, "Those were the original animatronic characters, right?" Lucia gazed at the posters, which depicted a top hat-wearing brown bear, a blue bunny cradling a guitar, a bright yellow chick holding a toothy cupcake poised on a plate, and a pirate fox sporting a black eye patch and a hook in place of one hand. Lucia nodded. Together, she and Kelly took a tentative step down the hall. Both of them looked left and right constantly. They threw in frequent glances over their shoulders, too. Lucia was thankful her partner was as diligently vigilant as Lucia was. Like all the other areas of the restaurant, the hallway was lit, but the light wasn't bright. Flickering light bulbs created pockets of pale yellow and murky gray along the checkered floored corridor. Lucia concentrated on the dark doorways that were spaced along the hallway. She remembered from their earlier quick search for an exit and from Jace's map that the first two doorways led to restrooms. The next one opened into a maintenance supply room. Beyond that was the robotic parts and service room. And at the end of the hall, just before the exit that was completely blocked by concrete blocks and heavy metal endoskeletons, a small office sat shrouded in murky half-light. "Restrooms first?" Kelly asked. Lucia nodded. Together, they walked forward and eased open the soil yellow door that was marked ladies. They stepped into a room lined on one side by white sinks stained brown by dirt and dust. On the other by a row of disconcerting dark stalls with closed red metal doors. Because the restroom was even gloomier than the hallway, Lucia couldn't see under the stall doors. Anything could have been lurking behind them. Lucia exchanged a look with Kelly, pointing at the first closed stall door. Together, they took mincing steps towards it. "Yo, dude," Joel said, reaching into one of the black metal lockers lining the back, the employee lounge. "Check this out." He held up something small and rectangular. "It's a pager. How's that for a blast from the past?" Wade, who had been trying to loosen a vent cover on the other side of the room, lifted his head and scowled at his friends. "Could you keep it down?" Scolded in a loud whisper. Joel grumbled and flipped closed the locker he'd been rifling through. A metallic slap echoed through the room. Wade cringed and shook his head. Wade and Joel had been friends for 2 years, since they both got in on the varsity football team. Sometimes, though, Wade wasn't so sure friends was the right word to describe their relationship. The truth was, they didn't have a lot in common. Football was pretty much it, but that didn't stop them from hanging out together all the time. Once in a great while, usually when he was feeling sorry for himself because his dad had smacked him around, Wade was willing to admit that he and Joel spent all their time together because neither of them had any other real friends. Most of the time, though, Wade just pretended he chose Joel as his best buddy, and he put up with his friend's frequent stupidity. Wade wasn't in the mood to tolerate it at the moment, though. He wanted out of this place. "You want to try to make some more noise?" Wade flung at Joel. "Maybe we can get whatever was in the hallway to come and face off with us." Joel jutted out his chest.
"I think you can take him."
Wade sighed and returned to working on the grate cover. He was using his Swiss Army multi-tools screwdriver to remove one of the cover screws. "You think it's a him?" he muttered as he worked.
"Huh?"
Joel asked. Wade got the screw out. He just had one more to go before he could push the cover aside and see if the crawl space led anywhere helpful.
"What are you doing?"
Joel asked. "I want to see where the ductwork goes," Wade said. "Maybe it leads to an exterior vent."
"Sounds like a long shot,"
Joel said. Wade bristled. "Think you're going to find an exit in one of those lockers?" he snapped. As soon as he finished talking, he heard a fingernails on chalkboard-like sound. Screech. He whirled and glared at Joel. "What are you doing now?" Wade hissed. Joel, his dark eyes wide, shook his head. "I didn't do nothing," he whispered. Then he pointed at the wall a few feet from where Wade kneeled. "Came from over there, behind the wall." Wade froze. He thought about the sound. Joel was right. It hadn't come from behind Wade. It had come from... Wade scrambled back from the vent cover. He popped to his feet and looked around the shadowy room, filled with overturned tables and chairs. Sound came again, a metal-on-metal scraping. It seemed to reach through the wall and carve a path across the room. "You're probably right about the ductwork," Wade whispered, even softer than before. "Go check out the other storage room." Joel didn't respond. He turned and trotted towards the door. Wade was right behind him. Hope grasped the edge of the heavy velvet stage curtain. Its surface felt heavy or fuzzy and disconcertingly crusty against her fingers. Certain smelled too. Stench was acrid, and it didn't do anything to quell the nausea that had been churning in Hope's belly since they'd found the dismembered bodies in the dining room. Some of the ripped-off arms were just a few feet from the stage she and Nick stood on now. Hope shuddered and swallowed bile that gurgled up the back of her throat. She nearly squealed when Nick leaned in front of her and peered into the splotchy, shadowy shadows behind the curtain. "See anything?" he whispered. Hope concentrated on slowing her galloping heart rate as she shook her head. "Looks like sound equipment and stage props," she whispered. A heavy thud caused Hope and Nick to whirl around. They huddled together, staring across the dining room towards one of the party rooms. A whispered sorry followed the thud. Both Hope and Nick exhaled, pent-up breath. "Just Adrian and Jace," Nick said. Hope nodded. For 100th time since she and the others had split up, she wished she was with Adrian. She also tried to ignore the hurt feelings that had eaten at her. Adrian had chosen Jace as his partner. Sure, Jace was Adrian's best friend, but Hope, after all, was Jace's girlfriend. Didn't girlfriend trump best friend? Hope's rational side understood that Adrian's instinct was to look out for his small and weaker friend. He'd been doing it since he was a toddler. But it still rankled that Adrian's protective instinct placed Jace above Hope. When he got out of this awful place, if they got out of this awful place, Hope and Adrian were going to have a long conversation about their feelings and his priorities. Good relationships require communication. They needed to talk out their hurts instead of letting them fester. "Come on," Nick whispered, interrupting Hope's righteous indignation. "There might be an exit behind those wardrobes over there. We didn't look back there very thoroughly when we were running around trying to find a way out earlier." Hope shook off her petty jealousy and looked in the direction of Nick's pointing finger. Nick was right. 3 large costume wardrobes stood shoulder to shoulder towards the rear of the backstage area. It made sense that there might be a door leading to a loading dock or something back there. Nick stepped ahead of Hope and began striding towards the wardrobes. Hope started after him, but she stopped. A sharp tingle between her shoulder blades spun her around. She knew that sensation. She got it when she felt like she was being watched. Hope scanned the detritus littering the dining room floor, trying not to look too hard at the scattered body parts. She searched the shadows for a moment. When she didn't see anything, she stepped through this curtain opening and dropped the curtain behind her. It was a relief to let go of the stiff fabric. The curtain swished across the stage floor when Hope let go. The movement sounded like a long, dry, throated sigh. The motion created a breeze too. The air current disturbed a cluster of dust bunnies that wafted across the dusty wood floor. Hope took a couple steps. She stopped again. The prickling feeling between her shoulder blades was now skimming down her spine and radiating throughout her body. It wasn't directional, she realized. Whatever her body was aware of wasn't necessarily behind her, but it was close by. "Nick," Hope whispered. "Be careful." Nick turned and winked at Hope. That's the word of the hour, for sure. He was right, and he was being nice. Telling him to be careful was no more helpful than telling him to breathe. They'd been nothing but careful since they'd split up from their friends. As they'd searched the kitchen, opening all the cabinets in the hope that one might be connected to a hidden corridor that led to an exit, they'd never gotten more than a couple of feet apart. And without agreeing to do so, they'd stepped so lightly that their movement was nearly soundless. Hope shook her head. "Sorry, I'm just..." Nick backtracked and took Hope's hand. The warmth was familiar and welcome. She squeezed his hand to let him know she was glad he was here. In truth, in spite of her hurt feelings, Hope was glad to be paired with Nick. Hope and Adrian made a great couple, but they didn't yet have the connection Hope and Nick had. She and Nick had been cheerleading together for 3 years. They'd never considered being a couple. The link wasn't romantic, but they got each other. They were in sync. Nick was like the brother Hope didn't have. "I get it," Nick said. "I'm scared too." Hope met his warm brown eyes and took comfort in his familiar rounded features. He nodded. "Okay, let's see what's behind the wardrobes." Together, they stepped towards the tall, black-painted cabinets. As they did, the wood floor creaked, and one of the cabinet's doors fell open. Hope sucked in her breath and tightened her grip on Nick's hand. They both froze. Several seconds passed. Nothing inside the wardrobe moved. Nick chuckled and gestured at the floor. "The boards are warped," he whispered. "The wardrobe doors are probably warped too. Our weight just jostled the wardrobe is all." Hope nodded. The pins and needles poking at her nervous system got more insistent. She turned in a full circle and searched the nooks and crannies beyond the stage props. She saw nothing that looked threatening. Nick let go of Hope's hand. "Wow," he breathed. "Look at these." Nick strode towards the open wardrobe and flung the door back all the way. This backstage room was poorly lit. The pale yellow glow from half-dead stage lights high up on the wall ahead of them was sputtering as if the beams were coming from candles instead of old incandescent bulbs. Even in the uneven illumination, though, the light easily reached into the wardrobe and revealed a cluster of bright animal costumes. Nick reached out and touched a blue bunny ear. He flicked it aside. "Whoa, this is a deep wardrobe." He leaned in further. I think it might have a back door. Maybe there's a secret passageway or something." Jace resisted the urge to grab onto Adrian's belt loop as he followed his friend through the hulking maze of dirty, battered arcade games. Jace was mere inches from Adrian as he matched Adrian's pace step for step along the narrow aisle between a row of pinball machines and the backside of a phalanx of skee-ball machines. Jace's stride was so in tandem with Adrian's that their progress created that sound like just one set of footsteps, a hushed rhythm, cautious footfalls. Jace had been dogging Adrian at the stuck to you distance ever since they'd crossed the dining room to start their search in one of the party rooms. He'd basically become an extension of Adrian, moving with him in unison as they prowled past the long party tables, shoved aside boxes of party favors, and poked the vent covers in an attempt to find an exit they'd missed before. Unfortunately, neither party room revealed a way out of the building. So now they were trying to find a boarded-up window or a crawl space in the arcade area. It was a testament to Adrian's patience that he hadn't told Jace to back off. Jace knew that. But he couldn't help himself. He couldn't remember ever being this frightened. And that was saying a lot. Scared was Jace's middle name. Not really, but it might as well have been. He'd spent most of his life in a state of perpetual anxiety. Not that he wasn't entitled to his constant jitters. Being raised by a couple of obsessive perfectionists who didn't appreciate having a nerdy artist as a son was enough to make anyone jumpy. On top of that, Jace couldn't seem to look or act like his peers. had made him a target for bullies and regular kids alike. Even though his best friend was one of the popular kids, Adrian's friendship protected Jace to an extent, but it didn't make him bulletproof. A muffled crank that sounded like it had come from the stage or near it brought Adrian to an abrupt stop. Jace plowed into Adrian with an audible oof. Adrian turned and put a finger to his lip. Adrian nodded. Jace nodded, but his breathing sounded ridiculously loud. He held his breath and listened. Hope knew her body was trying to warn her, but because her body didn't speak in words, she didn't fully understand what it was trying to tell her. Therefore, the warning didn't come in time. Hope didn't realize the extent of danger until Nick was suddenly seized by something unseen. Something that yanked him so far into the wardrobe that he disappeared behind the faux fur costumes. Nick! Hope started towards the wardrobe, blood pounding in her ears. She only took 2 steps before the costumes churned, and Nick shot back into view. Nick! Hope breathed in release. Nick stumbled away from the wardrobe. His gaze was locked on Hope. He met his eyes, which were bulging and jittery. What? Hope began. Nick emitted the most deranged chuckle Hope had ever heard. He looked down. My arm is gone. His tone was dispassionate, empty of life. Hope shifted her gaze from Nick's face to his torso, and she immediately wondered how she could have failed to see it right away. Nick's arm was gone. Hope opened her mouth to scream. She never got the sound out. Behind Nick, the costumes seethed. Almost faster than Hope could process the movement, metal hands speared through the costumes and encircled Nick's throat. Hope was transfixed, unable to move, even to breathe. The problem was that her brain couldn't compute something that was so not part of the world she knew. In Hope's world, blackened metal skeletons enmeshed in tangled black wire protruding from segmented joints and pumping pistons didn't move with lightning speed. In Hope's experience, stripped-down robots with rectangular-shaped black skulls didn't leer with protruding glowing white eyes above a gaping hinged mouth filled with huge white teeth. In Hope's universe, sharp metal fingers didn't twist off a head with a wet snap as if it was a bottle's lid. When Hope saw the torn remains of Nick's neck, though, she found herself in this new, appalling reality, and it annihilated her. For several seconds, Hope could do nothing but stare into the stark, black pupils gleaming in the middle of the robot's swollen white eyes. The eyes were set in a metal square and separated by a vertical, swollen metal nodule that swept up top of the robot's skull, creating a narrow, dome-like frontal bone. This part of the robot's cranium was filthy, spotted with rust-colored stains that Hope's mind vaguely processed as dried blood. The robot's intense gaze mesmerized Hope, even as her brain thought to process the creature's existence and the bright red blood that gushed between the articulated fingers at the end of its massive metal arms. In those few seconds, time slowed down, so much that Nick's head seemed to tumble over and over endlessly as it headed towards the stage floor. Hope was mesmerized by the sight of Nick's lifeless, staring eyes, there and then gone, replaced by a lock of Nick's thick brown hair, slick with blood. Then the eyes again. Then the stark white of Nick's brain stem jutting out past the ragged edges of the skin at his jawline, rotating and falling. Nick's head arced towards the floor. Then it hit the wood with a sickening, floppy thunk. That's when Hope's brain rebooted. This time, it was able to get across her body's message. Run. Just as the robot took a step towards her, Hope screamed, and then she took off. Lucia and Kelly were on their way back down the main hall. Although their mission to find a way out of the pizzeria had failed, they both were in better spirits than they had been when they started their search. They were even starting to joke with each other. "Maybe you should ditch Hope and hang out with me," Lucia said as they left the office that had teased them with an opening to some large ductwork, but then thwarted them when they managed to get the vent cover off, only to discover that the ductwork was blocked by a chunk of concrete just a few feet away from its opening. No one, not even Joel, was going to get past that. I appreciate the way you think a lot more than she does," Lucia continued. Lucia's comment was fueled by Kelly's admission near the start of their search that she wanted to pair with Lucia because she admired Lucia's individuality and confidence. Kelly laughed. Her laugh was deep and resonant, similar to her voice. Away from the others, Kelly's voice was stronger, more assertive. "You might be right," Kelly said. "Who knew so much brainness was hidden under all that hair?" She playfully flicked a couple of Lucia's curls. Lucia grinned, and she didn't resist when Kelly took her arm as if they'd been besties forever. It was the fear, Lucia knew, they'd been bonding because they were facing a terrifying situation, and now they were joking because of the relief. It scoured the assigned area, missing not even a single square inch, and they were still alive. Again, they hadn't found the way out, but Lucia figured that being in one piece in a derelict restaurant filled with decomposing body parts and inhabited by something that had decidedly threatening footsteps was victory worth appreciating. "Maybe," Lucia began. Hope's shrill shriek cut off Lucia's words. The sound rippled through the restaurant in undulating waves. Kelly gripped Lucia's arm so hard her fingernails stuck into Lucia's skin. Lucia and Kelly exchanged a glance and darted down the hall. The sound was coming from the dining room. Kelly and Lucia pounded in the direction. In just seconds, Kelly and Lucia skidded through the archway to the dining room, but they didn't get any further. "Run!" Hope screamed as she careened towards them, waving her arms towards the hallway Lucia and Kelly had just come down. Hope yelled, "Go, go!" Lucia and Kelly didn't balk. Instead, they turned and retraced their steps. Hope caught up with them, and they all ran together. Just out of the corner of her eyes, Lucia saw Adrian and Jace tear out of the arcade. They galloped towards the archway. "What is it?" Adrian called out as they came. Hope didn't answer. She just raced. Pell-mell, any vestige of her cheerleading grace gone, down the hall. Everyone else followed her. When they were just a few feet down the hall, Joel and Wade surged through the doorway on the left side of the hall, opposite the door to the office. They thundered towards the rest of the group. "What the hell?" Joel bellowed as they came. Hope skidded to a stop outside the men's restroom. She looked around wildly. Her face was so wide it was practically translucent. Her eyes were red. Tears streaked her smudged cheeks. When she spotted Adrian, Hope cried out and lunged for him. She threw herself at him, and he wrapped her in his arms. "Shh," Adrian soothed. "Shh, it's okay. Tell me what happened." Hope Hope said something, but the words were so entangled in hiccuping sobs that they weren't decipherable. Her chest heaved as she pressed against Adrian, as if she could disappear into him. Lucia rotated to be sure nothing was coming down the hall towards them, from either direction. When she looked at the others, she frowned. Where's Nick? Lucia asked. Hope let out a wail. Her legs went out from under her. Adrian caught her and lifted her, cradling her like a baby. Hope began babbling again. Everyone leaned in to try to understand her. Lucia's stomach roiled. Tremors cascaded through her body, chilling her, and they brought with them a miserable knowing that she tried to deny. The denial lasted not even a half a second. In that time, Hope's word took form. He's dead, Hope burbled. Nick's dead. Everyone exchanged disbelieving looks. They all looked up and down the hallway. What? Joel began. Adrian cut him off. We can't stand here out in the open like this. As if to affirm his statement, a long grinding noise resounded through the building. Its origin was impossible to determine. It seemed to come from everywhere at once. Come on, Lucia said. The parts and service room is filled with metal parts. Hide in there, we can find something to use as a weapon. Adrian, his face hard, nodded once. As a group, they all scurried down the hall towards the open doorway to the parts and service room. It took only seconds for all of them to rush through the door. Wade was the last one through. He immediately slammed the door and locked it. As soon as he did, Hope spoke. I'm okay, she said. I can stand. Adrian gazed at her with concern, and he set her down. He gripped his arm, but she remained upright. As soon as they were locked in the room, Lucia regretted her suggestion. Yes, the room was filled with metal that could be used as a weapon. But the room was also creepy in the extreme. Its lighting, already spotty when Lucia and Callie had explored it earlier, was now flickering as if struggling to stay on. The overhead bulbs' unsteady illumination did little to relieve the room's spook factor. Crammed full of animatronic suits and robotic endoskeletons, the room was set up like a beauty shop for robots. It contained 3 metal chairs, complete with clamps. The chairs would have doubled for torture devices. The chairs were flanked by a couple of workbenches strewn with robotic parts. The suits, rigid and upright, stood around the periphery of the room, making it appear as if a dozen or so Freddy Fazbear characters were surrounding them. Lucia knew that the suits were empty. She and Callie had checked them. None contained the endoskeletons necessary to animate them. Still, the suits, staring wide eyes and open mouths, looked way too lifelike. What happened to Nick? Adrian asked. The timbre of his words was calm and soft, as if he was pacifying a concerned animal. Hope responded to his soothing demeanor. Licking her lips, she blinked a couple of times. Then she started talking in a flat tone, her words slow and measured, seemingly emotionless. But Lucia knew the emptiness was of a facade. Emotions Hope couldn't process yet bubbled below her stiff recitation of the facts. We were looking behind the curtains in the flickering room, Hope said. Nick thought there might be a hidden exit at the back of some wardrobes. I was nervous. Something didn't feel right, but I didn't say anything. Then it came out of the wardrobe. It shot out so fast that it didn't seem real. It took his arm, and then it took him by the neck. Grabbed his neck, it ripped his head off. When Hope stopped speaking, the only thing Lucia could hear was the combined sound of everyone's breathing. Hope had stopped crying. Her face was slack. She was staring at one of the endoskeletons. Hope was in shock, obviously. What was it? Jace asked. His voice cracked in the middle of the question.
It was big, metal, and shiny and black, Hope said. Skeleton, but not a skeleton. Awful eyes, massive teeth, filthy, covered in dried blood. Everyone frowned at her. Kelly reached out and took Hope's hand. Hope, we don't understand. Can you tell us more? Hope shook her head, but she pointed. They all turned and looked at one of the endoskeletons propped against the wall. It was that one, only bigger, Hope said. Lucia stared at the endoskeleton. Then she turned and looked at all the animatronic suits. Her heart lurched up her throat. Hope kept staring at the endoskeletons. As she did, her breathing quickened, and she began to back away from it. Lucia kept looking at the animatronic suits that surrounded them. She was sure that everyone could hear the throbbing of her heart, which sounded to her ears like a huge bass drum being pounded faster and faster and faster. When Kelly and Lucia had searched the room, the animatronic suits had been empty. But how long had they been in the hallway? They'd been so concerned about Hope, so stupefied by her story, she had no idea how much time had passed. Hope licked her lips so she could get out the idea that had formed horribly in her mind. What if, she began, an endoskeleton could get into a costume like this? She gestured the animatronic suits. Everyone turned and looked at the dusty characters. Lucia's gaze shifted to each one in turn. She studied a goofy critter dressed in green overalls, a sly-looking orange cat, a huge grey dog with purple, poodle-like scruff on top of his head and around its neck, wrists and ankles. Next to the poodle-like dog behind Hope was another dog, its lolling tongue giving it a friendly look in spite of its spiked collar. As Lucia studied it, the dog moved, and the already struggling light bulbs gave out. Hope squealed as soon as the room went black. One of the guys grunted. Then the lights were back on. They were still weak, unstable, but they were on. In the moment the lights came on, in that fraction of a second, the floppy-eared dog stepped forward, and its arms came up, grabbed Hope's biceps, just as Lucia cried, "Look out!" Lucia's warning was worthless. By the time she got the words out, the thing in the suit had already torn off Hope's arm from her body. Hope shrieked so loudly that her screams felt like it was coming from inside Lucia. The sound was an endless keen of indescribable pain and shock. It careened around the room, assaulting them the desperate finality of what was happening. As the scream chorused around them, the homicidal thing grabbed Hope's torso, flipping her upside down, wrenched her legs free of her hips. Hope's scream crescendoed to an impossibly high octave, and it continued to drill into Lucia's ears as the freddy thing once again inverted Hope's body before grabbing her head and wrestling it from her neck. Screaming stopped abruptly. In the sucking silence that followed, Lucia noticed wet warmth on her face and arms. She felt stickiness that was gluing her shirt to her body. She looked down. She was drenched in Hope's blood, and so was everyone else. For 2 long seconds, no one moved. They all stared at the carnage that used to be Hope. Adrian's eyes were locked on the vacant gaze of Hope's disembodied head. Then Kelly took Lucia's hand. "Come on," she shouted. Lucia stumbled as Kelly tugged her towards the door. There, they fell into Joel, who was scrambling to get the door unlocked. Behind them, the heavy tapping of footsteps that were now all too familiar started their way. Lucia wanted to cover her ears so she couldn't hear the hiss and rasp that paired with taps.
Joel got the door open and he tore through it, the others scrambling after him. They bolted, as one, down the hall. Tales from the Pizzaplex. Book 4. Submechanophobia. Epilogue. "We don't have time for this," Lucia whispered intently to Adrian. Adrian looked up from where he knelt next to Wade, who was doubled up, dry heaving, having already emptied his stomach over a decaying tangle of ripped-off arms and legs. The glistening, partially digested food painted yellow streaks along a mottled forearm crusted with dried blood. The sickening reek of acids and bile cut through the musty smell of the room. Adrian, his eyes red, his face wet with tears that he was letting run unashamedly down his perfect cheek, glanced up at Lucia. He nodded once, but he didn't move. Lucia struggled to keep her own stomach from unloading its contents next to Wade's, turned to watch the archway that separated the old pizzeria's dining room from its lobby. She winced when Jace squeezed her hand so hard her knuckles cracked. Jace had grabbed her hand as they all ran down the hallway, away from the thing that had just killed Hope. His hand was clammy and cold, but fear gave his fingers strength. He tugged at Lucia's arm, Lily sharing her desire to move on before the metal monster caught up to them. Joel suddenly reached down and grabbed Wade by his upper arm. "Come on," he hissed. Wade, his 6-foot athletic physique diminished by shock and grief, didn't resist as Joel yanked him to his feet. Wade wouldn't have stayed on his feet if Joel hadn't propped him up. And he wouldn't have moved if Joel hadn't started dragging him like an oversized rag doll towards the back of the vast, red-walled room.
"We need to get out of here,"
Joel said, unnecessarily, in a weird voice.
"Duh,"
Lucia thought. She had to stifle a giggle. The light laughter would have given away how freaked out she was, and she was working hard to look and act like seeing someone ripped apart wasn't that big a deal. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, she thought. Joel continued to half carry Wade past the piles of dismantled animatronic endoskeletons and detached human body parts. The slapping, scurrying footsteps sounded horribly loud, and they echoed through the large stage-edged room. Adrian, who had straightened when Joel began manhandling Wade, wiped away his tears. "Where are you going?" he called out softly to Joel. "Away from here," Joel flung back over his shoulder. Adrian looked at Lucia and Jace. Then he stared past Lucia's shoulder, and his brows twitched in something that looked like surprise. Lucia whirled, shivers rippling down her spine, in the sudden conviction that the awful thing had snuck up behind her. But it hadn't. Adrian was looking at Callie, who was standing just a foot or so behind Lucia. Callie's face was unexpectedly placid. She was alert, yes. Her gaze was fixed on the lobby, but she didn't have the bug-eyed, pasty-skinned look that everyone else had. Callie, shy and quiet Callie, didn't look like someone who had just seen her best friend violently dismembered. Maybe Callie was disassociating, Lucia thought. It was a realistic way to handle severe trauma, but was it one that would keep her alive? A crunch came from the hallway, not too close, but close enough. Adrian motioned for Lucia and Jace and Callie to follow him, and he in turn trotted after Joel and Wade, who were heading towards the doorway to the back hallway. As she hurried past a tangle of bar-height stools, Lucia kicked up a cloud of old red confetti. Watching the tiny pieces of paper waft into the air, Lucia tried to tell herself that she and the others would be able to hide from the deadly thing that killed Hope, until they could find a way to get out of the abandoned restaurant.
but she had a feeling she was lying. Big time. Joel hauled Wade into the back hallway. He propped his friend against the wall and held him there with the flat of his hand. He leaned in and got in Wade's face.
Dude, you need to get a grip. You want to die too?
Wade, his face smeared with tears, his breath rank and sour, blinked red eyes at Joel. Joel sighed and gave Wade a light head slap. Wade grunted and frowned, but the head slap worked. Wade shook off Joel and pushed away from the wall. His legs held him. He wiped his face. Joel exhaled. Good. Sniffling friend wasn't going to be helpful, friend. And Joel knew he would need help if he was going to get out of this hellhole. Joel was definitely going to get out. No way was he going to end up like Hope or Nick. Before Hope was attacked by the massive metallic creature, she told them that the thing had pulled Nick's head off. At the time, Joel had thought she was hysterical, but then he'd seen the creature do the same thing to Hope. That was not going to happen to Joel. No way. The taps of several footsteps made Joel turn towards the dining room doorway. He wasn't scared. They weren't the creature's footsteps. Those were distinctive. Those steps belonged to the others. Adrian, Jace, and the two girls clustered towards as they joined Joel and Wade. You okay? Adrian asked Wade. Wade nodded. Sorry, forget it, Adrian said. We're all... He stopped and swallowed hard. Joel was relieved that was all they said. What good would it do to talk about what just happened? What now? Jace asked. The nerdy little artist's voice was squeaky. Joel suppressed an eye roll. He didn't like Chase, and had no idea why Adrian hung out with him. It was embarrassing. When Lucia and I were in the office, Kelly spoke up. We saw an old radio. We might be able to get that thing working and call for help. Joel raised an eyebrow. He never heard Kelly say more than 3 or 4 words at a time. And whenever he'd heard her talk, her voice was always been soft and breathy. Now her voice was strong and smooth, confident. That's a good idea, Lucia said. I might be able to jerry-rig it to call out. But the office is next to the parts and service, Jay squeaked again. That's a good point, Joel said. He hated to agree with the mouse, but parts and service was where Hope had died. And besides, Joel added, I think it's a better idea to just get out of here. We haven't thoroughly explored that room at the end of the hall. Maybe there's an exit through there. He gestured towards the far end of the hallway. Adrian shook his head. We saw that room when we were running around the first time, trying to find a way out. But it's just a systems room, the furnace and all that. There's no way out in there. Joel scowled. Maybe we didn't try that hard to find a way. We just ran on the next room, looking for a window that would open. Maybe we missed a crawl space or something. Adrian pressed his lips together, thinking. Joel thought Adrian looked like a priss when he did that, like stuck-up royalty or something. A thud sounded from the dining room. Discussion was over. The whole group began scampering down the hallway, away from the dining room. The first room, off to the right, the hallway, was the employees' lounge and locker room. Adrian looked into that room. Lucia, Kelly, and Jace followed him. Wade started that way too, but Joel grabbed his arm again. Wade made a little sound of protest, but he didn't say anything as Joel jerked him away from the employees' lounge and pulled him further down the hall. A short way behind him, Joel heard heavy taps interspersed with a hissing rasp. The taps were nearing the hallway's entrance. Joel, Adrian called out.
Joel didn't answer. He kept running, dragging Wade along with him. They had to get to the little room at the end of the hall before the killing thing got to the hallway and spotted them. The others could do whatever they wanted. Forget that stupid old radio. Joel wanted out. Now. And was going to find a way. Lucia grabbed Adrian's arm and pulled him into the employees' lounge. "Let them go," she whispered, as she quickly pushed the door closed. Adrian didn't protest as Lucia led him away from the door. Adrian's self-assurance had left him, she realized. She didn't fault him for that. He had, after all, just watched his girlfriend get murdered by... What was the thing anyway? A robot? No, more than that. A monster? No, a creature. Lucia settled on creature because it sounded less formidable. He doubted her brain would go for that word trick, but it was worth a try. But she didn't have time to ponder what to call their adversary, and they didn't have time for shock and grief. They needed to think. Lucia flicked a couple of dusty, sweaty curls from her eyes. She could only imagine how wild her hair looked. She glanced down. A long patchwork velour skirt, only one of her favorites, was torn and filthy. But that was the least of her problems. Lucia turned towards Kelly, who was already weaving her way around overturned tables and chairs, picking up discarded papers that looked like timesheets and shriveled packages of napkins. She headed towards the door on the far side of the room. That door led to the restaurant's front hallway, at the end of which was the office. Chase, thankfully, had let go of Lucia's hand when they'd run down the hall. Now he huddled against one of the metal lockers. He hugged himself. His black-rimmed glasses were askew and his mouth hung open, black. He blinked several times as he fussed with the collar of his checkered shirt, straightened the pens in his pocket protector, nervous twitches. Outside the closed door, the hissing, rasping taps moved down the hall. The already dim lights in the staff room went out. Lucia froze and held her breath. You could tell that the others were doing the same thing. The blackness was so fully complete that Lucia could almost feel it physically, like a vicious cloak enfolding itself around her. A scream tried to claw its way up her throat, but she tamped it down. When the lights came back on, they flickered, but they didn't go out again. Kelly made a small psst sound. Lucia looked towards her. Kelly gestured towards the front hall. She pantomimed using the radio. Lucia nodded. She stepped carefully towards Adrian and touched his hand. He startled, but he remained silent. Lucia pointed towards Kelly, and he gestured for Adrian to follow her as she picked her way over the debris littering the white and black checked floor. The floor was covered with filthy plastic plates and cups and several rusting robotic parts. Lucia avoided them as she approached Chase and took his arm. He was totally malleable. She easily led him towards where Kelly stood by the doorway to the front hall. Lucia didn't look back to see if Adrian was following them. As much as she liked Adrian, she wasn't going to let him keep her from getting to the radio. The need to survive trumped an unrequited crush any day. "Should have gone with the others," Wade said as Joel shut the door to the systems room. "Shh," Joel said. He gazed around and spotted what he was looking for. A heavy wood crate was sitting against the far wall of the small L-shaped room. He hurried over, lifting it, and carried it back to shove it in front of the closed door. Joel knew that if he could lift it, the crate wasn't heavy enough to stop a metal monster capable of popping off human heads and limbs, but maybe it would slow the thing down. And maybe the creature followed the others. As terrible as the thought was, Joel really hoped it did. Joel turned and looked around the crowded room. He stifled a sneeze and lifted the hem of his purple and yellow team t-shirt to wipe sweat from his face. Like all the other rooms in the old pizzeria, this one was filled with dust. It also held a rusting old furnace bulging with pipes and chutes that extended in several directions and were entangled with broken down scaffolding. This room, unlike the rest of the rooms in the abandoned restaurant, was 2 stories tall. A couple of furnace chutes extended up to the top of the room's high ceiling. The rest of them bent around the corner of the room's L. The room smelled faintly of rotten eggs. Joel didn't know much about furnaces, but he remembered that the smell coming from his grandpa's old one when it was going bad. This particular one wasn't functioning. Joel didn't think, but something in this room was running. He could hear a humming sound that alternated with a rapid, rhythmic whoosh. It sounded like a fan. Joel glanced at Wade, who had slumped to the dirty floor. He sat with his back against the room's cement wall. His knees were bent, and he had his arms wrapped around them. He stared into space. His long, unusually skinny hair hung in strings over his face. Joel shook his head. Who knew Wade was so fragile? Joel and Wade had been friends ever since Joel had made it onto the football team. Already the star center on the school's basketball team, Joel had thought that also being on the football team's star offense lineman, the mountain who protected Wade from the opposing team's defensive line, would have gotten him more cred than it did. He knew he wasn't the brightest guy in the world, but he was strong. And he was in great shape. These qualities, however, didn't win him many friends. Not that it mattered, but having Wade as a friend did have its perks. Because of Wade, Joel dated popular girls and got invited to the big parties. Because Wade, some of the teachers cut Joel slack when he didn't bother with his schoolwork. Wade was useful, usually. Joel turned his back on Wade and started poking around the old furnace. It didn't take him long to check it out. The bulk of it sat in a 15-foot square space, but its chutes reached beyond that space. Joel was particularly interested in the ones that stretched upward. Joel tilted his head back and squinted up at the ceiling. The light in this room was as pitiful as the light in the rest of the pizzeria, but Joel was pretty sure that one of the furnace chutes disappeared into a venting system on the ceiling. What if there was a way out through that system? Wade moved his foot. A slight sound made Joel turn around. He watched Wade push himself to his feet. Wade looked towards Joel as a clank emanated from down the hallway, from a pretty good distance. Both Joel and Wade cocked their heads and listened. The clank was followed by silence. They waited for a few seconds. Then Joel motioned for Wade to follow him around the corner of the room's L. Wade hesitated, but then complied. Joel led Wade to the base of the furnace's longest chute. Joel pointed upwards. I want to climb up there and see what's beyond the end of the chute. I think it's a venting system.
Gregory, it's a venting system.
Sorry. Wade frowned, but then nodded. He poked around the furnace's corroded pipes and chutes. Joel started to turn away, but Wade nudged him. I think this panel comes off, Wade whispered. He pointed. Joel saw that what Wade was looking at. There was an oxidized metal panel on the furnace wall beneath the main chute. It was held on with bolts, but the bolts were crumbling. Joel saw a gap at the edge of the panel. He managed to stuff thick fingers into the opening. took a breath and tugged. As he hoped it would, the panel fell away from the furnace with a metallic pop. Wade quickly reached out and caught it before it could clatter to the floor. "Good hands," Joel whispered. Wade didn't respond. The panel wasn't all that big, but its removal exposed an opening big enough for Joel to shove his shoulders through. He immediately pushed in through the opening and looked up. "All right," his voice echoed in the enclosed chute. "What?" Wade asked. "There are metal handholds and footholds in here. I think this is a maintenance chute. I'm going to check it out." Wade again didn't answer, so Joel squeezed inside the chute and began climbing up. The interior of the chute was nearly dark, but the glow of an exposed bulb on the wall near the chute managed to creep in through cracks in the chute's decaying metal. Joel could see well enough. It took just a minute or so for Joel to climb high enough to get a better view of what lay beyond the top of the chute. As he suspected, it was part of a ventilation system. The maintenance chute ended in front of a huge metal fan. The fan's blades were rotating quickly and steadily. That was the sound Joel had heard earlier. Joel peered at the blades, frowning hard. He concentrated on seeing beyond the fast-moving curved metal. Yes, just as he'd hoped. He could see light, bright light, just a slice of it, but it was unmistakable. Joel could see sunlight. This was their way out. All they had to do was figure out how to turn off this fan. Then they'd be able to slip through the openings between the blades and climb out through the vent in the roof. Grinning, Joel backed down the chute and crawled out the furnace. Wade slumped against the wall, once again, staring into space. "On the way out," Joel said, catching his breath. Wade blinked. His slack face regained a little color. "Really?" Joel nodded. "There's a fan at the top of the chute. Beyond the fan, I can see a little sunlight coming through the vent in the roof, I think. All we have to do is figure out how to turn off the fan." Wade straightened. He was looking a little more like his usual self. "We need to get to the others," he said. Joel shook his head. "There's no time. That thing is out there. It's not going to be long before it checks in here. The best thing we can do is get ourselves out and..." "But we can't leave." "Well, we'll get help for the others once we're out," Joel interrupted. He put as much sincerity in words as he could. Truth was, Joel couldn't have cared less about the others. Adrian was a pretty boy who was too big for his britches. Jace was a sniveling nerd. Lucia was a weirdo. And Kelly was, well, admittedly, Kelly was pretty. But she wasn't pretty enough to come before Joel's right to get out of this place alive. What if that thing gets them before we can get help back here?" Wade asked. "What if it gets us before we can tell them about a way out?" Joel countered. "That thing could be right outside the door, for all we knew." Wade sucked in a breath. He turned towards the closed door, and he nodded. "Good," Joel said. "Let's find a way to shut off that fan." Adrian closed the office door as quietly as he could. He felt the tension bunch in his shoulders when the latch made a clicking sound. He put his head to the door and listened. He and the others had heard that huge creature coming down the back hall as they cut through the employee lounge to exit out the other door. It sounded like the creature went on down the hall, but Adrian couldn't be sure. Could have passed through the lounge after them and be coming for them. Adrian turned to look at Lucia and the others. "Are you sure you can figure out how to get the radio working?" he asked Lucia. Lucia stepped around the battered grey metal desk and headed towards the dusty wood credenza sitting against the wall. The credenza held a black rectangular box with silver metal knobs. A coiled cord attached to a microphone lay next to the box. "I can try," she said, glancing over her shoulder at Adrian. Just see if you can keep that metal monster from getting in here while I do. Adrian nodded. He stepped over to the desk. Jace, can you help me lift this so we can put it in front of the door? Adrian wasn't sure Jace would be much help, but without Jace, Adrian would have to drag the desk. He didn't want to make that much noise. Jace, who looked even smaller than usual, sniffed, but he nodded. He did his best to lift one end of the desk while Adrian took the bulk of the desk's weight. Between them, they managed to position it in front of the door without creating a sound. As soon as the desk was in place, Adrian pointed the black metal filing cabinets. Let's see if we can put that on top of the desk. Jace nodded again. The contents of the filing cabinet rattled when they turned it on its side. Adrian tensed, but he didn't hear anything moving in the hallway. He motioned for Jace to lift his end, and they managed to set the cabinet on top of the desk. Adrian immediately looked around the room. He spotted a vent cover near the floor under the credenza. While he and Jace had been moving furniture, Lucia had huddled over the radio. They were whispering to each other now. Adrian couldn't hear everything they were saying. He caught the occasional word, frequency, wire, reroute, splice. Kelly seemed to be following what Lucia was telling her. She even offered her own ideas. Adrian was beginning to realize that there was far more to Kelly than she'd ever let on. Adrian motioned for Jace to come with him as he crossed the office to the credenza. Adrian was sure the barricade wouldn't be enough to stop the thing if it wanted to come into the room. He didn't want Jace anywhere near the door in case that happened. Nearing the two girls, Adrian whispered, "Can you two move down a little? I want to see if we can get that vent cover loose." He pointed at it. "That way, if the thing comes through the door, we'll have an escape route." Lucia froze in the middle of fiddling with a couple of radio wires. Her face paled. Lucia looked down at the vent cover. "What's to stop the thing from using the ductwork to get in here? Maybe by taking off the cover, you're playing right into its hands." "You think that thing has a plan?" Jace asked, his voice pitched even higher than usual. Kelly shook her head. "Not in the way you're thinking, no. But from what I saw, admittedly briefly, it's at least in part mechanical. That means someone programmed it, and so it has some kind of protocol it's following. If that protocol includes removing all intruders, it probably also has the programming necessary to complete the task. I'd guess that would include being able to use any way possible of moving through this place." Adrian gazed at Kelly with ever-rising respect. He found himself noticing how pretty her eyes were, how pretty she was. No, not just pretty. Kelly was beautiful. Even now, with her long brown hair tangled and her clothes filthy, it was stunning. How strange is that? Adrian thought. Had it been so blinded by Hope's looks and vivacious personality that he'd failed to see Hope's friend? "Adrian, are you okay?" Lucia asked. "You look freaked out." Adrian blinked and shook his head. "Sorry." Lucia stepped away from the radio. She put a hand on his arm. "It's okay. I know I'm sorry about Hope." Adrian swallowed hard and nodded. He shifted his gaze away from Lucia and Kelly, and he noticed Jace frowning at Lucia's hand on Adrian's arm. Adrian stepped back. He looked at the vent grate. "I still think we should try to get that cover loose. If we get it off, we can prop it into place with something. I think we'll hear the thing coming if it comes through the vent duct. But if it comes through the door, it could take us by surprise." Lucia and Kelly exchanged a glance. They were bonding, Adrian realized. Two brainy girls in a situation that had nothing to do with being popular or fitting in. Strangely, they were in their element. Kelly finally nodded. "That sounds like a plan," she said. She and Lucia returned their attention to the radio. Adrian dropped to his knees and pulled out his pocket knife. Wade looked at Joel and shook his head. "No use," he said. After turning every knob and pushing every button on the room's control panel and on the furnace itself, he and Joel still hadn't been able to get the fan to stop turning. Even flipping all the switches in the fuse box they'd managed to find behind the furnace didn't do any good. "It must be on another circuit," Wade said. "Its own circuit, and who knows where that is?" Joel let out a growl. Wade was familiar with the sound. Joel always growled like that when he missed the tackle. Wade understood Joel's frustration, but he didn't share it. He wasn't about to tell Joel, but Wade really didn't care whether they found a way to stop the fan. He couldn't summon up the motivation. The truth was that he was numb. He'd been numb ever since he'd thrown up in the dining room. That was when he'd accepted that he really had just watched some kind of monstrous creature rip apart the girl he loved. Okay, so maybe he wasn't totally numb. He was finally facing the truth that he'd loved Hope. Because Hope had been with Adrian and clearly didn't feel anything for Wade. Wade had been trying to convince himself for a long time that he just had the hots for her. But it wasn't the hots. It was love. And now she was gone. "Hey!" Joel shook Wade by the shoulder. Wade frowned and pushed Joel away. Joel didn't protest. He bounced on the balls of his feet like an excited little kid. "I have an idea." Wade waited for what he assumed would be something boneheaded. "Remember how the lights went out when the creature showed up before it killed Hope?" Joel asked. Wade didn't want to remember anything about watching Hope die, but he nodded anyway. "There's something about that thing affects electricity, right?" Joel said. Wade shrugged. "If we could lure it in here," Joel continued, "get it close, the power to that fan should shut off, shouldn't it? And we could get out." Wade raised an eyebrow. "You mean after it tears us apart? I bet we'd fit through the fan just fine in pieces." Joel snorted and punched Wade in the bicep. "Funny, but I'm not joking around. If the creature shorts something out, it could short out the fan. We just need to make sure it's close, and then get up the chute before it grabs us." Just as Wade suspected, something boneheaded, Joel rubbed his pug-like jawline and looked at Wade. "All you have to do," sorry for the voice, "all you have to do is get out there and get the robot's attention, then get it to chase you back in here." "Me?" Wade glared at Joel. "Why me? It's your stupid idea." Joel made a face and gestured at his fire plug-like body. "I'm the center on the basketball team, not the forward. Power, not speed." He tapped his chest. "Linebacker." He poked Wade's chest. "Quarterback. You're the king of scramble, remember? No one outmaneuvers tacklers like you do." Wade opened his mouth to protest, but he didn't get any words out. Joel actually had a point, and his plan, although stupid and dangerous, wasn't half bad. Wade made himself remember how the creature had moved in the parts and service room. Was it fast? Not really. It was crazy strong, yeah, but when it moved it was cumbersome. He could outmaneuver it. "The only way we're going to get out of here," Joel said, "is to get past that fan." "Okay," Wade said. Joel raised both eyebrows. "Really?" "Why not?" Wade meant it. Why not? It would give him something to do besides wallow in grief and terror. Lucia snatched her hand back when the radio's wires sparked for the third time. Crap! She resisted the urge to put her hands in her head in her hands. It wasn't working. She and Kelly had rewired the radio and reconfigured its frequency, but it wasn't receiving anything but static, and the wires were so old that they wouldn't hold together. Lucia looked up at Kelly and shook her head. Kelly gently nudged Lucia aside. "Let me try." Lucia stepped back. While Kelly started manipulating the wires, Lucia turned to watch Adrian and Jace. Adrian was pacing back and forth in front of the desk and filing cabinet barricade. Jace was sitting cross-legged in front of the vent cover. Adrian had removed and propped back into place. Jace was supposed to be watching and listening for the robot's approach through the ductwork, but he was hunched over his sketch pack drawing cute bunnies, cavorting in a forest meadow. Lucia couldn't help but smile. Everyone had their own coping mechanism. Lucia wanted to say something to Adrian, something comforting, something more than her sorry about hope from earlier, but she wasn't any good at that sort of thing. And what would comforting do anyway? Horrible that your girlfriend lost her head. Do you want to talk about how you feel about Hope being brutally murdered? No and no. And was Hope murdered? Could a machine, because she was pretty sure the creature was some kind of horrible machine, commit murder? Murder required premeditation. Could something that was built to do that? Lucia doubted it. The thing was following its programming, however messed up that was. In another place, another time, Lucia might have enjoyed kicking around these questions. She might even have liked discussing the ideas with Kelly. The more time Lucia spent with Kelly, even in this totally whacked out situation, the more she liked her. For the first time in her life, Lucia might have been making a friend, a good friend. While they worked on the radio, Kelly had chattered. Lucia was pretty sure it was nervous chatter, but it wasn't your typical girly nonsense. Kelly talked about her feelings, about how she always felt less than when she was around Hope. That was why she was so shy, she explained. She never felt like she had much to contribute. She was overshadowed. It didn't escape Lucia's awareness that this building friendship with Kelly wouldn't have been possible if Hope was still alive. The Kelly-Hope dynamic wouldn't have had room for Lucia. This explained what Lucia had been feeling for the last half hour, she realized. Even under the horror of what they'd seen and the terror of what might happen next, Lucia felt guilty. Now she knew why. She felt guilty because Hope's death benefited her. No more Hope meant Adrian was now available, not that he'd shown any interest in Lucia in that way, and it meant super cool girl could come into the light and be herself. Kelly sighed loudly. "Nothing, huh?" Lucia asked. She frowned at the radio. Then she snapped her fingers. "Maybe there's a manual or something." Lucia rushed over to the filing cabinet. Even though it lay on its side, she could still get the folders and stuff in its drawers. She began rifling through them. Although she sorted quickly, at one point her hand came to an abrupt stop. Reaching into a file, she yanked out what looked like an old yellow operator's manual. She turned to the page she'd just glimpsed as she'd flipped through the file. "Whoa," Lucia said. She waved the manual in the air. Kelly came over to her. Jace and Adrian remained where they were. "What's that?" Kelly asked. "An operator's manual," Lucia said, skimming its pages quickly. She opened the manual to the last page and tapped the drawing that she'd seen there. "That's the thing," Kelly breathed. Lucia nodded. "What did you find?" Adrian asked. Lucia flipped the page and read some more. "An old user's manual," she said. "It describes a bunch of different kinds of robotic endoskeletons. The one we saw is either a mimic Model 1 or 2. She ran her finger down the page. These things are pretty creepy. They have retractable and expandable limbs and contracting torso, so they can fit into pretty much any mascot costume. Lucia frowned and read some small print under the sketch of the thing that had killed Hope. Oh jeez, she gasped. What? Annie asked. Lucia looked up from the manual. Apparently the tech in the mimics was pretty clunky. It says that if you encounter one of these things, you should immediately disconnect its power source and disassemble it. She looked at the others. That's not good. We need to get out of here. Lucia hurried back to the radio and spent the next 5 minutes frenziedly moving around wires and turning dials. Kelly put her hand on Lucia's arm. Stop, Kelly said. We need to get a grip on ourselves. She glanced down at Jace. Maybe he has the right idea. Maybe we need to clear out our heads for a few minutes. Lucia rolled her shoulders to release her pent-up tension. Okay. Ellie sat down on the floor next to Jace. She put her hand on Jace's knee. He flinched, but kept drawing. What's your favorite color? Ellie asked. And why? Jace blinked several times and then frowned. Without looking up from his sketchpad, he said, Yellow, because it makes me think fuzzy chicks. He glanced up at Kelly through his messy, thick black bangs and gave a half smile. She smiled back. Good. Mine's green, bright green, because it's the color of seedlings. That makes you think of how things can grow, how people can grow. She looked at Lucia. How about you? Purple. It's the color of a really good, deep bruise, something painful and real. The words had just tumbled out, and Lucia regretted them immediately. That might have been a little too raw. Did she really want Adrian to know how dark her mind was? Lucia looked towards Adrian as Kelly repeated the question to him. Adrian, his face expressionless, but still as model gorgeous as ever, said flatly, Blue, like the sea. It makes me think of freedom. Out of the corner of her eye, Lucia noticed Jace glanced up at her and then looked over at Adrian. A muscle twitched along his jawline. His eyes narrowed. He knew, Lucia realized. He knew how she felt about Adrian, and he was jealous. Speaking of blue, Lucia said, I have an idea. She looked back to the radio and began fiddling with it. Lucia didn't really have an idea. She just needed to put her back to the Adrian and Jace. As sweet as Jace's love of cute fuzzy things was, Lucia just plain and simply wasn't attracted to him. She might have looked like she paired well with nerds, but apparently she was all about hot, palpitating good looks like Adrian's. Joel stood by the door to the hallway. He listened intently. At least 60 seconds had passed since Wade had gone through the door. Obviously, the creature wasn't outside the hallway, because the only sound Joel heard as he closed the door was Wade's soft footfalls down the hallway. The system room's lights, through abysmal murky, were still on steady. The creature wasn't nearby. Okay, now. Joel strode away from the door and trotted to the bottom of the chute. Shoving his bulk through the barely wide enough opening, he began shimmying up the shaft. As he climbed, he thought about Wade. Would he be able to get the creature close enough without getting killed? Joel sure hoped so. In the back of his mind, Joel was aware that they were in this mess because of him. It had been his idea to come check out the construction site, but Wade had his part too. He was the one who'd spotted the way into the old pizzeria, served him right to be the bait that would get Joel out of here. Joel had to look out for number one. It was a dog-eat-dog world, every person for themselves. Joel stopped thinking and concentrated on climbing. Every little hair on the back of Wade's neck stood on end as he eased down the hallway towards the dining room. Looking left and right, Rotating regularly to glance down the hall, Wade was aware the creature could appear at any moment. He really hoped that flickering lights would give him enough warning to run. He just needed a head start. He figured if he had that, he could stay ahead of the mammoth animatronic killer. That was why he was heading towards the restaurant's main room. Even though it was littered with mangled tables and chairs, old party debris and construction supplies, not to mention body parts, it was still the largest area in the old building. He wanted space to maneuver. But he wasn't going to get it. The light started to flicker just as Wade was passing one of the swinging doors that led into the kitchen. Wade whirled. Where was it? Over the deafening sound of his pounding heart, Wade heard the tap, hiss, rasp of the robotic's footfalls. They were coming from the employees' lounge. Wade shot to the right and flung himself through the kitchen swinging doors. He immediately turned right again, heading towards the other kitchen door. He hoped he could get through the kitchen and come out in the hallway behind the creature. While the thing searched for him, the kitchen went black. The scratching taps entered the kitchen. Too soon. Wade didn't have time to get to the other door, not in the dark. Wade ducked behind the boat-sized stainless steel kitchen island. As he crouched, his hand slid over a stack of pizza pans. They cascaded to the ground and scattered with clangs and jangles anyone, human or not, would have noticed. Tap stopped. A heavy vibration shuddered throughout the kitchen. A long hiss came from the opposite side of the island. The thing was right there. Scrambling on his hands and knees, Wade gathered pizza pans as he crawled fast as he could around the island, back in the direction he'd come from. The floor's reverberations told him the creature was following him. Wade shot to his feet, and he ran at full speed. He raced around the island and blasted back through the door he'd just come through. As he surged into the hall, its lights flickered on. Wade glanced over his shoulder. The creature was nothing more than a hulking shape in the kitchen's continued darkness. Watching it move was like watching the undulating motion of a shadow monster. Its progress wasn't fast, but it was steady. Without thinking about why he was doing it, Wade started firing pizza pans towards the pursuer, flung them as if they were frisbees, whipping them towards the robot's neck. Wade didn't have any delusions that a pizza pan could take out a monster made of metal, but he thought they might be enough of a nuisance to slow the thing down. He might even get lucky and dislodge a cable to disable the thing. Or maybe not. Even in the kitchen's blackness, he could see the pizza pans bouncing off the robot's shoulders and chest. Wade started towards the dining room, but he lost his footing. He stumbled and fell, skidding down the hallway floor, away from the dining room. The creature exited the kitchen. The kitchen's light came on as the swinging door closed behind the thing. The hall lights flickered and went out, but not before Wade was able to see that the creature was now between him and the dining room. Wade tore into the employees' lounge and galloped through the room. As he ran, Wade formed a plan. Wade had briefly considered running down the hall towards the systems room when the creature pursued him into the hall. But running the length of the hall in the dark, the thing right behind him, wasn't something he wanted to do. He needed more of a head start to get into the chute. But what he had to do was get out ahead of the creature before he let it spot him. Wade thrashed over a pile of chairs. Once again losing his balance, he went down hard, cracking his knee, on the edge of a metal locker. It didn't let the pain stop him, though. He got back on his feet instantly, and he careened out of the room, into the front hallway. Turning right, Wade dashed towards the lobby. It took only a couple of seconds to get to the archway between the lobby and the dining room. There, Wade paused and looked back. The hallway behind him was empty. Its lights were weak, but they weren't flickering. Where did the thing go? Wade frowned and concentrated on catching his breath, so he could hear something beside his own heavy panting. He listened hard. Wade took a few tentative steps towards the dining room. He kept listening. Then he heard it. The hissing steps were close. Too close. The creature hadn't followed him. It had gone back the other way, into the dining room. The lights flickered. The room went dark. Wade turned to run, but before he could, metal grazed his forearm. It dug into his skin. He felt wet warmth blow down over his wrist and palm. The robot's hissing rasp was closer now. Wade couldn't see the thing, but he could sense it reaching for him. He could imagine its metal fingers extending towards his throat. Wade juked to the left and then dropped to his knees and rolled. As he came back up to his feet, burning hot pain shot through his right shoulder. The creature had tried to grab him and missed, but its razor-sharp fingers had scored Wade's flesh deep. Blood was rushing down Wade's side. He ignored it. Wade began darting left and right as if trying to avoid being sacked on the football field. Joel had been right. Wade was good at scrambling, so he scrambled. He bobbed and weaved, and he scuttled towards the arcade. Slipping between a couple of pinball machines, Wade crouched and listened. The arcade's lights were still on, so the creature wasn't there yet. But the thing's steps were steady and approaching. The arcade went dark. Wade held his breath, stayed low, circled around the arcade's perimeter until he was back in the dining room. The dining room's lights came on, and Wade found himself standing next to an overturned table that lay in the puddle of a torn, purple-striped tablecloth. Clutching his forearm and trying not to think about the gash on his back, Wade scanned the area. He didn't have a big enough head start yet, especially now that he was injured. He was losing a lot of blood. He could feel his legs weakening. He needed to hide until the creature moved further off. But where? Wade looked towards the stage. No, too far. He glanced at the overturned tables and chairs. Not enough cover. He turned and looked at one of the piles of decaying body parts. His stomach flipped over. His skin crawled. Every fiber of his being yelled, no. He ignored the advice. Getting a running start, Wade leapt over a couple of chairs, and he dived right into the pile of dismembered arms, legs, heads, and torsos, not allowing himself to think about what he was doing. Just a pile of sweaty football players, he told himself. Wade buried himself under the grotesque, deconstructed remains of the robot's old victims. Like an animal, he burrowed beneath the spongy flesh and brittle bones. Keeping his eyes closed, Wade breathed as little as possible as he flattened himself to the floor. Then he lay still and listened. Even with his eyes closed, Wade knew when the dining room lights went out, the thing was nearby. Wade held his breath. Blood continued to flow from his wounds. He could feel the thick warmth track across his skin. The robot's scraping taps came closer and closer. Then they stopped. Wade continued to hold his breath. He willed himself not to think about where he was. The robot's footfalls started up again. They began moving away. Wade allowed himself the tiniest bit of an inhale. He ignored the fetid smell that assaulted his nostrils. He was thankful that he'd emptied his stomach earlier. Even though it roiled now, it didn't heave. The robot's footfalls continued to move off. It sounded like it was heading towards the stage. The dining room's lights came back on. Wade waited. He remained still until he heard a break in the footfall's cadence. Wade was pretty sure the creature was heading up the steps to the stage. That was far enough. Now was Wade's chance. bursting out through the revolting hiding place. Wade batted aside a claw and steadied himself on his feet. Then he ran. Wade ran hard, harder and faster than he'd ever run before. Wade made it to the doorway, to the back hallway in seconds. As he headed down the hall, the dining room lights went out behind him. The creature was in pursuit. Joel wasn't sure how long he'd waited, clinging to the handholds in the chute, just below the fan. It probably wasn't long, but his muscles were starting to spasm when he finally heard the sound he'd been waiting for. Pounding footsteps, heading this way. Joel shifted so he could look down the chute. The pounding paused for a nanosecond, and then the door to the systems room banged open. More pounding. Joel looked down. Wade's head appeared at the bottom of the chute. Wade looked up and quickly started scrambling into the chute. The lights in the systems room started flickering. Wade was in the chute now, his face covered in sweat, stark white, looked upward. His gaze met Joel's. Then the chute went black. Wade screamed, thudding, pounding, clanging, metallic rat-a-tats. Another scream. This was all going on below Joel, but he didn't focus on that. He knew what it meant. "Joel!" Wade cried out. "Help me!" Joel looked down into the darkness. He couldn't see Wade, but he didn't have to see to know what was happening. The creature was killing his friend. But Joel was more interested in what was going on above him. He looked up. Between the sounds of struggling and violence, he listened for what he wanted to hear. And he heard it. The fan had stopped whirring. Its rhythmic whoosh was winding down, slower and slower. Wade wailed. Quelching, wet grinding sound filled the chute. Then a thud. Joel reached up in the dark, and his knuckles encountered one of the nearly motionless blades, caught it, and stilled the fan. He pushed himself upward, shoving his bulk through the narrow opening between the blades. The opening was a lot tighter than Joel had thought it would be. He'd never gotten a look at the fan. It was hard to visualize it while it was spinning. It was a big fan, though, and he'd hoped he'd be able to squeeze through when it was stopped. He was wrong. Although Joel was able to get his head and neck through the opening easily, his shoulders were another story. He had to squirm to shove himself upward. Finally got his chest between two of the blades, but he was too big to get through. Although he grunted and strained, Joel couldn't move any further. He couldn't back up either. He was stuck, going as limp as he could, hoping that relaxing his muscles might get him free. Joel listened to the clunking, clanging going on below him. He still couldn't see, but it sounded like the creature was pulling Wade's body out of the chute. Joel had no doubt Wade was dead. Wade hadn't made a sound in several seconds, and the other sounds had made it pretty clear the creature was doing to Wade the same thing it had done to Hope. Now it sounded like the creature was gathering Wade's parts. Maybe it was going to take them back to the dining room to put them with all the other cut-up bodies. Joel twisted his shoulders and tried to free himself from the blades. He idly wondered what programming made a metal creature dismember a human and pile up its pieces. And that thought was the last coherent one he had. The lights in the systems room came back on. The fan reactivated. Its sharp blades immediately began chewing through Joel's arms. Joel howled. His consciousness, assaulted by the most pain he'd ever felt, was worse than he could have even imagined. Fan's blades picked up speed. They cut through Joel's arms and chest, cleaving him in two. As the bottom half of his body thumped its way down the chute, Joel's brain continued to process the pain just for another couple of seconds, as the fan began chopping the rest of him into bloody bits. Tales from the Pizzaplex. Bobbiedots Conclusion. Book 5. Epilogue. Lucia shoved one of her kinky curls behind her ear as she bent to listen to the radio. She and Callie had managed to get the radio working, but all they'd gotten so far was static. Until now, Lucia was sure she could hear a voice coming through the crackly hisses. Behind Lucia, Adrian's footfalls filled the room with an edgy metrical tapping. Lucia understood Adrian's agitation, but the pacing was getting on her nerves, and it was making it impossible to parse the static from the voice she thought she'd heard. Lucia lost her patience. She whipped around and glared at Adrian. "Stop that!" she hissed. Adrian ceased pacing. He looked at her with two raised eyebrows. He immediately felt awful. "Sorry, I need to listen, and you're pacing." "Sure," Adrian said. For a moment, his handsome features lost some of the tightness that had marred them since the thing they now called a mimic that agreed to the name after Lucia had found the user's manual, had a picture of the thing in it, had started killing them one by one. Adrian gave Lucia a fair imitation of his usual smile as he gestured at the radio. "Do you hear something?" Lucia nodded. "I think so." She looked at Callie, who was fiddling with the radio's dial. "Did you hear it?" Callie nodded. It's distorted, but I think it's a voice." "I think so too," Lucia said. "Can we boost the frequency?" Callie shifted the radio and adjusted its antenna, and there it was. It was a voice. Still a little garbled, the voice was deep and awkward sounding, broken. Its words spaced apart, as if the speaker was struggling to get the words out.
"We are in pizzeria."
Lucia leaned back, her eyes wide. She looked Callie and Adrian. Chase, who had been under the table drawing, crawled out and stood. He frowned at the radio. "Did I just hear pizzeria?" She ignored the question. She leaned over and tweaked the radio dials just a hair. The voice spoke again, came in a bit clearer.
"We're trapped in the abandoned pizzeria."
Callie grabbed the radio's microphone. "Could you repeat that, please?" More static. Then,
"Trapped in old pizzeria under new construction behind the stage."
Callie keyed the mic again. "Are you saying you're trapped in the old pizzeria under the new Pizzaplex? In a room behind the stage?" Callie's pale skin was flushed with excitement. A burst of static, then,
"Yes."
Lucia grabbed the mic. "Who are you? How'd you get there? Where's the room exactly?" More static. Lucia spoke into the mic again. "Are you still there?" More crackling and spitting. And then a voice said,
"Help."
Lucia and the others stared at one another. "There's someone else down here too?" Chase asked. He shoved his drawing pad in his pocket and carefully replaced his pen in his pocket protector. He'd been sketching under the table. Lucia knew he was doing it to escape the reality of the situation. Now he was clearly ready to be part of it again. "Yes, it's possible," Adrian said. "We didn't move all those boxes and costume racks behind the stage when we were looking for a way out. There could be some kind of room back there where others got trapped." "We got in there, others could have," Lucia agreed. "We need to get them out," Callie said. "The more of us there are down here, the better chance we have of staying alive. We also need to find Joel and Wade." "Could we be talking to Joel and Wade?" Callie asked. Lucia frowned. Could they? There was so much static that the voice was coming through too fuzzy to identify. "How'd they get a radio?" Jace asked. "Maybe they found one in whatever room they're in," Callie said. "But They said they were going to the systems room, Adrian said. Then they all started talking at once, throwing out theories about who was on the radio, where they were, what they should do about it. Finally, Adrian held up one of his large, perfect hands. Stop! Lucia closed her mouth. She flushed. It was right. They were babbling, and it wasn't accomplishing anything. Adrian sighed. The only way we're going to get any answers is to try to find the room behind the stage. Lucia looked at the barricaded door. She really didn't want to leave the office, but he was right. She nodded. So did Kelly. Jay swallowed hard and then nodded too. Okay, Adrian said. Let's do this. Lucia handed Adrian a box of stage props and paused to wipe sweat from her eyes. As she had been doing every so often, every second since she and the others had left the office, she froze and listened hard. She turned in a full circle. They were still alone. Somehow, the group had managed to deconstruct their barricade and make it from the office to the backstage area without encountering the mimic. Unless the robotic endoskeleton had figured out how to walk without making its signature hissing and rasping taps, and no longer shorted out lights when it was nearby, it wasn't close. Even so, every nerve ending in Lucia's body was on alert. She'd never worked so hard to hear every little sound around her and to discern every iota of the details in her surroundings. Look! Jace exclaimed. Shh! Kelly admonished. Jace flushed. Sorry, he whispered. He joined the others in turning yet another full circle to be sure they were alone. Then Jace pointed at the wall. It's one of those doors. Made to look like part of the wall, he whispered. See? He pointed at a narrow door-shaped seam. Lucia stepped up next to Jace and examined the wall. He's right, she whispered, frowned. Why is there a hidden door back here? Ellie shook her head. The place is owned by Fazbear Entertainment. What does Fazbear Entertainment do half of what it does? Good point, Lucia said. She stepped up and felt around the hidden door. How do we get it open? How do we even know this is the right place? Adrian asked. He was moving the last of the boxes that had obscured the hidden door. Lucia looked around. The voice said behind the stage, the only other enclosed place in this costumes closet, and it's open. Lucia shuddered. It found Nick's remains scattered near the open door to the closet. Sticky blood was everywhere. Lucy had stepped in some, and she'd been scraping the sole of her hiking boot on the floor ever since. Out, damned spot, Lucia thought now, suppressing a demented giggle that would have given away the hysteria that she was only barely keeping at bay. Lucia nearly jumped out of her skin when Adrian knocked on a camouflage door panel. What are you doing? What are you doing? Jace squeaked. Before we try to get the door open, Adrian said reasonably, shouldn't we see if someone is in there? I think, Jace began. An answering knock came from the door, from the other side of the door. Jace gasped and leaped over to press against Lucia. Her on-the-alert senses were assaulted by the stale smell of Jace's sweat. Forced herself to pat his shoulder, a half-hearted attempt to comfort him. Kelly leaned towards the door. Can you hear me? Who's in there? She called out softly. They all listened hard, but they heard nothing. What if we run out of oxygen or something? What if they run out of oxygen or something? Kelly asked. Adrian nodded. We need to get in there. He began pressing his fingers along the door seam. Maybe there's a pressure latch somewhere if we could just... Lucia heard a click. The door opened a few inches. They all sucked in a collective breath and retreated a couple of steps. Lucia hugged herself, trying to rub away the goosebumps that had just erupted on her arms. Adrian rolled his shoulders and stepped forward. He grabbed the edge of the door and pulled it up open. The lighting behind the stage was only slightly better than that in the rest of the pizzeria. In addition to a couple of dim wall sconces, the area received a few half-hearted sprays of illumination from dying stage lights attached to metal scaffolding overhead. Those sprays, though weak, stretched in through the open door. Lucia and the others moved together until they were shoulder to shoulder. As one, they stepped forward and peered into the small room. Lucia wasn't sure what she'd expected to find. Joel and Wade? Another group of stupid kids who'd broken into the pizzeria on a lark? Construction worker? In one glance, it was clear that the very small, maybe 8-foot by 8-foot room contained none of those people. In fact, it was empty of any people at all. The only thing in the room was a collection of costumes, like the ones they'd found in the parts and service room. Adrian broke away from the others and took a step into the small room. "Careful," Chase gasped. Adrian gave a sharp nod. He looked around and called out softly, "Anyone in here?" He received no answer. The room was still and silent until it wasn't. Suddenly, the costume on the back right side of the room began to rustle. The churr of fabric against fabric combined with a barely there crackle. And then Lucia heard a hiss and a rasp. "Adrian," she cried, "look out!" Lucia lunged forward and grabbed Adrian's hand. She yanked hard. She acted just in time. The stage light flickered. As Adrian fell back towards Lucia, a costume, one with matted brown fur, a pale face that was vaguely reminiscent of a monkey, surged out from the surrounding characters. A grating sound combined with a whir as a deranged-looking primate leaped towards Adrian, trying to grab Adrian's arm. The monkey's paw's fur was torn, and Lucia thought the glint of metal as it caught the glint of metal as it swiped at Adrian's bicep. Adrian cried out and grabbed his arm. All the lights went out. They were surrounded by blackness. "The mimic!"
"It's the mimic!"
Lucia cried as she tugged at Adrian. Her mind replayed at hypersonic speed what she read in the user's manual about the robot's limbs and torso expanding and contracting to fit into any animatronic costume. Lucia could feel Adrian flailing, trying to keep his balance. Somehow he steadied himself. "Go!" he bellowed. Jace and Callie hadn't needed the command. Lucia could hear their footsteps. They were already running, bumping into boxes and costumes in the backstage area. Jace and Callie were bumbling in the darkness, heading towards the parted stage curtains. Adrian and Lucia, with the grinding, tapping mimic too close behind them, raced after their friends. Lucia tried not to think about the thing pursuing them. She couldn't. She had to concentrate on feeling her way through the murk to get beyond the stage curtains. Once she was sure, she felt the tip of a sharp metal finger catch on the back of her woven vest, and she pushed herself harder. Her vest pulled against her chest, then it went loose again. Adrian grabbed her hand, and he hauled her along even faster. Beyond the curtains, the dining room lights were still on. That light guided them all towards the front of the stage. There, now that they could all see where they were going, they picked up speed. Not bothering with the stairs, all four of them jumped off the stage and vaulted past a jumble of overturned chairs, hopping over the body parts that were scattered throughout the area. They churned through a tangle of limp party streamers and tore through the dining room. Without discussing it, because they nearly had no time to do that, they all ran towards the main hall. Lucia intended to head back to the office. The others apparently did too. Only once did Lucia risk a glance over her shoulder. When she did, she saw the mimic, its arms extended, bending out like those of an orangutan, plodding past a pile of concrete rubble on the arcade side of the dining room. Thankfully, although the mimic was deadly and sneaky, Adrian now realized it didn't move very fast. Adrian and the others were able to get to the office before the mimic reached the lobby. They quickly rebuilt their barricade. Then they all clustered in the middle of the room, panting, clutching at one another, their eyes wide, their attention fixated on the office door. Several seconds passed as they all listened hard. Seconds turned into a minute, then 2. They heard nothing. "Where did it go?" Jace whispered. Adrian glanced down at his friend, who was clutching Lucia's hand so hard Lucia's knuckles were white. Lucia was wincing, but she did nothing to shake Jace off. Adrian shook his head. It was a good question. Lally touched his arm. You're bleeding pretty badly," she whispered. Adrian looked down. Blood was streaming down his arm from a gash in his bicep. He remembered the searing pain when the mimic had grabbed him. Then, running for his life, he'd felt nothing. Now he realized his arm was throbbing. "I think I saw a first aid kit in the filing cabinet when I was rummaging through it," Lucia said. Lucia gently disengaged Jace's hand and stepped over to the filing cabinet, which was once again on its side on top of the desk. She pulled open a drawer and plucked out a small first aid kit. For the next few minutes, Adrian let Lucia and Kelly attend to his gash while Jace hovered nearby. Jace's face was so white it was practically transparent. "Really need stitches," Kelly said, "but these butterfly bandages should help. Hold on." He wrapped the gauze bandage tightly around Adrian's arm. Adrian nodded, but he wasn't thinking about his arm. He was thinking about Wade and Joel. He had a very bad feeling about them. Finally, the girls stopped fussing over his arm. Adrian thanked them and then said aloud what he'd been thinking. "We need to find Joel and Wade." No one said anything. Adrian knew why. They were probably dealing with the same image he was dealing with. Image of Joel and Wade's mutilated bodies. The mimic was obviously as clever as it was lethal. Adrian thought it entirely possible that the mimic had outsmarted the two not-so-clever jocks. Jace piped up. "Are we sure we want to go back out there?" He blinked at the office door. Adrian shook his head. "I wasn't planning to go back out there." Pointed at the vent cover under the table. "We'll go that way." "We?" Jace squeaked. "I'll go with you," Lucia said, her voice cracking only slightly. Adrian repeated the headshake. "No, you need to stay here. See if you and Kelly can get something else on the radio. Maybe some real people this time." Kelly let out a humorous guffaw. "Who knew that thing was so devious? Maybe I should read some more of that user manual," Lucia said. Adrian nodded. "Yeah, do that too." He looked at Jace. "Jace, buddy, I could use your help. Are you up for it?" Jace chewed his thin lower lip. He blinked and sniffled. Then he nodded. "Sure, Adrian. I'm with you." The inflection of both sentences went up in the end as if Jace was more questioning than affirming. No one pointed that out. The duct beyond the vent cover was bigger than Jace had expected it to be. It was plenty wide and tall enough for Adrian, who was 8 inches taller than Jace's diminutive 5'6". It was cleaner too. Jace could feel a faint breeze in the duct. Somewhere a fan was circulating air, which apparently was keeping the faint layer of dust collecting on the metal to a minimum. The duct wasn't, however, all that stable. Just a few feet from the office, as Adrian and Jace crawled around a bend in the ductwork, the steel floor of the duct sagged when one of the seams popped apart a few inches. Jace yelped at the resulting tinny clunk.
thought these things were made of galvanized steel, called out to Adrian, who was a couple of feet ahead of him. Jace could just barely see Adrian. The only light in the ductwork came through vent covers spaced several feet apart. Shh! Adrian stopped and cocked his head to look back over his shoulder at Jace. A faint ray of light reflected off the white of Adrian's eyes. He pointed at the metal grate of a vent cover just ahead of them. "Mig is out there," Adrian whispered. "It could hear us." "Good point," Jace thought. He nodded meekly. He didn't even want to be there. Felt like a rat scurrying around inside a metal maze. But of course, he went along with Adrian. He always did. They crawled for another few feet, past the vent cover, and not a seam cracked part as Adrian crept over it. "Careful," Adrian whispered. "Some of these joints are rusting." Duh, Jace thought. That's why he'd said what he'd said about galvanized steel. He was an artist, not a scientist, but he thought galvanized steel was treated to resist rust. Resist was the operative word, he guessed. Maybe eventually all metal rusted. Whatever. All he knew was that the ductwork wasn't all that stable. He wondered where they'd end up if the duct collapsed under them. They crawled on in silence. Sweat dripped off Jace's nose. Dust made his eyes burn. His knees were starting to ache. "I don't think it's much further," Adrian whispered, as if he sensed Jace's discomfort. Then Adrian froze, so did Jace. They were approaching a vent cover, and beyond it, something was moving. Tap, hiss, rasp. It was the mimic. Adrian turned and put a finger to his lip. Adrian ignored the unnecessary instruction. He had no intention of making a sound or a movement. He was a mute statue. He willed himself to be invisible. The tap, hiss, rasp sound moved closer. The illumination in the duct nearly disappeared. Jace stared at the vent cover. He had to suppress a gasp. Beyond the metal grill, two bright white eyes staring out of the face of a butterscotch-colored furry costume looked into the duct. Something whirred. The vent cover rattled. Jace stopped breathing, closed his eyes tight, as if not looking at the mimic would make it go away. Jace started counting the seconds, wondering how long he could hold his breath. He'd gotten to 19 when he heard Adrian's athletic shoe squeak against the duct's metal side. Jace opened his eyes. Adrian was crawling forward again. He would only be doing that if the mimic had moved off. Even so, Jace hesitated. Then he checked the vent. Light was streaming through the spaces between the grill once more. Okay, he thought. He forced himself to follow his friend. Adrian had hoped they'd be able to take the ductwork right to the systems room, which was where he wanted to start his search for Joel and Wade. That was where Joel had wanted to go, so Adrian figured that was the best place to begin. Unfortunately, he and Jace had encountered an air handler unit, an AHU. The son of a contractor, Adrian knew most about ductwork. Had these large metal boxes that contained the blower, filters, and heating and cooling elements. An AHU had blocked the bend Adrian had wanted to take. Because of this, they ended up in the employee break room instead of the systems room. Adrian looked around the locker-lined room filled with upended tables and chairs. Aside from the furniture and other debris, the room was empty. He quickly and quietly pulled himself out of the duct and bent to offer Jace a hand. Once Jace was on his feet, Adrian motioned for Jace to follow him. He didn't bother to explain to Jace why they were here instead of in the systems room, and Jace didn't ask. Adrian had a feeling Jace was still recovering from being so close to the mimic by that vent cover. Adrian had to admit it freaked him out too. He didn't have time to think about it though. "Come on," Adrian whispered. He quickly let Jace
past a few broken chairs towards the door to the back hall. Jace pressed close to Adrian. Jace was clammy and smelly, but Adrian figured he was too. Adrian slowly opened the door to the hallway. Pausing a beat, he leaned his head out and looked in both directions. The hallway was clear. It was quiet. No tapping footsteps. Adrian looked to his left, towards the end of the hall. The systems room door was standing open. Good. Adrian nudged Jace. Then he trotted as quickly and as quietly as possible over the hallway's black and white tiles. It couldn't be totally silent. The feet made scuffling sounds over the dirty floor, but they were as stealthy as they could be. 5 seconds, which felt like 5 minutes, they covered the distance to the systems room. Adrian looked over his shoulder, checked the hallway behind them. It was still empty. He ducked into the systems room and waited until Jace followed him in. Then he shut the door. Adrian and Jace looked around. The systems room was a shadowed, L-shaped space filled with a bank of control panels. Along one wall, an industrial-sized furnace flanked by metal maintenance scaffolding. The furnace had multiple rectangular chutes and cylindrical ducts, many of which looked to be collapsing. Something in the furnace was running, though. Adrian could hear the faint rhythmic hum of what sounded like a fan. "That smell?" Jace asked. Adrian inhaled. "It's just a furnace," he said. "Old furnaces can smell like rotten eggs when they..." "No, not that smell. The other one." Jace took a tentative step towards the bend in the wall. Peered around the corner. Jace let out a squawk and fell back into Adrian. He bounced off Adrian and fell to his knees. Bending over, Jace made a gasping and heaving sound as Adrian shot forward to see what had upset Jace so badly. Adrian managed to stay silent when he saw the first leg. He didn't scream or even gasp when he saw an arm a few feet from the leg. When he looked beyond the arm, he saw the mutilated head lying on one ear, its eyes staring. Adrian still managed to keep it together. With a massive force of will, he tamped down the wretch, and he turned away from Wade's remains. Adrian's eyes closed his eyes and breathed in and out 3 times. He went back to Jace and put a hand on the little guy's shoulder. "Going to be okay?" Adrian asked. Jace was curled forward, hugging himself. He didn't look up, but he nodded. "Stay here," Adrian said. Jace didn't respond. Adrian looked back at the system's door. He listened. No rasping tap. The mimic had been here, obviously, but it wasn't here now. Adrian took a deep breath and steeled himself, forcing his feet into motion. He went around the corner. Adrian had to step carefully to avoid all Wade's dissected parts. Wade's blood was everywhere too. Adrian couldn't stay away from all of it. It was splashed all over the floor. Tiptoeing gingerly, Adrian made his way toward Wade's torso. No, wait. It wasn't Wade's torso, it was Joel's. Both Wade and Joel had worn the same purple and yellow team shirts, but Joel was a bigger guy. It was his torso that lay, bisected horizontally, at the bottom of what looked like a vertical furnace shaft. Adrian looked around. He spotted Wade's torso against the wall. Adrian tore his gaze from the gore strewn around him, concentrated on the hum he'd been hearing since they entered the room. If there was a big enough fan, there might be a way out of this place. Adrian made himself focus on that thought and not on what was all around him. If they were going to survive, they all had to control their emotions and find a way to think logically. Adrian stepped over to disembodied legs, thought they were Joel's.
doing his best not to touch the side of the furnace opening above the legs. Adrian stuck his head into the opening and looked up. Just as he thought, the chute, which had handholds and footholds for climbing, led up to a massive fan. Adrian retreated, returned to Jace, squatting down next to his friend. Adrian repeated his earlier question. Are you gonna be okay? This time, Jace looked up. His eyes were red, his lips quivering, but he cleared his throat and asked, Is it both of them? Adrian nodded. Yeah. They were silent for several seconds. Adrian had never much liked Joel or Wade, Joel could especially be a real jerk sometimes, but he hadn't deserved what had happened to him. No one did. Adrian touched Jace's shoulder. There's a bit of good news. Jace wiped his eyes. What's that? I think Joel and Wade were trying to get out through the chute that leads up to the ceiling. There's a big fan up there between the ceiling and the crawl space under the roof. We could get it turned off. Find a way out, Jace said, brightening infinitesimally. Adrian squeezed Jace's shoulder. Exactly. Let's do that, Jace said. He pushed himself off the floor and stood. Lucia threw up her hands and backed away from the table that held the uncooperative radio. It's no use, she sighed. Signal's not making it past the building. Yet, Lally said. He was sitting in a chair in front of the radio. You have to keep trying. Lucia shook her head. I'm not as good with radios as I am with robots and computers. Lucia thought about how much she'd been enjoying her robotics class in school. After this, resuming there was an after this. After this, assuming there was an after this, she wasn't so sure she'd be as excited about robots as she used to be. The mimic, although she and the others had been thinking of it as more of a creature than something mechanical, was, after all, a robot. It was a strange and fiendish robot, but it was a robot. And because of it, Lucia wasn't so sure she wanted anything to do with robots anymore. While I keep tinkering with the radio, Kelly said, why don't you see if you can find anything else about the mimic? Lucia glanced at the user's manual he'd flung to the floor near the barricade that blocked the door. She'd read it forward and backward. The only thing she'd learned was where its deactivation switch was, at the back of its neck. But if you couldn't get close to the thing without being ripped apart, what good was that knowledge? Lucia sighed and stretched. She rubbed her sore back. She'd been bending over the radio so long that her lower back muscles were screaming at her. You're more patient than I am, Lucia said to Kelly. Kelly looked up and smiled. Confession, she blushed. I never told anyone at school about this. Lucia frowned, wondering what she was about to hear. I'm a ham radio freak, Kelly said. I have a setup at home. I talk to people from all over the world. I have more friends I've never seen face to face than I even know at school. Why is that a confession? Lucia asked. Kelly flipped her now straggling brown hair off her shoulder. Pretty nerdy. Hey, Lucia said. Watch the way you say that word. You're talking to the queen of nerds. She grinned. Kelly laughed. She pointed. Go, try to learn something else. I'll stick with this. Lucia nodded. She crossed to the desk barricade and started going through the drawers. She'd already been through all the filing cabinet drawers. If she was going to find something, it would have to be in the desk. 10 minutes later, Lucia hadn't found anything else about the mimic. She did, however, find a key on a key ring that was labeled storage. She remembered seeing a deadbolt on the door of the small room at the end of the hallway. the one opposite to the systems room. He wondered if the key was to that room. Shrugging, Lucia pocketed the key. It might come in handy at some point. Adrian and Jace paused at the edge of the stage and listened. The dining room was such a disaster of broken furniture, construction materials, endoskeleton parts, and human body parts that it was like looking at a microcosm of an Armageddon. Jace didn't want to be anywhere near this room, but Adrian was right. What they needed would be out here. Jace was pretty proud of himself for the fact that he was still a functioning human being at this point. Spending even 1 minute in the abattoir that was the systems room was more than he'd ever thought he had in him. Somehow, though, he'd managed to help Adrian scour the room for the fan control panel. When he'd found it on the main control panel at the back of the room, he'd been able to pick his way past the drags of Joel and Wade, so he could check to see if the fan was still going when Adrian toggled the fan switch to the off position. When flipping the switch had no effect, Jace had also helped Adrian locate a fuse box, but none of the switches in the box had stopped the fan either. Jace had even crawled behind the bottom part of the control panel. Adrian wouldn't fit back there and looked for a loose connection. He didn't find any. But by the time they were done attempting to stop the fan, Jace knew every inch of the systems room, and he'd been desensitized to the carnage that filled the small space. His nose had even adjusted to the stink in the room. The combination of a coppery blood odor and the reek of the fluids Joel and Wade's bodies had released when they died. Now, though, being out in the open, Jace was losing his nerve again. His legs were shaking, but he was not going to wuss out on Adrian. He stuck right with his friend. As Jace and Adrian sidled around the edge of the dining room, they heard a thud in the farthest of the adjacent party rooms. They froze and stared in the direction. "We'd better hurry," Adrian whispered. He pointed to the left. "I think that's what we need." Jace immediately saw what Adrian was looking at. He nodded, glanced towards the party room, and then, without discussing it with Adrian, he took off towards their prize. What they were looking for was wedged between a stack of concrete blocks and a pile of wood beams. It was in a tight spot. Jace figured he'd be able to reach it more easily than Adrian would. As he scurried over a litter of bright paper cups and plates, Jace idly wondered what had been going on in the place before everyone had been ripped apart. Had they been planning to remodel it? Use it as a storage room for decommissioned robots? I wish someone would have decommissioned the mimic, Jace muttered under his breath, as he squeezed between a stack of overturned barstool-style red vinyl-topped chairs in a large metal toolbox. Jace crawled past an upside-down table, and he knelt. He reached out and managed to snag the metal foot of a long endoskeleton leg. He pulled on it, didn't budge. Something scraped the floor behind him. He spun around. "It's just me," Adrian whispered. "I thought it might be too heavy for you." Jace shook his head. He was determined to be useful. He grunted, and he tugged again. Maybe his determination gave him strength when he needed. The leg came loose. He started dragging it across the floor, shaking it to free it from the other endoskeleton parts entangled with it. Jace grimaced. "Things are heavy." A thunk sounded from the party room. Adrian scrabbled up next to Jace. "Let me help. We need to get moving." Jace didn't argue. Adrian reached
around Jace and grasped the ankle of the metal leg. He jerked it and then lifted it up onto his shoulder. "Come on," Adrian said. The dining room lights started flickering. "We need to go," Adrian whispered. "Now." Adrian got a good grip on the metal leg and clambered over the concrete blocks. He reached back to pull Jace to his feet. As soon as Jace was upright, Adrian pushed him towards the back of the dining room. Jace started to run, but Adrian grabbed his shirt and yacked him to stop. Jace yelped. Then he immediately realized why Adrian had stopped him. The mimic was there, just a few feet away, rising up from behind a pile of endoskeleton arms and torsos. The mimic was no longer in the form of a monkey, or whatever it had been when it was outside the vent cover. Now it was some kind of blonde-colored dog, a mangled dog with one ragged ear and a torn muzzle. The mimic's metal teeth shone through the costume. The ends of the metal limbs jutted through the malted edges of the dog's paw. The mimic took a rasping step. The dining room went black. Something grabbed Jace's hand. He nearly screamed, but then he realized he was feeling skin, not metal. It was Adrian. Jace let Adrian pull him backward, away from the mimic. The mimic's rasping, tapping footsteps moved closer, but terror gave Jace and Adrian speed they never had before. They floundered over the dining room debris, falling and getting back up again, lurching, spinning, leaping. They kept moving forward. With the mimic's whirring approach right behind them, Jace and Adrian managed to fumble their way into the arcade. There, the lights were still working. That meant the mimic wasn't close on their heels. Adrian led Jace along a row of pinball machines. At the end of the row, they paused and listened. They could hear the mimic's footsteps. The footfalls weren't close. Adrian knelt and pulled Jace down next to him. Putting his mouth right next to Jace's ear, Adrian whispered, "I think if we sneak onto the small stage, we can slip behind the stage curtain and get to the far side of the big stage before the mimic realizes what we've done. You with me?" Adrian nodded. Jace nodded. He didn't want to be with Adrian. He wanted to be someplace else, any place else. He wished he could check out, take himself to an imaginary place filled with happy, cute, benign things, instead of a menacing, ugly, hostile thing. However, he knew his go-to way of coping with stress wasn't going to work. Crawling under a pinball machine and drawing bunnies was a sure way to become the mimic's next victim. Adrian motioned for Jace to stay low, and he duck-walked around the skee-ball machine. They both peered into the dining room. The far side of it remained dark. That meant the mimic was still over there. Adrian made a come-on gesture, and he rose to his full height. Jace turned himself into Adrian's shadow. He stayed right at Adrian's side as Adrian darted towards the small stage and vaulted up onto it. Somehow Adrian still held on to the heavy endoskeleton leg with his free hand. He reached down and pulled Jace up onto the stage. A ladder from the far side of the room froze them in their tracks. Adrian immediately dropped to the stage, flattening himself to its wood floor. Jace followed suit. They remained there for several seconds, breathing as quietly as they could. When they didn't hear anything else, Adrian began to army crawl forward. Jace copied him. Along, they slithered over the rough, dusty stage floor and slipped behind the main curtains. Jace almost sneezed when the velvet fabric brushed against his nose, but he managed to suppress the urge. He wasn't going to be the reason they got killed. Behind the curtain, Adrian stood and helped Jace up. He motioned for Jace to follow. He walked flat-footed, not making a sound, behind the curtain. Jace copied him again. They moved slowly, surreptitiously. so it took longer than Jace wanted for them to make it across the broad expanse. But they eventually got to the other side. When they did, Adrian eased back the curtain and looked out. He dropped the curtain and bent down to whisper in Jace's ear again. His breath was hot and forceful. Dining room lights are on again, but the lobby looks dark. I think the mimic went out the other way. You ready? We need to get down the hall as fast as possible. Jace nodded. Okay. Adrian repositioned the heavy endoskeleton leg. Let's go. Adrian grabbed Jace's hand, and the two of them pushed through the curtain and ran down the stairs off the stage. Jace wanted to stop and check behind them to make sure the mimic wasn't coming after them, but he didn't. Instead, he squeezed Adrian's hand and did his best to keep up as Adrian sprinted away from the dining room. Adrian gently closed the door to the systems room. Before they'd entered, he looked back down the hall. He hadn't seen anything, but the dining room was dark again. The mimic wasn't that far away. It'd have to be fast. Come on, Adrian said. Running past the torn pieces of Joel and Wade, Adrian didn't even bother to try to avoid the blood. There wasn't time. At the opening to the bottom, the chute, Adrian stopped and propped the metal leg against the outside of the furnace. Wait until I get in there with the leg, and then, as soon as you can, follow me. I think wedging this metal thing into the fan will stop it, but it may not hold for long. There also may not be enough room for me to get through, but you'll be able to, so stay close. Jace nodded. He wasn't letting himself think anymore. He was just reacting. Whatever Adrian told him to do, he'd do it. Adrian punched Jace lightly on the upper arm. You've done good, Jace. Real good. Jace's eyes filled with tears. He blinked them away and nodded. He didn't trust himself to speak. Adrian levered himself up into the chute. He reached back out for the metal leg. The leg scraped the side of the furnace as it slid into the chute. The metal-on-metal rasp was unsettling. And so was the rasp that came from the outside of the systems room. The sound was faint, but Jace's senses were attuned to it. He knew what it was the second he heard it. He got his confirmations a few seconds later when the lights flickered. Adrian must have seen the flicker as well. There's no time to get you in here, Adrian said. Go hide. Jace had already figured that out on his own. Before Adrian finished speaking, Jace scurried around the end of the furnace, heading towards one of the control panels. He was ducking inside the dark space behind the front of the panel when the lights in the systems room went out. The interior of the furnace chute was tight. It smelled strongly of rotten eggs and blood, but it had evenly spaced handholds and footholds, and it was an easy climb to the top. Adrian had just reached the apex of the shaft when the room went dark. As soon as it did, he froze. He heard the hissing and tapping of the mimic's footfalls. The creature was coming towards the bottom of the shaft. Jace, Adrian thought. Had Jace found a place to hide? Adrian badly wanted to go back down and find his friend, but the mimic was down there in the dark. There was no way Adrian was going to get to Jace. The only thing he could do now was try to get out through the fan and go for help. Adrian gingerly shifted position in the shaft. He hung on to a handhold with one hand and got a good grip on the metal leg with the other. Then, summoning all his strength he had left, he lifted the leg above his head. As soon as Adrian jammed the leg into place, he knew it wasn't going to be sturdy enough to do the job Adrian needed it to do. The fan was far more powerful than Adrian had suspected it was. Immediately, the fan's blades started scoring through the metal leg, spraying metal shavings into the air above Adrian's upturned face. He closed his eyes and looked away. The fan's gears ground. Adrian heard a snapping twang. The leg was violently wrenched from his grasp. Adrian cringed at the metallic crunching that sounded like metal eating metal. The endoskeleton leg thrashed about above Adrian. Its foot beat against Adrian's shoulder. Then Adrian felt specks of heat searing the top of his head. He heard a sputter. Without thinking, he looked up and was rewarded with more tiny burns. The fan was sparking. Stop turning? The metallic banging above Adrian's head got louder. It turned into a cacophony of metal shearing metal. Then part of the leg jumped out of the chute's handholds. Wait, sorry, that's wrong. The part of the leg jumped out of the fan. It hit Adrian on the temple, and Adrian lost his grip on the chute's handhold. He let out an involuntary cry. Adrian fell straight down the shaft. He skirmed along its walls. Handholds and footholds battered him as he went. He fell faster and faster as he was zipping down an enclosed slide. The fall was short and painful, and in the few seconds that he was descending, Adrian didn't have time to think about what would happen next. This was a mercy, because what did happen next was Adrian's worst nightmare. He shot down to the bottom of the shaft and out through its opening, right into the extended arms of the mimic. Jace cowered behind the control panel, breathing as shallowly as he could. He had listened to the mimic's footfalls pass him and head towards the bottom of the chute. Go, Adrian, Jace had thought. Adrian had to get the fan stopped, and get out. He just had to. When Jace had heard metal screaming and banging, he had hoped for the best, but then he heard Adrian's cry. Jace started to leave his hiding place. He had to help his friend. Before he could shove himself free, though, Jace heard Adrian's cry out again. His cry was much louder than the first one. It wasn't just a cry, it was a howl. It was a caterwaul, a keen of indescribable pain. Jace knew what the sound meant. The mimic had Adrian. Jace compressed himself into the smallest ball possible, let the tears sluice down his cheeks as he listened to his friend die. Tales from the Pizzaplex. Book 6, Nexie. Epilogue. Help! The voice on the radio came through loud and clear, filled the small office space so forcefully that Callie exhaled sharply. Her breath created an air current that rippled the memos and children's drawings pinned to the bulletin board on the wall above the radio. Callie had just finished installing a new electrolytic capacitor into the radio's workings. And when she heard the crystal clear voice, she whipped her hand back and stared at the radio in awe. It fixed it. Help! The voice repeated. Or had she? Callie frowned. That voice, it was clear now, not lost in static, like it had been when she and the others had first heard it, but it was the same voice. Lucia, who had been sitting cross-legged on the floor, flipping through a small, crumpled notebook, got up. She crossed the room and leaned over Callie's shoulder. Help me! I'm trapped in the old pizzeria, the voice said. Callie looked up at Lucia. It's the mimic, Lucia said, unnecessarily. Yeah, Callie thought. Tell me something I don't know. She shook her head. Thought I'd be able to fix it when you found those parts, but all I was able to do was clear up the local signal. I'm not getting outside the building. She sighed. Can't believe the mimic thinks we're going to fall for that trick again. A couple hours before, when they first heard the garbled version of the voice, Callie, Lucia, Adrian, and Jace had thought they'd found others trapped in the old pizzeria with them. It was heartening. to think they weren't on their own. Even though Kelly tended to be a loner, she knew that in dire situations, strength in numbers was a real thing. Unfortunately, there weren't any others. There was just the mimic, which had used the radio to lure them to a room off the area behind the stage. Kelly shivered when she thought about what would have happened if she or anyone else had just barged all the way into the room when they'd gotten to the hidden door. The fact that they'd managed to run before the mimic got one of them was a miracle. Not that Kelly believed in miracles. With a hypochondriac mother who spent most of her time in bed nursing this or that only in her head illness, and a father who was a workaholic police detective, Kelly's life hadn't given her any evidence of miracles. All she'd learned from her experiences was two things. One, it was best to know how to entertain yourself. And two, really bad things happened. Her dad, on the rare occasions he was home, told horrific stories of pain and loss. He made it clear that Kelly would be a fool to think life was anything but suffering. Lucia waved the notebook she held. I think I might have a little insight into how the mimic's programming works. She opened the notebook and pointed at a page of penciled handwriting. Kelly squinted at the smudged hand scratch. You can read that? A little. Lucia pointed at a battered shoebox sitting on the floor next to the desk. This was in the box I found at the back of the bottom desk drawer. The one the radio parts were in. Apparently, this notebook belonged to one of the engineers on the original Fazbear Entertainment animation creation team, the ones who built all the characters that provided entertainment in the Freddy Fazbear pizzerias. He flipped through the notebook and tapped one of the pages. Can't make it all out, but from what I can tell, when the team created the Mimic line, they didn't want to have to program in every show routine step by step. There was a lot of coding, so they just programmed the Mimic to basically watch and learn. Not only could the Mimic fit in to any costume, it was designed to observe the other routines and then mimic them. Kelly raised an eyebrow. Sounds like tricky programming. Yeah, too tricky. Lucia flipped a page in the notebook. She screwed up her face as she pointed at the few unsmudged words on the page. I wish I could read all this, but it seems like the original Mimic began mimicking not just the other animatronics, but also people. And it did it in ways that weren't intended. I'm not sure what it did. I can just make out the words misconstrue, scared, potential disaster, and deactivate remaining Mimic endos. Kelly rubbed her arms. Okay, she said, but what does that have to do with the Mimic's attempt to trick us? Lucia closed the notebook. I think the Mimic might seem like a malevolent creature to us, but it's really just a robot that was designed to copy what it observes. At some point, it might have seen maybe something like a hide-and-seek game, or whatever. Probably can't reason that the trick would only work once. Help, the voice said again. Kelly looked at the radio. Maybe we can use this to our advantage. If it wants to lure us to it, it will be where it says it is, right? Lucia nodded. Wild curls bounced. Brilliant! She reached out and picked up the mic. Where are you? She asked. I'm trapped in the janitor's supply room, the voice said. Well, now it's just being stupid, Kelly said. We searched that room. There's no way anyone is trapped in there. Clearly, its internal logic doesn't extend to reasoning out what we might or might not have done yet. Lucia said, maybe. She stopped when a metallic thud sounded inside the duct leading away from the vent opening under the table that held the radio. Kelly jumped up. Both she and Lucia retreated to the other side of the room. Maybe it's smarter than we think, Kelly whispered. She stared at the vent opening. After Adrian and Jace had crawled into that opening, Kelly Callie and Lucia had simply leaned the vent cover over the opening. It wasn't attached. Whatever was coming towards the office through the duct would easily be able to get out into the room. Maybe it's not the mimic, Lucia whispered back. It could be Adrian and Jace. Callie listened hard. She heard a faint clunk, followed by a skir that sounded like fabric slipping over dusty metal. She leaned towards Lucia and whispered even more quietly into Lucia's ear. Sound is too uniform to be coming from two. Whoever or whatever it is in there alone. I mean, at this point, just call out, right? If no one answers, then you know it's the mimic, and you run beforehand, and if it's one of them, they'll say something, right? Well, whatever. Lucia frowned and listened. She turned and glanced at the makeshift barricade blocking the office door. She looked back at Callie, who nodded. Without exchanging another word, Callie and Lucia each took an end of the filing cabinet that was lying on top of the desk, shoved in front of the door. Callie knew she and Lucia were thinking the same thing. The mimic could fool them once, maybe it was doing it again. It made them think it was someplace else and was now trying to sneak up on them through the ductwork. They had to get out of the office. Callie and Lucia set the filing cabinet on the floor and they started to move the desk, but they weren't fast enough. The vent cover fell onto the floor with a clatter. Lucia ran over and picked up the desk chair Callie had been using moments before. She raised it above her head and stood by the table. Callie continued shoving at the desk on her own, but she kept an eye on the vent opening. When she saw a thick thatch of disheveled black hair and a pale face with equally thick and black-framed glasses, she called out, "Wait, it's Jace!" Lucia exhaled loudly and sat down in a chair. She bent over and held out a hand to help their friend out of the duct. "Where's Adrian?" Lucia asked as she hauled the small, skinny guy up onto his feet. One look at Jace's expression told Callie all she needed to know about Adrian. The dust covering Jace's face was bisected by light trails running down from his eyes. They were the tracks left by tears, Callie realized immediately. Jace's red eyes and dull gaze confirmed her conclusion. Lucia, maybe because she didn't want to understand, took longer to realize the obvious. "Jace, where's Adrian?" Jace started to shake. He shook so hard that Callie rushed over and helped him to sit. Once he was on the chair, she kept her hand on his shoulder to try to steady him, leaned down and said, "He's gone, isn't he?" Jace leaned forward and put his face in his hands. He started sobbing and babbling. His words were mostly incoherent, but one sentence was clear. "Couldn't do anything." Lucia took a step backward and stared at Jace. Her face had lost all its color. Her eyes were glassy. Callie knelt down, put an arm around Jace. He had no idea what he said, but the guy clearly needed comfort. Whatever had happened, Callie couldn't make sense of what he was saying. That had been bad. Lucia suddenly rushed forward. She grabbed Jace's wrist and snatched his hands from his face. "Get it together. Tell us what happened." Callie blinked at Lucia's harsh tone. Then she got it. Lucia was coping with her grief by going right to anger. Callie tried to calm her. "Lucia," she said, "Jace is in shock." "I don't care," Lucia said, or yelled. Lucia's outburst snapped Jace out of his stupor. He freed himself of Callie's embrace and shot to his feet. "Nothing I can do," he shouted back. "Adrian was trying to get out of the out through the fan, and he must have fallen. The mimic had him before I could even move. If I'd come out of my hiding place, I'd be dead too. Is that what you wanted?" "Yes!" "Of course," he answered. Lucia screamed. Jace blanched and blinked. Then he said softly, "You probably won't have to wait long. The only 3 left.
Maybe I'll be next. Lucia didn't say anything. She just balled up her fists and glared at Jace. Kelly sighed. Wait, and Joel, you found them? She asked Jace. Jace looked her way and nodded. I think they'd been trying to get out of the through the fan too. We found what was left of them when they went to the systems room. Lucia turned and crossed to the other side of the office. She faced a yellowed, curling Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria poster and dropped her head. Kelly watched as Lucia's shoulders hunched and started shaking. The fact that Lucia had a crush on Adrian had been obvious to Kelly for a long time. Kelly never said much at school, but she observed. She was well aware of the dynamic between those around her. Hope had been pretty straightforward. She loved Adrian. Adrian had been equally transparent. He'd loved Hope back. Wade had loved Hope too, but he'd tried to hide it. Jace was crazy about Lucia, but Lucia only had eyes for Adrian. Joel had never seemed to care much about anyone but Joel. Kelly, if she'd been honest with herself, had liked Nick, but Nick had never shown any interest in her. Maybe because she'd always been on the fringes of social life at school, or maybe because she'd been hardened by the stories her dad had told her about his work. Kelly had been shocked by the other deaths, but she wasn't devastated. Not like Lucia was right now, anyway. Help! The voice on the radio said again. Jace sucked in a breath and stared at the radio. His eyes got huge. Is that the mimic? Kelly said, trying to lure us out again. Jace wiped his face. He frowned at the radio. But that means that we know where it is right now, Kelly finished for him. Yeah. Jace swallowed and adjusted his glasses. He rubbed his jaw, clearly thinking. Glancing once at Lucia, who still stood with her back to the room, he cleared his throat. I had to crawl through a lot of ductwork to get back here. Took a couple of wrong turns and learned more than I wanted to about how the ducts are laid out. The ducts are old. Some of these seams are rusting out, maybe on the verge of collapse. But they're mostly passable. While I was in them, I got an idea. He glanced at Lucia's back. Was thinking we could lure the mimic into one of the rooms. I thought we'd go into the room and wait until the thing came after me. Then I could escape into a duct while you two blocked the door. Lucia whirled around and glowered at Jace. That's stupid. Why wouldn't the mimic just go after you in the ducts? It can expand and contract, remember? Jace flinched away from Lucia's anger. I know, but it's the weight of it. I don't think the duct could hold it. As long as I get ahead of the mimic, it tried to follow me, I think the duct seam would fail, and the mimic would fall through the duct. Lucia frowned and thought about that. He looked at Kelly. Kelly shrugged. You're the one who read the user's manual, but it makes sense to me. If we could convince the mimic we're coming to the janitor's supply room, we won't have to worry about it jumping out at us while we're setting up the trap. Lucia nodded slowly. Then, ignoring Jace, she walked over and picked up the radio's mic. Hello? Lucia said in the mic. Are you still there? The voice replied immediately. Yes, help! I'm trapped at the janitor's supply room. Okay, Lucia said. Stay where you are. We're coming to find you. She looked at Kelly. Then she keyed the mic again. Might take us a while because one of us is hurt, but we're coming. Thank you, the voice said. How nice, Lucia said in a voice heavy with sarcasm. It's a polite, murderous robot creature. One corner of Jace's mouth lifted up in a half smile. Kelly felt sorry for him. He so wanted Lucia to like him as much as he liked her. Kelly put her back to Jace and caught Lucia's gaze. Kelly used her head to indicate Jace. She raised her eyebrows and gave Lucia a pointed look.
apologize to the guy, Kelly tried to say with her expression. Lucia was quick to catch on. That was why Kelly liked her. Lucia scowled, but then she stepped over to Jace. She took his hand. I'm sorry I yelled at you, she said. Kelly didn't think Lucia sounded all that sorry, but the words were a start. We're all in shock, Kelly said, trying to help along the apology. We're not acting like ourselves. Lucia quirked her lips, but she nodded. It's okay, Jay said. I understand. Lucia was lying when she'd said she was sorry. She wasn't sorry at all. She was still furious at Jace for letting Adrian die. But she didn't have time to indulge her feelings right now. Jace might have been a coward, but he had a good idea, and they needed to act on it while the mimic was waiting for them to come to the janitor's supply room. We need a plan, Lucia said, and I think I have one. Lucia started telling Kelly and Jace about the key she'd found. Kelly listened intently. Jace looked past Lucia's shoulder. His child-sized fingers kept fiddling with the drawing pencils in his pocket protector. He knew he was itching to pull one out and retreat to a corner so he could draw his way into oblivion. If only he could draw Adrian back to life. Every time Lucy let herself take in reality of Adrian's death, she couldn't breathe. It felt like an invisible hand was reaching into her chest and crushing her heart. Adrian was gone. Adrian, who had been the shining light in her world since her family had moved to this miserable town, was gone. Lucia? Kelly said. Lucia summoned her willpower, and she managed to take in a breath. What had she been saying? We're telling us about the key that you think goes to the deadbolt on the door to the storage room, the end of the back hall, Kelly said. Then you stopped talking. You might have stopped breathing too. Lucia forcefully pulled in another lungful of air. Sorry, She shook her head. Yeah, so we can lock that room. I thought that would be the best place for our trap. But we need to know whether there's ductwork in that room. The radio spit static. Then the voice asked, Are you coming to help? I'm scared. Lucia snorted. Scared? Ha! Kelly reached for the radio. Hang on, we're coming. It won't be much longer. He looked at Lucia. Kelly's expression was tight. Her eyes were slightly narrowed, and a furrow bunched between her eyebrow. Lucia interpreted the look as judgment for what Lucia had said to Jace. She'd basically told Jace she'd rather that he died, or rather, that he'd die as well, right? Instead of Adrian. But that was true. No matter what she said now, Jace wasn't going to feel any better. And besides, they didn't have time to deal with Jace's feelings. Jace continued to fidget with his drawing pens, and he continued to avoid Lucia's gaze. But he spoke. If I was oriented correctly, I'm pretty sure I crawled past the vent in that room, he said. It's actually exactly what we want. Behind some boxes, I could see them through the vent grate. If we could get in there and take the vent cover off, but leave it propped over the opening, the mimic wouldn't even see it behind the boxes. And it's a smaller vent opening than most of the others too. The mimic might not even be able to get into it. Once the mimic comes for me, I can run behind the boxes and escape into the vent while you two deadbolt the door. That could work, Lucia said. She pursed her lips. Like I said before, we don't know exactly how compact the mimic can get, but hopefully you're right about its weight. Jace nodded without looking up. Why does it have to be you, Jace? Kelly asked. Being the bait is going to be dangerous. Maybe we should put our names in a box or something and draw for it. Jace lifted his head. He'd blinked at Kelly and giving her a small smile. That's nice, but no, it has to be me. I've been in the ducts. I know how to move through them, and I need to do this. He flicked a glance at Lucia. Kelly sighed. Okay,
She looked at Lucia. But what if the mimic is strong enough to break through the deadbolt? Lucia thought about the question. It was a good one. The mimic was a powerful machine. It ripped apart human bodies as if they were made of gauze. It could very well snap a deadbolt. You have a point, Lucia said. We need to barricade the door too, Lally said. How to barricade a door that opens inward? Jace asked. Lucia frowned. She chewed on her lower lip for a few seconds while she ran through possible options. Okay, she said finally. I have an idea. Come on. Come on, Kelly. Help me move the desk. Lucia stepped towards the desk. Where are we going? Jace asked in a pitifully small voice. Lucia blew out air and turned towards Jace. She didn't want to take the time to explain her plan. She just wanted to do it. But she knew Jace was scared, and he had every right to be. She forced herself to be patient. We need a couple tables, Lucia said. We need a long one, bigger than the one in the storage room doorway. We'll break off its legs so it's basically a slab. We'll cover it, and we'll use it to cover the door opening. Then we'll need a smaller table, one about the width of this hallway. We'll use that to wedge the longer tabletop in place. We'll shove the smaller table between the longer table on one side and the hallway wall on the other side. That way, even if the mimic breaks through the deadbolt, the doorway will be blocked. I think we can find both tables in the employees' lounge. Kelly slowly nodded. That will work. So we'll need to get tables? We need to get the tables ready, right? Like, leave them in the hallway or something. Then Jace. She looked at him. You'll lure the mimic into the storage room and go for the vent to escape. While you're doing that, we'll close and deadbolt the door and position the tables, because we hope the vent will be too small or heavy for the mimic to make it through. It will be trapped. She shifted her gaze to Lucia. Right? That's it in a nutshell, Lucia said. Kelly and Jace were silent. No one moved. Lucia's patience ran out. She positioned herself at the end of the desk. If we're going to do this, the first thing we need to do is move this desk. Kelly? Hang on a second, Kelly said. She picked up the radio's mic. Hello? Are you still there? The radio was silent. Lucia felt the muscles in her neck and shoulder clench. Her stomach constricted. Hello? Kelly repeated. I'm sorry we're delayed, but we're coming now. She leaned over the radio, as if telepathically commanding the voice to come through its speaker. Nothing. Kelly turned and looked towards Lucia and Jace. The skin around Jace's eyes pulled inward. His breath started coming in quick little bursts. Kelly tried one more time. Are you there? She said into the mic. Lucia counted to 5, then she said, I think the mimic has caught on. Jace hugged himself. Kelly set down the radio's mic. Her hand was trembling. But it doesn't matter, Lucia said. The only chance we have to trap it is to trap it. She looked towards the office door. We have to go out there. When Lucia agreed to Adrian's suggestion of a double date, Jace had been over the moon. He had fallen for Lucia the first time he'd met her, on a rainy afternoon at Adrian's house. This is my new neighbor, Adrian had said when he'd introduced Lucia to Jace. And Jace was a goner. He wasn't sure what had gotten to him. Was it the wild hair, the funky clothes, the sensual mouth? Maybe it was the way one of Lucia's eyes was bigger than the other. He gave her a quizzical look Jace thought was beyond charming. Maybe it was one of those things. Maybe it was her mind. She was the smartest girl Jace had ever met. She thought in ways that no one else did. He was in awe of her. He'd been so excited about the double date. He thought it was going to be the start of their future together. Jace understood now that he and Lucia had no future, not even if they survived. And he didn't think the odds
were that great that they were going to make it. Not him, anyway. The real reason he'd insisted on being the bait for their trap was because he didn't think the bait would live long. For the moment, though, he let himself enjoy watching Lucia. He loved the way she moved. She always walked with purpose, the heads and shoulders tilted slightly forward, as if she couldn't wait to get to where she was going. Now she led Kelly and Jace down the red-walled hall towards the door of the employees' lounge. Her head swiveled right and left as they passed the torn poster of Freddy Fazbear. From the tilt of her head, Jace could tell Lucia was listening hard. So was Jace. It took just a couple of seconds to reach the doorway to the employees' lounge. Lucia led the others through the shadowed opening. Lucia was stepping carefully, but hiking boots weren't the stealthiest of shoes. Her rubber soles scuffed the dirty tiles, making a rough sliding sound. Jace and Kelly were quieter. They tiptoed around the crumpled paper and flattened paper cups that were scattered over the floor. A few feet into the room, Lucia stopped and looked around. Her gaze landed on a long table leaning against a few of the black metal lockers. She motioned for Kelly and Jace to follow her, and she headed that way. Faint clink froze Lucia mid-step. Jace and Kelly stopped too. Jace's breath caught at the back of his throat. His legs quivered, and he clutched Kelly's arm. Kelly didn't protest. She didn't move at all. No one spoke. What direction had the sound come from? Jace thought the sound had originated from someplace close. Could something in the ductwork have made the sound? Air did move in there. Metal expanded and contracted. Could that have been the source of the sound? Lucia looked up at the recessed ceiling lights. Though dim, they were steady. Jace knew that what she was thinking. Lights always flickered when the mimic was close. How close could it get before they flickered, though? Jace had never paid enough attention to answer that question. Jace rotated slightly and peered into every shrouded part of the room. He squinted at a couple coats hanging in the corner opposite the lockers. Were they coats? Jace had already seen the mimic could get into and out of costumes. What if the seemingly limp, empty sleeves in the corner weren't empty at all? Lucia had apparently decided it was safe to continue. She took another step and another. Kelly and Jace began moving forward again too. Lucia was now passing a locker door that was slightly ajar. Jace's gaze zeroed in on the 2-inch gap that revealed absolute blackness within the locker. Had that locker been open when they'd been in there before? The last time Jace had been in this room, he'd been scared out of his mind. He had a vague memory of standing with his back to the lockers. Had it been closed then? He couldn't remember, but something about that locker. The locker door twitched. "Lucia!" Jace shouted. Lucia whirled, her eyes wild, her face flushed. Jace couldn't tell if she was scared or angry. Probably both. "What?" Lucia began. The lights flickered. The locker door shot all the way open. Metal slammed against metal. The room went dark. Lally immediately jerked Jace around. He stumbled, but stayed upright as she hauled him back the way they'd come. Jace wanted to call out Lucia's name, but he couldn't get his voice to work. His throat had closed up. His mouth was dry. Another bang, a scrape, the familiar tap, hiss, rasp, pounding footsteps, a loud crash, a grunt. Kelly whisked Jace out into the front hall. There, the lights were still on. Jace tried to turn back to see if any of the lights could pierce through the inkiness in the lounge so he could see Lucia. Kelly didn't give Jace enough time to look.
She immediately hauled him down the hall towards the office. She didn't enter the office, though. She just pulled the door closed. Then she turned around and raced, with Jace in tow, down the main hall towards the lobby. As she went, she closed every open door. Jace strained to hear the sounds coming from the lounge. He heard the crunch of wood, a slap, a slithering sound. Jace tried to free himself from Kelly. He had to go back and help Lucia. He knew she was still alive because he hadn't heard her scream. Maybe she was hiding. He needed to get her. Kelly, however, wouldn't let Jace go. When he wriggled his arm, she clutched him tighter. They had reached the lobby when the resounding whack of a door slamming preceded thundering footsteps. Jace wanted to cheer. He knew that sound. Lucia was tearing down the hall after them. Even as Kelly dragged him towards the dining room, Jace watched Lucia coming towards them. He winced. Lucia's face, rigid and white, was streaked with blood that ran down over her forehead from her hairline. Jace whimpered when he realized that Lucia's scalp was torn. He was missing a chunk of her wonderful curly black hair. Lucia caught up with Kelly and Jace when they were just a few feet into the dining room. "You have to hide," she hissed. The closed door won't slow it down. She wiped blood from her eyes as she dashed towards the pile of rubble outside the door of one of the party rooms. "Back there," she said. Kelly apparently agreed with Lucia's course of action because she immediately tugged on Jace's arm and led him around a couple of concrete blocks so they could hunker in next to Lucia, who was already tucking herself behind a tangle of endoskeleton parts and broken lumber. Lucia curled herself into the smallest possible space to make room for Kelly and Jace. They squeezed in next to her. They all attempted to slow their breakneck pace and much too loud breathing. The tap, hiss, rasp they all knew too well sounded from beyond the lobby. Kelly gripped Jace's hand. The dining room lights flickered and went out. Lucia wasn't sure how long they'd crouched in the blackness. 1 minute? 10? An hour? Time stopped having significance when you were hiding in the dark. Every muscle in Lucia's body was bunched in readiness to flee. Adrenaline made her so jittery she could barely stand being in her own skin. Warm wetness continued to flow down Lucia's face. She made no move to staunch it. Even though she was trying to be silent, Lucia couldn't hold her breath. Her lungs were desperate for air. She tried to take tiny breaths, but she could hear herself inhaling and exhaling. She could hear Kelly and Jace too. Could the mimic hear them? Lucia closed her eyes and thought about the user's manuals she'd read. Unfortunately, the mimic had been miserably lacking in details about the mimic. She understood its ability to change its size and configuration to fit different costumes. She understood its strength, but she knew little about its sensory processors. How well did it see and hear? Lucia's eyes flew open when a hand closed around her wrist. She flinched, but immediately realized it was only Kelly. She also realized that the dining room lights were back on. Lucia tilted her head and listened. She could hear the barest hint of the tap, hiss, rasp in the distance. The sound was heading down the front hallway. The mimic was retracing its steps and going towards the office. Maybe it thought they were hiding in one of those rooms. Maybe it intended to get a different costume from the parts and service room. Lucia had only seen a brief glimpse of the mimic when it had erupted from the locker in the employees' lounge. The glimpse had revealed what had looked like an upright grey mouse, maybe. Lucia had been more concerned about jumping out of the mimic's reach than trying to label its costume. The mimic almost got her. It had grabbed her by the hair and twisted.
If it had gotten a grip on her head, as it had obviously intended to do so, she wouldn't have her head any longer. Thankfully, the thick curly hair had misled the mimic. It had painfully relieved her of a good hunk of that hair, but at least her head was still connected to her neck. She'd been able to scramble out of the mimic's reach and thrash her way out of the lounge before it caught up to her. Lucia continued to listen. Now she couldn't hear anything except her breathing and that of Kelly and Jace. Lucia lifted a hand and held it flat in front of Kelly. Signal for them to wait a little longer. They needed the mimic to get as far from the dining room as possible. Lucia counted to 60 3 times. Then she nodded to Kelly, who nudged Jace, and the trio carefully crawled out of their hiding place. When they were all on their feet, Lucia immediately took off, moving as fast and quietly as possible, skirting around one of the piles of body parts. She headed towards a heap of broken furniture. Lucia picked up a one-legged chair, carefully set it aside, pointed at a long table. "This is what we need," she whispered. Lucia looked towards the archway to the lobby. The lobby lights were on steady. No sound came from the hallway. With any luck, the mimic was at the far end of the hall. Would it hear the noise they were about to make? Lucia looked at Kelly and Jace. Jace was shivering, was barely holding it together. Kelly was stoic. "You need to get the legs off that long table," Lucia explained. "We'll carry it down the hall and lean it against the wall by the door to the storage room. You also need the smaller table." Lucia gestured at the two-seater table lying on its side against a pile of endoskeleton parts. The little table still had all 4 of its legs. "Kelly, do you think you could lift that?" Lucia asked. "Or drag it?" "I think it's just the right size." Kelly nodded. "Looks pretty light," she said. "I can handle it." "Okay, good," Lucia said. "We're going to need to do this fast because we're going to make some noise." She looked at Jace. "If I kick off one of these table legs, can you manage the other one?" Jace wiped his nose and looked at the table leg. He nodded. "Good. Once the legs are off, we'll each take an end. I'll go backward. We'll go forward. Move as fast as you can. I'll keep up." Jace nodded. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down twice. "Ready?" Lucia asked Kelly. "You can go ahead and start carrying your table to the back storage room." Kelly shook her head. "Wait." She leaned over and grabbed the hem of Lucia's long shirt. Before Lucia could protest, Kelly ripped the bottom off the shirt, tore off a strip of fabric. "If you don't stop that bleeding," Kelly said, pointing at Lucia's head, "you're going to start feeling pretty faint." Lucia frowned and started to shake her head. She was immediately dizzy. Okay, maybe Kelly had a point. Lucia let Kelly wrap a strip of the skirt around Lucia's head. The fabric wrapped at the raw wound stung. Lucia's eyes moistened. She blinked the tears away. "Okay," Kelly said. "That should do it." She stepped back and studied Lucia. "Now you look badass, doesn't she, Jace?" Jace flickered a shy glance at Lucia. "Like a warrior goddess," he said. Lucia snorted. "Now, Kelly," Lucia said, "you need to go." Kelly nodded. She picked up the table and began carrying it, legs away from her, through the dining room. "Okay," Lucia said to Jace, "let's do this." Lucia positioned herself next to one of the long table's legs. She waited for Jace to move to the other leg. "On 3, Lucia said to Jace. Jace readied himself. 1, 2, 3. Lucia swung her foot back and kicked the table leg. Jace did the same. The wood legs cracked. Lucia and Jace kicked again, and the legs broke away from the table. As soon as they did, Lucia bent over and lifted one end of the table. Jace quickly hefted the other end. Lucia started walking backwards as fast as she could. Jace trotted forward. They carried the table past the other broken furniture and past the piles of metal and flesh and blood body parts. Jace helped Lucia prop the tabletop against the wall next to the storage room door. Lally pushed her little table into the open doorway of the systems room. Jace tried not to think about what was beyond that door. 3 people he'd known were in pieces inside that room. If he let himself think about it, he wouldn't be able to function. Okay, Lucia said. She looked at the tables. I don't think the mimic will think anything about these tables. I'll doubt its ability to reason is that advanced. I hope you're right, Jace said. His voice cracked on the word hope. He was ashamed of how terrified he sounded. Lucia, however, surprised him by touching the back of his hand. The ferocious expression she'd worn since she'd come bearing out of the employees' lounge softened for an instant. Are you sure you want to do this? I can be the bait instead. Jace nodded. He was so scared. He was afraid he was going to pee his pants, but he wasn't going to wuss out now. Okay, Lucia said. We should do this before the mimic finds us all here. She turned towards Callie. Think you and I should go to the arcade, play some games maybe. No, she didn't say that. There are plenty of places to hide there, and we'll be able to see down the hall. We'll know when the mimic is heading towards the storage room, and it will only take a few seconds to run down the hall, lock the door, and position the tables to block it. Callie nodded. Lucia rotated back to Jace. It's all up to you now. Get the mimic into that storage room, and then get into that duct. Make sure you're fast. Really fast, yeah? Jace nodded. His bowels felt like they were shriveling up inside his belly. Like I said before, after the mimic follows you into the room, Jace, Lucia said, Callie and I will deadbolt the door and use the tables to barricade it. Jace nodded again, a sharp nod. He wanted Lucia to go now. If he thought any more about what he was going to do, he wouldn't be able to do it. Lucia seemed to understand that. She reached out and patted his shoulder awkwardly. Okay, let's do this. Callie gave Jace a long look. Her eyes were soft, as if she fully understood all the complexity of his feelings right now. His longing for Lucia's caring and approval, his regret, his dread. Go, Lucia said. Callie looked like she wanted to hug Jace, but she didn't. Neither did Lucia. They both just turned away. Wait, Jace blurted out. Lucia and Callie rotated back towards him. Before he could talk himself out of his whim, Jelly reached out and grasped Lucia by the shoulders, quickly pulling her close. He kissed her. Jace had never kissed a girl before, so he wasn't sure what he was doing, but he knew right away that his kiss wasn't the tentative kiss of a shy boy initiating his first kiss. His kiss was firm and long and passionate. It was a hero's kiss. It was a kiss that let Lucia know he felt, in case he didn't make it, and was never able to tell her. For several long seconds, Jace put all his focus on Lucia's soft lips. He savored the warmth of being so close to her. He lost himself in the moment, willing it to last forever. But of course, it didn't. Jace ended the kiss and let Lucia go. She stumbled back a step and gaped at him. He now expected her to slap him, but she didn't. Jace said quietly, Now go. Lucia blinked at him. Her eyes were moist. Then she turned and gestured to Callie. Together, Callie and Lucia trotted down the hall. Jace watched Lucia's skirt swoosh as she ran. He watched until Lucia and Callie crossed through the dining room and disappeared behind the arcade machines near the small stage. For several seconds, Jace just stood in silence, concentrated on breathing in and out. I can do this, he told himself. 7 excruciatingly long minutes later, Jace was rethinking the whole plan. Why had he volunteered to be the scapegoat? What was he thinking? He wasn't a hero. He was a runt who liked to play with crayons. Or at least that's what his dad said all the time. It didn't matter that Jace had outgrown crayons a decade before. His dad still saw Jace as a little kid drawing pictures. Jace would have stopped drawing by now if it hadn't been for his mom and his favorite uncle, both of whom told him daily how talented he was and what a brilliant artistic career he could have. Their encouragement had been like a bulletproof vest that protected Jace from his father's scorn and from the school bullies who frequently stole his sketches and tore them up just to be mean. Even without his mom's and uncle's reassurance, though, Jace still would have drawn pictures. He had to. It was a compulsion. No, it was like breathing. It was essential to his existence. So much so that Jace was sorely tempted to get out his sketchbook right now. Nerve endings had all turned into needles. He didn't know how many nerve endings his body had. Hundreds, thousands, millions? Not like that many pinpricks were assaulting his skin, multiplying every time Jace heard even the tiniest sound. After Lucia and Kelly had run down the hall, Jace had hurried into the storage room, preparing for his escape. Thankfully, the small storage space was lit by one weak overhead light bulb. The bulb revealed a space packed with boxes and toys. Or at least Jace thought they were toys. Small plush mechanical animals, floppy dolls lay among the boxes. One of the dolls had red pigtails, big round green eyes that seemed to look right at Jace. He shuddered and put his back to it, and then it disappeared. Wow. Shoving boxes aside, Jace had searched for the vent cover he'd spotted when he was in the ductwork. He found it quickly. He thought he was going to have to unscrew the vent cover, and for that purpose Lucy had given him a screwdriver. He'd taken it from the toolbox in the dining room, but Jace didn't need it. The vent cover was rusted and bent. All Jace had to do was give it a kick, and it popped away from the wall. Jace moved a couple other boxes to be sure his way was clear, and then he returned to the hallway. Then, because he didn't have the guts to wait until the mimic happened to find him, Jace decided to make sure the mimic knew he was here. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth and bellowed, "Ouch! Stop that! You stepped on my foot!" Grabbing the end of the tabletop, Jace pulled it away from the door and slammed it back again. The bang echoed down the hall. "Come on and get me," Jace thought. Jace didn't know how artificial intelligence worked, but he decided the programming that drove the mimic's slaughter might be advanced enough to suspect a trap if it spotted a human loitering in the hallway, doing absolutely nothing. Jace, therefore, had spent the next 3 minutes pretending to fiddle with the storage room doorknob. Now, his shoulders and back ached from being in the hunched position and from holding his terror at bay. He was about to give up on the subterfuge when he heard a creak. Jace went still. He put all his concentration into his ability to hear. The creak sounded again, and then he heard what he had been waiting for. Tap, hiss, rasp. The mimic was coming. The pinpricks turned into a gazillion stiletto knives, impaling Jace's skin. Heart rate quadrupled. Sweat slid down the back of his neck. Jace shifted his head infinitesimally, just enough to look down the hallway from the corner of his eye. At first he saw nothing. Then he spotted a shadow stretching out from the open doorway to the employees' lounge. Another tap, hiss, rasp, and there it was, the mimic, in a frayed yellow cat costume, stepped into view. The cat's had its pointed ears torn at the ends, whiskers bent, turned slowly. It looked down the hall directly at Jace. The hall lights flickered. Even though Jace had been waiting for the mimic, expecting it, Jace let out an involuntary yelp. The hypothetical scenario had been one thing. The reality was another. Jace's adrenaline system went into overdrive, flung the storage room door open, and he dashed into the room, slammed the door behind him. Jace didn't have to hear the mimic's tapping footsteps getting closer to know the creature was coming down the hall after him. Even if the mimic had been silent, Jace would have been aware of its approach. He could feel the thing's homicidal intent scourging through his body, as if the mimic had already started tearing Jace apart. Jace forced himself to focus. He ran through the small maze of boxes crouched in front of the exposed vent covering. There, he paused and listened. The storage room door flew open. It slammed against the wall. The small room went black. Jace dropped to his knees. He felt for the sides of the vent. When he was oriented, Jace pushed his head and shoulders through the small opening, fighting nausea and full body tremors, struggling to draw enough air into his lungs constricted by panic. Jace wormed his way forward. Jace had funneled all his attention to his ears, so they were working overtime. They provided him with an ongoing account of every step the mimic took. Now that the mimic was close, only a few feet away, its footfalls weren't taps. They were resounding thuds. The storage room floor shook every time the mimic took a step. Once Jace felt his feet slide through the vent opening, his lungs relaxed just a little. His full body was now in the duct. He'd done it. He'd gotten into the duct before the mimic got to him. Now all he had to do was keep crawling as fast as possible. That, however, was easier said than done. Jace could feel beneath his groping hands that the dust seams in the part of the duct were barely holding together. Every time the mimic took a step, the duct rattled, and the seams groaned and blinked, as if giving up their connection inch by inch. Jace was being thrown around inside the duct as it vibrated in response to the mimic's pounding advance. On his stomach, though, Jace was able to keep moving forward. He just hoped the duct would hold that long enough for him to reach a more stable section of the metal labyrinth. The seams in this part of the duct were weak, their rivets coming loose. As he wriggled forward, Jace strained to hear what he was waiting for. He listened for the bang of the door slam and the snap of the deadbolt sliding into place. And he did. Yes! Jace thought excellently. The plan had worked. Jace shifted his elbows and pulled himself another few inches forward. It was a few inches too far. As Jace crawled over the next seam, his shirt sleeve caught on two of the loose rivets. When he pulled himself forward, the fabric popped, the rivets completely free. Jace heard them ping off the vent's metal walls. Suddenly, the duct was filled with the grinding screech of metal shearing away from metal. Two more rivets were torn loose from the seams, and the seams failed. The section of the duct that Jace was in disconnected from the next section. His portion of the duct shook sideways. Then it canted sharply. Jace began sliding in reverse. Scrambling for purchase, Jace tried to splain his palms against the metal, begging it to hang on to him. His fingers encountered a sharp edge, sliced into his skin. Jace suppressed a cry as he realized what was happening. He was falling back towards the storage room. Jace thought the pull of gravity. He ignored the pain in his hand. He didn't care how badly he was sliced up. Falling through a break in the ductwork was nothing compared to being returned to the storage room and the mimic. For a few seconds, Jace was able to hold himself in place. He gasped for breath and grunted, attempting to pull himself upward to the broken end of the duct. He made it 1 inch, 2 inches, then something hard and cold clamped around Jace's feet. Searing pain encircled his ankles. Jace was yanked backward so fast he didn't have time to scream. He didn't scream until he was wrenched free of the vent and his legs were wrested from his body. Then he screamed. but not for long. Lally and Lucia had shared an excellent hug as soon as they'd crammed the small table into place. "We did it!" Lucia breathed, as she and Callie clutched at each other in triumph and whirled each other around. It had worked. The storage room door was deadbolted. The tabletop locked the door, and the small table wedged the tabletop tight so it couldn't be pushed away, even by a Superman mechanical creature. Lucia and Callie had pulled apart. They exchanged a look. Lucia had suddenly remembered Jace. Clearly, Callie had as well. "Come on, Jace," Lucia had whispered as she strained to listen beyond the newly constructed barricade. All manner of thumps and bangs and cracks had been coming from inside the storage room. It was impossible to separate them into a narrative. Was Jace getting away? "We'll probably head back to the office," Lucia had whispered after a couple of seconds. Lucia nodded. She and Callie had turned to start down the hall so they could go back to the office to meet Jace. But they only took 3 steps before they understood that Jace wasn't going to make it to the office. Jace's scream undulated through the entire building. It caromed off the walls and echoed down the hallways. It rang through every room. It speared through Lucia's skin and rippled through her entire body. The scream went on, sounding and resounding, and then it stopped. Callie and Lucia once again fell into each other's arms. This time, they held each other in despair. Tales from the Pizzaplex. Book 7. Tiger Rock. Epilogue. "Callie!" Lucia called. "Stop!" Callie, who was careening through the dining room, sobbing and stumbling over endoskeleton parts and human limbs, didn't respond. She didn't slow down either, not until she tripped over a bar-high chair and fell. She landed full on her front, her arms and legs splayed. Lucia rushed forward, kicking aside a crumpled purple paper tablecloth. She dropped to her knees next to Callie's left hip. "Callie, are you okay?" She looked down at Callie's still form, at her torn, filthy clothes. Just a few hours before, Callie's tan crop top and olive capri pants had been pristine. Lucia remembered feeling envious of how good Callie had looked. Envy. Now that was a hoot. What a wasted emotion. Lucia had known then, meandering cluelessly through the bright, shiny carnival with her friends and not friends, what was ahead of her. She would have never wasted a single second of her life on envy. Callie moaned, rolled over, and sat up. She rubbed a growing knot on her forehead and winced. Lucia frowned at the reddened lump. Are you dizzy?" Lucia asked. Callie shook her head. "I don't think so." Using the back of her hand, Callie wiped her eyes and snuffled. Lucia shifted positions and scooted over to sit next to Callie. "I should be crying too," Lucia thought. Jace was dead. Sweet, harmless Jace. Jace who Lucia had treated like crap. Jace who had kissed Lucia like she'd never been kissed before, right before he went off to die. The kiss had changed everything. It had thrown Lucia's emotions into total chaos, tossing out the window all that she thought she knew about boys, about what she thought she felt for Adrian, and what she thought she didn't feel for Jace. It turned out that Lucia had liked Jace a lot more than she thought she did, but now it didn't matter. He was gone. But Lucia didn't have the luxury of trying to sort through the landscape of her heart. She needed her focus for something else entirely. Jace's death was to mean anything. He'd given his life to trap the mimic, and if Lucia and Callie were going to survive, Lucia needed every bit of her mind to come up with a plan. Lucia used her shoulder to nudge Callie. "Now that the mimic is confined," Lucia said,
We have time to look for a way out. We already tried, remember? Lally mumbled. Lucia snorted. We were running around like a stampeding herd, wrapped in a pan, she said. Never tried hard to get through any of the debris blocking the window and door. We need to access the exits, pick the one that looks the most accessible, and figure out how to get through. Lally sniffled and turned to look at Lucia. Lucia stiffened. Lally's eyes, though rimmed in red, were dark and steely. She squinted at Lucia and pursed her lips together. She's judging me for not crying, Lucia thought. Lally, Lucia began. A loud crack echoed through the building. Lally gasped and started to tremble. Lucia cocked her head and listened. The building was silent for a minute. Then Lucia heard a clank. A series of softer clangs followed. And after that, a metallic rending sound reached out from the far end of the hall and scored through the dining room like a physical assault. The mimic, Lally whispered. Before Lucia could respond, Kelly was on her feet. Her eyes wide, her gaze whipped right and left. Kelly's mouth was stretched into a distorted rictus. Kelly whimpered and took off, sprinting towards the archway leading to the pizzeria's lobby. Here we go again, Lucia thought. Right after Jace's final scream had ended, and Lucia and Kelly had held each other in their grief. Kelly had lost her mind and bolted. Now she was doing it again. Lucia scrambled to her feet. Kelly, wait! She shouted. Kelly didn't wait. She kept going. She was back into the full-on panic mode. She'd been in before. She'd fallen flat on her face, hurtling over an upturned table and dashing around a pile of lumber. Kelly ran as if the mimic was right on her heels, instead of at the far end of the restaurant trapped in the storage room. Kelly! Lucia tried again. Lucia trotted after her friend. As she did, she listened to the continuing racket coming from the opposite side of the pizzeria. Yes, it was the mimic, but it was confined. It could bash and bang all it wanted. It wasn't getting out. Lucia heard another loud clank. The steps faltered. What if the mimic did get out? Lucia shook off the thought. She followed Kelly's frenzied progress through the lobby. She watched when Kelly threw herself at the pile of rubble, blocking the pizzeria's main door. Kelly grunted, struggling to lift a concrete slab. He was panting and making little mewling sounds at the back of her throat. He was also muttering under her breath, "Come on, come on, come on!" She whispered, the words like they were a mantra that would give her strength. Lucia reached Kelly's side, and Kelly looked up, clenched her teeth, and gestured at the concrete with her chin. "Help me move this," she urged. Lucia shook her head. "Kelly, there's no point." Kelly shook her head wildly. Her long brown hair, tangled and stringy with sweat, whipped over her cheek, stared through the strands, the whites of her eyes nearly bulging from her face. She kept straining to move the concrete slab. When Lucia didn't make a move to help, Kelly looked up at Lucia and screamed, "Don't just stand there! Help me move this! We have to get out of here!" A thud resounded in the distance. Lucia felt the muscles in her jaw tighten. She forced herself to relax them. She bent over and put a hand on Kelly's shoulder. Kelly immediately flung away Lucia's hand. "Don't touch me!" Kelly yelled. "Just help me move this." Lucia squatted next to Kelly and tried to grab Kelly's grasping hand. Kelly was clawing at the concrete. Her nails were tearing. Blood was running from her fingertips. Still, she wrestled with the heavy slab. Lucia reached out and grabbed Kelly's wrist. Kelly tried to shake Lucia off. Lucia held on. The two grappled for several seconds.
Kelly finally managed to get one hand free. She reared back and slapped Lucia across the face. One of her broken nails gouged Lucia's cheek. Lucia didn't think. She reacted. She slapped Kelly back, hard. "Stop it!" Lucia screamed. Kelly continued to thrash. Lucia reached past Kelly's swinging arms and grabbed her shoulders. "Kelly!" she shouted. "Listen to me! Just listen for a second!" When Kelly kept fighting, Lucia shook her. Kelly finally went limp. Her breath came in long, ragged heaves. Lucia let go of Kelly and stepped back. "We can't get out this way, Kelly," she said quietly. Kelly didn't respond. "Even if we moved all these concrete chunks," Lucia continued, "the door is blocked on the other side by a mountain of poured concrete, remember? We saw it before we broke in here." Kelly's head dropped forward. She swayed on her feet, but stayed upright. She stared at the floor. Lucia started to put an arm around Kelly's shoulder, wanting to reassure her that they'd find a way out, just not this way. The next sound she heard, though, had her choking on the words she'd been intending to use. The sound wasn't as loud as the other sounds they'd heard. It was just a clatter and a scrape, but the volume of the sound wasn't the issue. It was its location. The sound wasn't coming from the storage room. It was coming from someplace a little closer than that. The mimic was no longer contained. After the mimic had dismantled the unit that had been in the little tunnel, it had turned and assessed its surroundings. Its visual and auditory processors had registered one small enclosed room, one door, 17 boxes, 5 opened and 12 unopened, 18 toys, 11 plush animals, and 7 dolls. One of the dolls stared at the mimic. The mimic determined that the doll should be handled the way it had learned to handle all endoskeletons-like objects. Such objects had a head, a torso, 2 arms, and 2 legs. The mimic was programmed to break off the limbs and heads. The mimic had leaned over, picked up the pigtailed doll, and ripped its head from its body. It then tore its arms and legs, dropping the parts in a pile near one wall of the small room. The mimic had turned and studied the room's door. The mimic knew how to open a door, so it had walked over and grasped the door's handle. Turned the handle, but the door wouldn't open. It exerted more force. Wood cracked, and the handle came free of the door. The mimic looked at it and tossed the handle onto the pile of doll parts. The mimic had then reached into the hole the handle had left behind. It pulled the door open. Now the mimic faced a solid expanse of metal, the tabletop that blocked the doorway. It had no established protocol for getting through a solid wall, so it turned away from the metal. The mimic was not designed to be confined in a room, so it had assessed what it had learned about exiting rooms. It immediately recalled watching the boy unit squirm into the little tunnel, which was the other way out of the room. The mimic would copy the boy unit and go out the room that way. The mimic had pushed aside a stack of boxes to gain access to the entrance of the small tunnel. It bent over. The tunnel opening was small. Its head fit through the opening, but its shoulders didn't. This wasn't a problem. The mimic simply needed to take a different form. It was programmed to do this. It could take any form necessary to fulfill its functioning. So the mimic had reconfigured itself and then crawled into the tunnel. The tunnel was rectangular in shape, and it was made of metal, slanted upward. The mimic's metal limbs scraped against the side of the tunnel's metal as it climbed to the top of the narrow enclosure. Its auditory processors registered a long grinding sound as it moved. It had to use the sharp tips of its fingers to pierce the metal so it wouldn't slide backwards down the tunnel. Tapping at the metal to gain purchase, then compressing and retracting its limbs to fit within the confined space, the mimic was able to heft itself to the top of the tunnel slope and launch itself into the next section of the vent. Lucia didn't hesitate. She grabbed Kelly's hand. "Come on, Kelly," Lucia urged. "We need to go." Lucia started to pull Kelly towards the archway, but Kelly resisted. "Where are you going? We have to get out." Lucia gritted her teeth and listened to the series of metal-on-metal scratches. The scratches sounded like they were coming from all over the building, as if huge insects were crawling through the walls and the floor. No, not the walls and the floors, ducts. The mimic had somehow made it into the ductwork. So much for the idea of it being too heavy for the metal passageways. Lucia gripped Kelly's hand harder. "I know we need to get out," Lucia said. "But I told you, we can't get out this way. And whichever way we try to get out, it's not going to be fast enough. It won't take the mimic long to find a vent cover and get out of the ductwork. I have an idea that should buy us some time, but we have to go, now." Kelly blinked, then nodded. Lucia exhaled in relief. She squeezed Kelly's hand and began leading her back into the dining room. It didn't matter how many times Lucia crossed through the shambles of broken tables and chairs, chaotic piles of construction material, and mounds of metal and human body parts. Lucia's skin crawled every time. The room wasn't so much a room as it was a tomb, a chaotic explosion of death and decay. Lucia kicked aside a few belligerent party favors as she aimed for one of the tangled piles of endoskeleton parts. Reaching the mound of metal, she let go of Kelly's hand, bent over and extracted 2 endoskeleton arms. She hefted them, studied them, and nodded. "This should work," she said. Kelly frowned but didn't ask any questions. Her gaze was glassy and unfocused. Lucia was pretty sure that Kelly was in shock. Tucking the endoskeleton arms under her left arm, Lucia took Kelly's hand again. She led Kelly towards the far edge of the stage at the back of the dining room. She heard Kelly's foot kick a paper cup. The cup skittered across the black and white floor tiles and spun in a circle at the base of the stage. "Where are we going?" Kelly asked. Gut-clenching thrum, a thunderous rattle coursed through the pizzeria. These were followed by a sonorous clang. "I'll tell you in a minute," Lucia said. "We need to hurry. I'm pretty sure the mimic's out of the ductwork now." Kelly began breathing faster. Her audible puff, puff, puffs kept time with the patter of their footsteps as Lucia led Kelly up onto the stage and back through the heavy red curtain. Once Lucia let the thick velvet fabric drop behind them, she quickly surveyed the dim backstage area. The small room near the back was the best place, she decided. It had what they needed, and it was close to one of the pizzeria's back exits. Lucia urged Kelly forward. "This is what we're going to do," Lucia said. She gently pushed Kelly ahead of her into the small room she and Lucia had found behind the hidden door when they'd gone in search of what they thought were other people trapped in the building. It hadn't been other people waiting in the little room. It had been the mimic, and they had to run away from the room quite quickly. Before they had, though, Lucia had seen that the room was filled with costumes. Lucia heard another clatter. It was closer than the last one. The shearing screeches of metal on metal had stopped. The mimic was for sure out of the ducts now. Lucia wished she knew where it had come from. Not that it mattered. Wherever it was, Lucia and Kelly didn't have much time. Lucia set the 2 endoskeleton arms on the floor. leaning them against the door jamb. Then she rushed over to a faux-fur costume that looked like a blue-spotted dog. She eyed it, and Kelly, she nodded, snatching up the costume. She held it out to Kelly. "Need to get into this costume," Lucia said. Kelly's face screwed up in disgust. "What? Why?" She backed away from the ragged, torn, and matted fur. Lucia didn't blame Kelly for her reaction. The costumes were mildewy and moth-eaten. Who knew what bugs lurked within them, but being bitten by a bug was better than being dismembered. Lucia held on to the blue dog costume as she scanned the other costumes. She spied a bright court jester costume. The costume was the only one on the room that wasn't made of faux fur, and it looked cleaner than the rest of them. Lucia stepped up to the costume and suppressing a shiver, the jester's leering, toothy grin and its wide eyes. In contrast to the jester's maniacal grin, its colors were cheerful and vivid. Its face and its jester hat and tunic were half raspberry pink and half greenish yellow. Lucia reached for the silky material, opening up the suit, and started to put her arm inside. Soon, as Lucia's hand slipped into the jester costume sleeve, she recoiled and snatched her hand back. She stumbled away from the costume, her breath spurting in agitated gasps. "What is it?" Ellie asked. The tone was edgy and pitched upwards. She was poised to run. Lucia shook off her alarm and turned away from the court jester. "It's okay. I just almost got into the spring-lock suit is all." "Spring-lock suit?" Lucia looked around at the other costumes. She started towards a greyish rodent costume. A rat? A mouse? It didn't matter. Lucia grabbed the rodent costume and turned towards Kelly. "I read about the spring-lock suits in one of the manuals I found in the office," Lucia said. "They have metal clamps that are designed to lock on to the wearer, but their design was faulty. The clamps are lethal. They can literally crush the wearer." Kelly looked at the other two costumes Lucia held. Her brows bunched together. These are okay," Lucia said. "I don't get why we need to get in a costume at all," Kelly said. "We're getting into costumes," Lucia explained, "because I think that once we're in a costume, we'll blend into the surroundings here. Obviously, the mimic, for whatever reason, is following some protocol to dismember humans. Clearly doesn't destroy these characters, though, because they're all intact. If you look just like any other Fazbear Entertainment character, it should leave us alone." Kelly frowned and stared at the costumes. She chewed on her lower lip. Lucia once again pressed the dog costume towards Kelly. This time, Kelly, with obvious reluctance, took the costume. Lucia immediately began slipping into the rodent costume. Her lips curled involuntarily. The costume reeked. It wasn't just mildewy, it stank of sweat. It smelled gamey and rancid, like it was the putrefied carcass of an actual rodent, as opposed to a costume. Kelly began struggling to get into the dog costume. "Ew," she complained. "It stinks." "Yeah," Lucia said. She didn't bother to point out that sting can kill you, whereas being found by the mimic definitely would. The rodent costume was stiff. Lucia had to bunch up her skirt to get her legs into the costume. The costume's interior abraded her bare legs. She could tell from the crackling sounds of Kelly's costume that she was as rigid as Lucia's was. Kelly didn't complain anymore, though. She just wormed her way into the blue dog costume and zipped up the front of its torso. She held the dog's head in her hands. Her face was dirty, pale, tear-streaked, and taut. She looked at Lucia. Are you sure this is going to work? Kelly asked. Lucia zipped herself into the rodent costume. She grasped the big-eared, broken-whiskered head. It should, but for it to work, we're going to have to be perfectly still when the mimic is close by. Lucia canted her head and listened. She didn't hear anything. The pizzeria was silent, except for Kelly's continued agitated breathing and the pounding in Lucia's ears. Pounding, she realized, was the beating of her heart. She might have been pretending to be calm, but her body knew how she felt. The drumming in her rapid-fire heartbeat was like the demented drum circle dropping a louder and louder beat through her whole body. Lucia ignored the internal clamor. Here's what we'll do, she said. She tucked the rodent head under her arm and gestured for Kelly to do the same with the blue dog head. We're going to see if we can uncover the exit door at the rear of the backstage area. I noticed when we were all trying to get out. Lucia stopped. She was suddenly inundated by the reality what they'd been through. Just a few hours before, all 8 of them had been looking for a way out of this building. Now, she and Kelly were the only ones left. Lucia worked her mouth to summon up enough saliva to swallow. She shook off the gag that tried to well up in her esophagus, cleared her throat, and tried again. When we were all trying to get out, I noticed the concrete slabs over the door back there had rumbled more than the slabs over the other windows and doors. They're in smaller chunks. I think we might be able to use those endoskeleton arms to lever the chunks away from the door. Maybe. Lucia shrugged. What else was there to say? They had to do something, or just give up and die. Lucia wasn't ready to do that. Lucia motioned for Kelly to follow her. They stepped towards the doorway. Lucia picked up the 2 endoskeleton arms, and she and Kelly left the small room. Pausing outside the room, Lucia listened again. Nothing. The mimic was obviously out of the ductwork, but it wasn't close. She didn't hear the familiar tip, tap, hiss, rasp that it made when it walked. She squinted at the gap between the stage curtains, and beyond them, dining room lights were still glowing. The mimic wasn't close. Not yet. Follow me, Lucia said. Lucia quickly wove her way through several freestanding racks stuffed with more costumes. Avoiding the open wardrobe where Nick's remains lay, Lucia hurried past a leaning stack of boxes and led Kelly to the backstage exterior door. The neon exit sign was sputtering weakly, providing anemic hope for Lucia's and Kelly's escape. Putting her back to the potential exit, Lucia looked towards the curtain gap. Again, the dining room lights still shone through it. The pizzeria was still silent. Lucia nudged Kelly, who gasped and startled. Then she let out a humorless chuckle. Sorry, she said. Yeah, because you have no reason to be chumpy, Lucia said. The sarcasm made Kelly chuckle for real. Lucia grinned at her. Okay, Lucia said. We aren't going to be able to work wearing the costumes' heads, but we need to keep them close. Lucia bent over and set her rodent head down next to the rubble blocking the door. Kelly followed suit with the blue dog head. Lucia handed Kelly an endoskeleton arm. Let's start with the chunks here. Lucia squatted in front of 2 of the cracked, deteriorating slabs. She shoved the hand end the endoskeleton arm between the slabs. Cement dust wafted upward. Lucia's nose twitched, muffled a sneeze. Lucia pointed to another lump of concrete. You work on this one. We'll have to listen, though. Kelly rolled her eyes. As if I'd forgotten to do that, he murmured or muttered. Lucia's lips quirked. There was the Kelly she'd gotten to know over the previous few hours. Maybe Kelly's shock was abating a little. Lucia stopped prying at the concrete. She listened. She heard nothing. She returned to jimmying the concrete away from the slab next to it. Kelly began poking at the narrow space under the concrete slab. Concrete and cement are often used interchangeably, Lucia said softly as she worked, but actually cement is just an ingredient in concrete. Concrete is a mix of aggregates, meaning sand and gravel or maybe crushed stone, and paste. The paste is water and cement. Kelly gave Lucia a who cares look, but Lucia ignored it. Lucia knew Kelly didn't give a darn about the makeup of concrete, but talking about something mundane would help Kelly and Lucia keep calm. Concrete usually hardens over time, but cracks like these, Lucia gestured at the concrete they were attempting to work free, can be caused by a number of conditions. Because concrete is porous, it absorbs water. And when the water in concrete freezes, it separates the cement binder from the aggregate and causes crumbling. I know, Kelly said. She stopped straining over the block and tilted her head to listen. Lucia stopped too. When she heard nothing, she shifted the endoskeleton arm to try to get better leverage. The concrete was shifting a little. Maybe in an hour or so, they'd be able to move one of the slabs away from the door. Lucia suppressed a sigh. Trying to get out this door was pointless, really. The only reason she was doing it was because she didn't have a better plan. Yet, doing nothing, even doing nothing and hiding, was a prescription for a full-on meltdown. And meltdowns weren't conducive to coming up with any ideas. Staying busy was essential to keeping it together. Kelly grunted as she attempted to move the slab again. Another cause of cracking comes from the aggregate itself, she said. The minerals in the gravel leach out and start crumbling. Lucia raised an eyebrow at Kelly, who glanced over and saw Lucia's expression. What? Kelly said. I can read too. Lucia laughed. Her heart rate slowed. The din in her head quieted a little. But then Lucia turned and looked towards the slit between the stage curtains. Through the narrow opening, she saw the dining room lights flicker. Put a costume head on, Lucia hissed, as she set down the endoskeleton arm as quickly as possible. She grabbed the rodent head of her costume. Kelly didn't hesitate. She copied Lucia's movement instantly. Together, they donned their costume heads. They both had to speedily tuck their hair up inside the heads. Lucia's frizzy black hair made the costume head tight fit. Costume heads in place, Kelly and Lucia straightened and scurried over to stand in the midst of the other costumes. Then they froze. But just as the gap between the stage curtains went black, the mimic was close. Lucia breathed as slow and evenly through her mouth as possible, which wasn't that slow. Her heart rate had ratcheted back into overdrive again. Her body wanted to pant, but it would have been easier to breathe quietly through her nose, but she couldn't do that. The interior of the rodent head stank even more than the rest of the costume. The stench was nauseating, so much so that her stomach had roiled in protest the second she pulled on the costume head. Standing just a foot from Lucia, Kelly was clearly struggling to keep quiet too. She was doing pretty well though. Lucia could only hear infinitesimally small inhales every second or so. Lucia couldn't see Kelly. They were standing side by side. Lucia couldn't risk turning her head even a little. Just beyond the stage curtains, the tap rasp started coming their way. Through the mesh of the rodent eye holes, Lucia saw the stage curtain flutter. Then it swayed, and the backstage lights went out. Total blackness. Robbed of her vision, Lucia's other senses were turbocharged. The pungent odor inside the rodent head grew stronger. The surface of the suit's fabric got rougher. The mimic's approaching footsteps got louder. Every tap ricocheted around the inside of Lucia's head. Every hiss was drawn out like the angry warning of a snake about to strike. Every rasp felt like it was excoriating Lucia's inner ear. Behind the sound of the mimic's approach, Lucia's breathing and that of Callie's next to her sounded like deafening wind gusts. Surely the mimic would hear them. Do we know if the mimic can even hear? Oh well. Even so, they had to stay still. Running at this point would mean death. Lucia was tempted to count the passing seconds, but then refrained. She didn't have to mark the time to know it was passing. Her muscles protesting her statue-like position were doing a fine job of letting her know how long she and Callie had been frozen in place. Lucia's knees were beginning to quaver. Her lower back started to ache. The balls of her feet began to burn. Forcing herself to ignore the sounds of the mimic's footsteps, Lucia put all her attention on relaxing her muscles as much as possible. Then she began doing math equations in her head. That was a trick her dad had taught her when she was little. When Lucia couldn't get to sleep at night, Lucia's mom had told her to think of something nice. Imagine being on a picnic or going to the beach. Lucia's mom had said. Lucia had tried that. It didn't work. Whenever she thought about anything, her mind would take off. One thought was the first domino in a succession of thought dominoes. The beach would lead to the sea, which led to boats, which led to fishing, which led to dolphins, which led to dolphins getting caught in nets, etc. And then Lucia would be even more wide awake. Her dad told Lucia that the problem was the emotions connected to the thoughts. The trick is math equations, he said. Math is emotionless. Just play with numbers. It will calm your mind. So now Lucia played with numbers for a long time. Somewhere in the middle of the 12 complex equation, though, Lucia noticed she wasn't hearing anything. She returned her attention to the senses and she realized the lights were back on. It had worked. The mimic was gone. Just in case, though, Lucia counted to 60 before she moved. At 60, the lights were still on. The backstage area, no, the entire pizzeria, silent. Lucia turned her head slowly to look at Callie. Could see Callie's wide eyes staring back at her through the mesh of the blue dog costume eyes. Lucia turned again to look around. Everything was the same as it had been before, or at least she thought it was. The backstage area was such a jumble of boxes and costumes that it was hard to remember what was here. But it looked okay to Lucia. She started to raise a hand to remove the rodent head. Thankfully, she'd only raised her hand an inch or so before she saw it. Froze, and she stared hard at the costumes near the wardrobe. Lucia had never looked so closely at the costumes in the wardrobe area because of Nick, but she had registered the colors of the costumes without even realizing that she had. She'd seen black, brown, blonde, dirty white, yellow, pink. Now, however, she was seeing a brighter pink, an almost reddish pink. Cerise, Lucia thought inanely. She would have noticed a cerise costume if it had been there before, especially since the pinkish color was part of a creepy mushroom cap. The cerise and white spotted mushroom cap was atop a gaping-eyed mushroom stem, wearing overalls that matched the cerise cap. The mushroom face and mushroom character's face had an eerie, yawning black hole of a mouth. Lucia surely would have noticed the costume if it had been there before. Lucia caught her breath and held it. She tried to talk herself out of what she was seeing, but she couldn't do it. It was definitely a new costume by the wardrobe. There could be only one reason for that. Lucia didn't dare move or make a sound to warn Kelly. All she could do was will Kelly to remain still and hope Kelly was taking Lucia's cue. She hoped Kelly had gotten to know Lucia well enough to reason that if Lucia wasn't moving, she had a reason for staying still. A full minute passed, and another. Kelly did indeed remain frozen. She didn't make a sound until the creepy mushroom moved. When the mushroom's head turned, Lucia heard Kelly gasp. Every muscle in Lucia's body contracted. She held her breath. The gasp had been a quiet one. Hopefully the mimic hadn't heard it. Lucia stared at the mushroom. Was it going to come this way? The mushroom rotated. Dark, round eyes inspecting the whole backstage area. When the mushroom's gaze fell on Lucia, she closed her own eyes. A couple of seconds later, Lucia opened her eyes, just in time to see the backstage lights start to flicker. The mushroom was now walking towards them. The lights went out. Half a second later, the lights came back on. They came back on just in time for Lucia to see something crawling out of the back of the mushroom's costume. It took all Lucia's willpower not to scream at the top of her lungs. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. When Hope, just minutes before she had died, described the mimic, she described it as a big, skinny black metal skeleton. Before Lucia had found the user's manual that told her the thing that had killed Hope was a robot called a mimic, she and the others had thought of the thing as a creature, but it had been an upright, vaguely man-shaped creature. The drawings Lucia had seen in the manual had depicted an upright creature as well. The user's manual, however, had said the mimic could take many forms, and apparently this was one of those forms. Creeping out of the back of the overalls-clad mushroom was an abomination of twisted and contorted metal. The abomination was a mass of metal joints and wires that were shaped into something vaguely resembling a mutated spider. With one of its eyes on its one leg and the other on its back, the frightening spider had 9 legs instead of a spider's usual 8. One of the legs extended from where its mouth should have been. That leg pulsed through the air like a proboscis seeking something to suck into a scuttling creature's bowels. Unlike the mimic's footfalls when it was upright, the configuration of the mimic's parts made a sound, a sloppy ticking that was at the same time squelching wet and dryly brittle. The sound was much, much worse than the tap, hiss, rasp. Sound made every hair on Lucia's body stand on end. Nearly drove her instantaneously mad. Kelly must have felt the same way. She suddenly made a run for it. Lucia opened her mouth to shout no, but self-preservation stopped the words from coming out. The thing scooting across the floor might have looked like an alien insect, but it was the mimic, and the mimic could hear. Lucia shouted she'd give herself away. She didn't move a muscle. But then Lucia's concern for Kelly overrode thoughts of Lucia's own safety. She couldn't help herself. "Kelly, stop!" Lucia screamed. Lucia immediately sucked in her breath. She'd given herself away, but it was worth it. Kelly stopped. Halfway to the stage curtain, she froze, turning into a furry blue dog statue. Lucia, staring hard at Kelly, couldn't see the blue dog's tail quiver. Could see the blue dog's tail quiver a little, but otherwise it was motionless. "Way to go, Kelly," Lucia thought. Lucia, moving her eyes only, followed the mimic's progress as it squirmed across the wood floor. Its metal appendages continued to make that tss The floor vibrated under the mimic's weight. For a second, Lucia thought the mimic was coming for her. It was moving directly towards her. But the mimic didn't approach the stock-still rodent. It kept going on past. It scrabbled over towards the blue dog costume. Lucia stiffened. The mimic circled the blue dog. Its proboscis-like extensions searched the air around the blue dog costume, as if trying to sniff out the costume's authenticity. Twice, the mimic backed away from the blue dog. Each time it scooted forward again. It used one appendage to tentatively tap on the blue dog's foot. Don't move, Lucia thought. Somehow, Kelly was holding it together. She didn't move. The mimic was acting like it was studying the blue dog, as if it was confused by it. Lucia understood the mimic's reaction. Probably was registering the fact that the dog hadn't been there when the mimic had first come backstage. How did the mimic reason? Lucia wondered. Would it figure out the ruse? The mimic backed away from the blue dog costume again, turned and started singing towards the stage curtain. A near silent sigh of relief escaped from between Lucia's lips. It was going to be okay. But then it wasn't. Suddenly, the mimic turned again. It scurried back towards the blue dog. What happened next happened so fast that Lucia's brain was barely able to process it. And she didn't want to process it. In a nanosecond, one of the mimic's spirally legs reached out and peeled open the back of the blue dog costume. The instant the costume was breached, the mimic wormed its way past the edges of the matted blue fur. Inconceivably, shockingly, the mimic shoved itself inside the costume with Kelly. Lucia heard a sickening crunch. Kelly, Lucia thought. She hadn't even finished thinking Kelly's name before Kelly screamed. The scream speared through Lucia like a lance. It plunged it deeply into Lucia's heart that the pain felt like real physical pain, red-hot, piercing. But the scream wasn't the worst of it. Crunch was followed by a snap, then another. Lucia's screams went an octave higher. Snapping was joined by splintering sounds, spongy, wet, splintering sounds. The costume's blue fur started going dark. The darkness began at the costume's center mass, and it spread outward quickly, too quickly. Lucia heard another crunch. Kelly stopped screaming. Lucia wanted to close her eyes and pretend to be someplace else, but that didn't feel right. Couldn't do anything for Kelly now except be silent and witness Kelly's death. So Lucia didn't close her eyes. She watched as lumps and bulges writhed under the blood-saturated blue fur. She watched until the blue dog costume began to collapse, folding in on itself and crumbling towards the stage. She continued to watch when the lumpy pile of bloody fur convulsed and then went still. And then she watched when the blood-soaked blue dog costume once again took form, unfolding itself from the stage to stand upright. She continued to watch as the blue dog walked off to the right, out of Lucia's line of sight. When the mimic was no longer in view, Lucia couldn't bring herself to look away from the blood pool, spreading even wider on the wooden floorboards. Tales from the Pizzaplex. B7-2. Epilogue. Inside the excruciatingly smelly and rough rodent costume, Lucia's left calf cramped up. Contracted muscles sent sharp shards of pain up and down her leg. She had to move. Lucia shifted position, gently shaking her leg to relieve the muscular stress. As she tried to work out the cramp, turned to her right. Holding her breath, she scanned the backstage area around her. She exhaled in relief. She was alone. Or she hoped she was. Mesmerized by the blood pool on the floor, Lucia hadn't paid attention to the mimic's tapping footsteps when it had walked away wearing the bloody blue dog costume that contained Kelly's remains. Lucia had been in shock, she realized now. Her brain had stopped working. If it hadn't, she would have paid very close attention to the footfalls. Knowing where the mimic went after it walked away was essential to Lucia's survival. However, because she'd been devastated by the blow of losing Kelly, Lucia had dropped the mental ball. She had no idea where the mimic was. Even so, she had to move again. She needed to rest her legs, and she needed to think. Lucia took another tentative step, carefully. The rodent costume feet were fur covered. She had made no sound as she moved around to the far side of the rubble pile that she and Kelly had been trying to move before the mimic had appeared. Lucia sank down onto the slanted concrete slab. She desperately wanted to take off the rodent head that covered her own sweating skull, but she couldn't be sure the mimic wasn't hiding nearby. If it hadn't seen her yet, it was safer hidden inside the costume. Lucia looked around the backstage area. The dim stage light cast shadows over the darkened expanse and creating pockets of gloom amid the confusion of boxes, endoskeleton parts, and stage props. On Lucia's left, Nick's remains lay strewn across the floor in front of the half-opened wardrobe. Out in front of Lucia, disturbingly, one of the stage lights spotlighted the blood pool Kelly's death had left behind. Even through the thick rodent mask, Lucia could smell the coppery odor of blood and the sickening sweet reek of decaying flesh and organs. Nick had been the first to die. His remains were already beginning to putrefy. Although the adrenaline still coursing through Lucia's system was screaming at her to run, to get as far away from where she'd last seen the mimic as she could, she knew that running would do her no good. Kelly's death was proof of that. There was nowhere in this tomb of a pizzeria where Lucia could safely hide. The deaths of the rest of the group had made that clear. No, for the moment, Lucia's best option was to stay where she was and to get a handle on the situation. Lucia stretched out her legs, moving very slowly. She leaned over and massaged her constricted calf. Cramp was easing, her muscles were relaxing. Now that her brain was back online, Lucia realized there was only one way she was going to get out of this place alive. She had to kill the mimic. But how? There must be a way, Lucia thought. Although the mimic seemed unbeatable, the logical part of Lucia's mind knew it wasn't. The mimic wasn't some invincible supervillain. No, the creature, no matter what horrendous and homicidal thing it was a machine. Machines could be destroyed. But again, how? Lucia closed her eyes and listened to the silence pressing around her. The silence should have been calming. It meant the mimic wasn't approaching, but Lucia didn't feel calm. She felt tense and agitated. And under the distress, she felt desolate. Lucia, not being the kind of mainstream kid who easily made friends, had spent much of her life in isolation. She wasn't the kind of girl to be invited to birthday parties. She never hung out after school with the gang or went shopping with the other girls in her class. This wasn't a bad thing. Lucia had little patience for what most girls liked talking about, endless chatting about clothes and boys. She preferred reading a book to shopping and pretty much everything else. She liked spending hours alone in her room, twirling in her hammocks, immersed in reading or learning something new or exploring a fictional world. But being alone in an abandoned pizzeria, sharing the death-filled place with the torn and scattered remains of kids who, though not exactly friends, were familiar to Lucia, was nothing like hanging out alone in her room. This kind of alone felt like the ultimate isolation. Lucia was locked inside an abandoned building. with a creature whose sole purpose was to find and kill her. No one knew she was here. She was alone. The only person who was going to help Lucia was Lucia. An image of Cally's face suddenly filled Lucia's mind. Just an hour before, or less, Lucia no longer had a grasp on passing time. Cally had been joking with Lucia. Lucia had really liked Cally. She thought she might have found someone who could be a good friend. Poor Cally, Lucia thought. She remembered how strained Cally had looked before she'd put on the blue dog costume in the small costume room. Lucia straightened. Thinking of the costume room had triggered another memory. Lucia had a visceral recollection, touching the spring lock mechanism inside the jester costume. What if, Lucia thought, now that her mind had been simulated, it whirred into action and went into overdrive? What if, Lucia asked herself again, I could get the mimic into that spring lock costume? If she could, maybe she could get the locks to activate and crush the creature. But how would she get the locks to activate? Lucia waved away the question. She'd worry about that point later. First, she had to figure out how to get the mimic into the jester costume. Lucia tried to ignore an itch at the back of her neck while she analyzed the problem from every angle. She squirmed. The rodent costume was getting scratchier by the second. Rodents. To trap a rodent, you created a situation where after it was where you wanted it to be. It had no choice but to go for the bait. That's what Lucia had to do, she realized. Given that the mimic would be looking for her, Lucia figured she'd put herself in the costume room and then make sure that the only costume the mimic could get into was the jester costume. Lucia looked around and listened. All was still and quiet. Pushed herself up off the slab and stood. She cocked her head and listened again. No sound, no movement. Well, she wasn't going to get far with her plan if she didn't move. Lucia sighed. She headed towards the costume room. Lucia's plan was more easily thought up than executed. Once she'd returned to the costume room, she realized that disabling all the costumes except the jester costume was a daunting task. Her first problem was that she felt compelled to stay in the rodent costume. In addition to its relentless gamey stank, it was abrading her skin to the point of fiery pain. But Lucia didn't think it was wise to go costumeless. The mimic could appear at any moment. To have the dexterity needed for the costume disabling task, therefore, the first thing Lucia had to do was tear away the ends of the rodent paw's fingertips. This she managed to do, nauseatingly, with her teeth. After that disgusting task, though, she still couldn't do what she wanted to do. There were too many obstacles. The yellow-walled, square costume room was crammed with 11 costumes inside the jester, besides the jester costume. Costumes hung from their heads on a stainless steel rod that lined three of the room's walls. All 11 costumes had zipper access at both front and the back. Lucia had to decommission 22 zippers. Lucia stepped up to the costumes at the end of the row. The green lizard tried to get a grip on the costume's front zipper, but she couldn't. The rodent costume's head wasn't designed for up-close work. If she stood upright, looked straight ahead, she could see through the rodent's mesh eye holes, but, however, when she looked down, the costume's head canted forward and her vision was blocked. Lucia tried shifting the head this way and that, but no matter what she did, the head kept getting in the way. Finally, feeling horribly exposed and vulnerable, Lucia removed the rodent head. As soon as the head was off, Lucia took a long gulp of air. Although the air in the costume room was musty and dusty, it was far cry better than the fetid odor that was inside the head. Lucia pushed her matted, sweaty hair off her face and checked the doorway to be sure she was alone. Moved by the emptiness of the doorway, Lucia stepped over to the nearest costume and set the rodent head on the floor. She reached for the costume's front zipper, and that was when she discovered her next challenge. In spite of freeing the fingertips of the rodent paws, Lucia didn't have the dexterity she needed to grasp the costume's zipper and manipulate it. The rodent's paw fingers kept getting in the way, and she found herself fumbling instead of accomplishing much. Finally, Lucia relented and undid her costume's front zipper. Stepping out of the costume, she hissed when the room's cool air hit her braided skin. Once again, she checked the doorway. She now felt even more horribly exposed. The mimic appeared. She was right out in the open, an easy target, and she still had another problem to solve. After struggling with the lizard costume's front zipper for several minutes, Lucia discovered that zippers were not easily rendered inaccessible. When Lucia tried to break the zipper mechanism, she succeeded not only in making the zipper awkward to manipulate, but not unusable. Even when she broke off the top of the zipper, the rest of the zipper still functioned. If only she had a needle and thread, she'd be able to sew the costume closed. After she realized her task was much harder than she originally expected it to be, Lucia thoroughly searched the room. Low to the floor, scarred, warped pine shelf hugged one wall under some of the costumes. On that shelf, Lucia found a broken clipboard, a tangle of loose rope, an empty plastic water bottle, and several pens. He also found a metal rod that was leaning against the end of the shelf, perhaps a spare costume hanging rod. She added the rod to the results of her little scavenge hunt. She never knew what might come in handy. Unfortunately, found no needles or thread. Now what? Lucia looked longingly at the empty water bottle. Her mouth was so parched it felt fuzzy. She wanted to go in search of water, but something told her she was running out of time. Think, Lucia admonished herself. Her gaze turned to the 3 pens she'd gathered. She felt a proverbial light bulb go off over her head. She grabbed the pens and rushed over to the lizard costume. Jamming the pen into the zipper just below the top of it, Lucia gouged at the zipper's little metal teeth until 2 of them bent. Tried to pull down the zipper. It wouldn't get past the bent teeth. Yes! Lucia cringed at how loud her voice sounded in the little room. She quickly looked around to be sure she was still alone. She was. It was just her and the jester, and the other 11 costumes, 10 now, hanging motionless near the room's walls. Now that she knew what to do, Lucia worked quickly. She disabled the lizard's second zipper, and then she began stabbing at the top of every zipper she found. Bending the zipper teeth wasn't easy. It was an awkward and slow task, but she was making progress. It reached the 6th costume and was on its second zipper, but that was as far as she got before her situation became far more desperate than she'd already known it was. All the costumes began to sway. Lucia froze. She hadn't touched the other costumes, and they wouldn't have started moving on their own. Lucia's heart rate doubled as she stared at the undulating costumes. She took a step back away from them. When the mimic had extricated itself from the mushroom costume to kill Kelly, Lucia had learned that she couldn't rely on flickering lights to warn her of the mimic's presence. For some reason, the mimic's effect on lights wasn't a consistent byproduct of the mimic's location. even without the flickering lights, though the mimic's approach in a room as small as this one wasn't something Lucia would have missed. The costume room's door was open, yes, but it had been within her line of sight the entire time she'd been in there. That meant the mimic had already been in this room when Lucia had started trying to disable the costumes. Goosebumps instantly covered Lucia's skin. A shiver rippled through her body. For a half a second, Lucia considered running. She immediately dismissed the idea. How could she complete her plan if she did that? Lucia quickly scanned the swinging costumes. Which one was the mimic in? Not the first one. The first 6, obviously. Lucia's throat constricted with the realization of how lucky she'd been. What if the mimic had been inside one of the costumes she'd been fiddling with? Well, that question was easy to answer. She'd be dead. Lucia quickly grabbed the rodent costume and pulled it on. Zipping it up fast, she stuffed her head into the rodent head. This whole time, she kept an eye on the costumes that still had working zippers. They didn't move. So Lucia, once again, disguised as a tattered rodent, slipped behind the already tampered with costumes. What should she do now? Well, she couldn't just hide among the costumes forever. The mimic would crawl out, kill her if she did. She had to stick with her task. When the mimic didn't reveal itself, chances were that it would attempt to enter another costume. She wanted to be sure that the only costumes available to it was the springlock jester. Inching to the left, Lucia moved as stealthily as possible to the next costume. She managed to grasp the zipper pull and ease down its back zipper. Then she did her best to peer into it through the rodent's mesh eye holes. Thankfully, she was able to see well enough to tell that the costume was empty. She let out a quiet breath of relief. Fumbling with the pen through the rodent's all fur, she jabbed at the costume zipper. With the pen, it took 3 tries to bend the zipper teeth because her hand wouldn't stop shaking. Finally, she finished with the 7th costume. She moved on, her blood rushing so loudly through her veins that it sounded like a swarm of bees in her ears. Lucia managed to get through 2 more costumes. When she faced the 10th costume, she barely had the will to raise her hand, the zipper. At this point, she was playing a very dangerous game of Russian roulette, and she was down to even odds of losing. It wasn't a surprise, therefore, when her luck ran out on costume number 10. Nerve-wracking micrometer by micrometer, Lucia began lowering the zipper on the 10th costume, a dark brown gopher. Lucia paused and looked into the costume. Past the top of the zipper, gopher costume didn't move, but the pale glow of the room's dim overhead bulb glinted weakly of something metal. Lucia's hand turned to stone. She stopped breathing. The mimic was inside the gopher. Lucia immediately withdrew her trembling hand, started retreating from the gopher. Once again, Lucia's adrenaline system commanded her to run. She ignored the imperative. She slid her feet back inch by inch until she was half a foot from the gopher. Then she began to sidestep away from it. That's when the gopher moved. Its shoulder fluttered like a small tick. Then the gopher's arm came up. Lucia's adrenaline overrode her intellect. She ran. She wasn't able to run far, though. When the gopher's arm raised, its zipper immediately lowered, and the mimic, in all its spine-chilling, spidery awfulness, lurched up and out the back of the gopher. The mimic leaped away from the gopher, its groping limbs extending and expanding, searching and probing. It began writhing through the arms and legs of the rest of the costumes. Lucia had only made it to the back of the row of costumes when the mimic began to slink around the room. She had to duck between a blackbird costume, purple lion costume, to avoid one of the mimic's inquisitive metal appendages. Now that the mimic was here, creeping around mere inches from Lucia, she began to doubt the wisdom of her plan. The mimic found her. Or did it matter if the costumes were disabled? She'd never have a chance to lure the mimic into the springlock jester. The room was too small. It was too cramped. Hidden among the costumes, Lucia didn't see well enough to stay away from the mimic. No matter what she did, the danger of it catching her unawares was ever present. What if she ran from the costume room? Could she get far enough ahead of the mimic to outrun it? No. The way the mimic moved in its current configuration made it clear that it could move faster and more nimbly than something on two legs, especially a scared something encumbered by a rodent costume. Lucia would have no chance if she ran. Lucia huddled between the blackbird and the lion, hunched forward in an attempt to make herself the smallest, most inconspicuous little rodent possible. Too nearby, the mimic scrambled among the costumes. Lucia's gaze darted left and right as she tried to keep up with the mimic's movements. She didn't dare turn her head to help her track the thing. Her only hope at this point was to stay hidden long enough for it to either lose interest or climb into another suit. Thanks to her efforts, only 2 suits were usable. The last one that Lucia hadn't had time to disable, flat-furred, holy tiger costume, and the springlock jester. Lucia had a 50-50 chance that the mimic would get into the right costume. But if it got to her first, but not if it got to her first. Which it did. Lucia gasped when she suddenly found herself staring into the mimic's wide, glowing eyes. It was right in front of her. The mimic was looking through the mesh of the rodent's eyes, gazing right into Lucia's own eyes. Lucia couldn't turn and run fast enough, but she had another choice. She didn't hesitate. She quickly reached behind her and fumbled the zipper at the rodent's back. Lucia started tugging on the metal block at the back of the zipper. Frantic fingers slipped off it, but she immediately grabbed it again. Panting in panic, Lucia yanked the zipper downward. As she did, she felt something sharp graze her lip. She flinched and reared her head back inside the costume head. The mimic was starting to crawl into the rodent costume through the rodent's mouth. The rodent's mouth, okay. Contortion specialist here. The mimic's cold metal pressed against Lucia's chin. The feel of the unrelenting pressure made Lucia's skin crawl. She redoubled her efforts to get the zipper down. Come on, she chanted. There was no point in being silent now. Lucia's head began to compress again. The back of the rodent costume's head, the mimic was pushing in farther and farther. Lucia tried to tuck her head away from the mimic as far as she could, and finally the zipper went down. Lucia quickly ducked down and shot backwards out of the rodent. The costume fell away from her, folding itself over the encroaching mimic. The mimic was immediately engulfed in scrappy grey fur, and it flailed its metal limbs to get control of the rodent costume. Lucia took advantage of the nanosecond of opportunity. Thankfully, in spite of her terror, Lucia's brain was still functioning. Either that or her fear was bypassing her brain and driving her actions. Whatever was motivating her, Lucia immediately scampered through the costumes and dove for the piles of things she'd found earlier during her exploration of the room. Grabbing the rope, she rushed back to the rodent costume, which was still writhing as the mimic fought to get control of it. Sweat cascading down between her shoulder blades, her tangled curls nearly blinding her, Lucia bent down in front of the rodent costume's legs. Quickly, she looped the rope around the ankles of the costume and cinched it up tight.
Please work, she whispered as she raised up again and backed away from the rodent mimic. Lucia retreated a few feet more. She watched the rodent's fur bunch up and bulge out as the mimic moved inside it. When the rodent began to step forward, Lucia turned and ran across the small room. She took cover behind the jester costume. There, she peered around the raspberry pink side of the jester's tunic and watched the rodent. The mimic inside the rodent suit darted towards the jester. It immediately toppled forward. It worked! Lucia cheered silently. With the rodent's legs tied together, the mimic couldn't walk, but it could still move. Lucia's triumph was short-lived. She suppressed a sigh as she watched a metallic limb jut out through the rodent's costume's mouth. Inevitably, that limb was followed by another, then another. The mimic, like a segmented worm, began edging itself out of the rodent, one metal section at a time. As each section escaped the grey fur, Lucia heard a menacing click. Click, click, click. The mimic extracted itself from the suit, lacking its expanding viper. Although it was made of metal, it looked like a pulsing, squirming snake. It slithered free of the rodent costume and then, with another set of clicks, combined with a bone-rattling clacking, it reconfigured itself into its upright form. The bare bulb overhead flickered. Now what do I do? Lucia asked herself. For the moment, she was out of the mimic's line of sight. She was stuck behind the jester, and she was as still as she knew how to be. But she didn't think she'd be hidden for long, not when the mimic started to move around. But the mimic didn't move. It just stood in the middle of the room. It turned to the left, then it turned to the right. Its joints whirred. Lucia felt nausea rise up at her throat. She grimaced and swallowed it back down. She couldn't outlast the mimic in a wait and see what comes next scenario. She needed to take action. Running wasn't the right thing to do. She knew that. How could she outsmart the thing? The mimic suddenly turned. Lucia quivered, and she brushed against the silky material of the jester costume. Even as she blenched at the movement, she got an idea, and she'd have to be fast. Not worrying about the sounds she made or how much the jester costume moved, Lucia reached out and felt for the seam of the back of the jester costume. Slipping her fingers along the seam, she found a gap and pried the stitching open. Thankfully, although the costume was in better shape than the others in the room, it was still old. The joint line at the back of the costume's neck gave way easily. In seconds, Lucia was able to pull it apart far enough to shove her head through the opening. Although sticking her head inside the spring-lock suit wasn't Lucia's idea of a super good plan, it was all she could think of, and it was just her head. She had no intention of fully getting into the suit. All she needed to do was get the mimic's attention. If it thought she was in the suit, it would come for her. And that was what Lucia was counting on. She wanted the mimic to try to do to her what it had done to Kelly. The mimic continued to look around the room, but it didn't look towards the jester. Lucia wasn't about to move while her head was inside the spring-lock suit. She held perfectly still and called out, "Come and get at me!" The mimic's head spun towards the jester. In the blink of an eye, it lunged. Lucia knew the timing had to be perfect, and she got lucky. Just as the mimic surged towards the front of the jester's suit, shoving itself through the opening of the jester's chest, Lucia jerked her head back out of the jester's head. The mimic, already committed to its incursion into the jester costume, didn't notice Lucia's exit. It continued to conform itself into the jester's body shape, tucking all its metal parts inside the half pink, half greenish costume. Lucia again didn't have a lot of time. It wouldn't take long for the mimic to realize she wasn't in a suit. As Lucia listened to the last of the mimic's endoskeleton ratchet into place inside the jester costume, she spun around and darted towards the metal rod she'd found earlier. Hefting the metal rod like a baseball bat, Lucia began pummeling the jester suit. Swinging the rod over and over, she beat the suit violently, smacking as much of its surface as she could, as hard as she could. Every impact set vibrations skimming up Lucia's arm as she whacked the suit again and again and again. Each whack resounded through the room with a muffled clank. Lucia resumed her earlier chant, "Come on, come on, come on!" According to what Lucia had read, the spring locks were far too easily triggered. The blows she was landing on the suit should get the locks to engage. But the spring locks didn't activate. Instead, the mimic began climbing back out of Jester's mouth. Lucia tamped down her dismay and continued to clobber the suit. Still, the spring locks didn't trigger. Compressed bleeding of metal that the mimic had managed to free from the Jester's mouth began to dilate. It enlarged itself and morphed itself into the mimic's head. The mimic's gaze latched onto Lucia. It opened its mouth. In an instant, Lucia switched strategies. She immediately repositioned her grip on the metal rod, and she hefted it like a spear, stabbing the end of the rod as deeply into the mimic's mouth as she possibly could. The mimic's head was jolted savagely back, and finally the spring locks were set off. The room was immediately filled with the clamoring cascade of metal striking metal. The jester's suit convulsed, shaking as if caught in the vortex of a hurricane. The suit gyrated, surging right and left, up and down. Every square inch of jester moved at once. It quaked and rattled so fast that watching it was dizzying. But Lucia didn't look away. She couldn't. Her gaze was held in both fascination and revulsion. And it was held in hope. Would the Springlocks do what she needed them to do? Lucia let out a whoop when she got the answer to her question. Vicious black fluid began seeping through the jester's bright fabric, pooling at the costume's joints. The fluid gave off the powerful smell of engine oil. They run on oil? Yes. The pungent, eye-watering odor clogged Lucia's nostrils, but a flower couldn't have smelled sweeter in that moment. Lucia couldn't afford to linger any longer, though. She could see that the Springlocks were impaling the mimic, but would they do enough damage to disable it? Lucia couldn't count on that. Gripping the metal rod, Lucia turned and ran out of the costume room. I thought she'd just continue wailing on it. Soon as she was through the door, she slammed it shut behind her. Because it was a hidden door, it had interlocking inset handles that worked in conjunction with a latch on the wall. Lucia was able to shove the metal rod through the opening of the door handles and the wall latch, effectively bracing the door closed. Lucia's fight-or-flight response fired up. Legs twitched in the need to force her into a run, but Lucia stood fast. As she'd already concluded, running and hiding wasn't a long-term solution to her problem. She needed to find a way out of the building, and to do that, she had to have time. She couldn't concentrate on getting out if she was constantly in fear of the mimic's return. No, it had to end here. Or not. Either way, she needed to know. Lucia stood her ground and stared at the door, rubbing her arms to settle herself. She concentrated on slowing her galloping heart rate. Even though she was trying to contain her fear, Lucia remained poised. She balanced on the balls of her feet. Every muscle in her body was contracted into a prepare-to-run position. She kept her gaze on the door and on the metal rod. She was alert to even the tiniest tremor on the flat wood or a round metal surface, but both remained motionless. Lucia counted to 60, then she did it again, and one more time.
Finally, Lucia scrounged up some courage. She sank to her knees and crept forward until she could bend over and see through the crack under the door. Closing one eye, Lucia peered into the small costume room. Gasp caught at the back of her throat when she saw the jester costume writhing on the floor in a widening, sticky black stain of thick liquid. The mimic was still moving, but its movement was chaotic and frantic. It was no longer the menace in control. It was the victim. Lucia realized that now was her chance. The mimic was vulnerable. She had to act. If she waited, the mimic might find a way to self-repair. Lucia got off the floor. She stood and set her shoulders. Taking a deep breath, she reached out and pulled the rod away from the door handles. She opened the door, half expecting the mimic to suddenly erupt from the floor and charge at her. Lucia forced herself to step into the room, breathing shallowly, so that the black oil fumes didn't make her sick. Lucia walked towards the mimic. The mimic might have seen Lucia, its head still protruding from the jester's mouth, and its eyes were still glowing. The glow, however, was fading, or at least Lucia thought it was. Lucia hesitated, but the mimic made no attempt to come at her. It just continued to flop around in the black goo. Lucia summoned all the nerve she had, dashed forward, and stepped into the spreading oil. Positioning herself behind the mimic, Lucia swiftly crouched down and reached out a hand, calling up her memory of what she'd read about the mimic in the user's manual. She felt around the back of its head. She nearly cried in joy when her fingers located what she'd been looking for. She gripped a small switch she'd found. She flipped it. The mimic went slack. The jester costume stilled. Creature deactivated. It was over. A ray of sunshine blinded Lucia as she braced her torn and bleeding hands against the hot, coarse exterior wall of the abandoned pizzeria that she thought was going to be her final resting place. Balancing on her tiptoes, she pushed off the table she'd dragged into place to access the tiny window set high on the wall at the far end of the ladies' restroom. Once Lucia had the building to herself, after she was sure that she was no longer being hunted, she'd been able to calmly, she was still jumpy, assess her potential exit in the building. All the doors and windows were barricaded with concrete and wood or metal, but the small window in the ladies' restroom had less concrete and metal than the others. Even so, it had taken what had felt like hours of prodding and shoving at concrete blocks, prying at the metal that had been riveted to the wall over the window, and pounding at the heavy board nailed into place over the glass, where she could bash the glass and scrape it away from the window frame. Then she had to do some painful squirming through the small opening to create the egress she needed. But now she was on her way out.
Hey,
A deep male voice called out.
what are you doing?
It was a nice voice. Oh, oops. A young voice, a kind voice. Was it real, or was she imagining it? Lucia shielded her eyes with the back of her hand. She squinted towards the sound of the voice. She tried to push herself farther out the window, but she couldn't. She was spent, beyond exhausted. She had nothing else left. Suddenly strong, calloused hands were gripping her forearms.
What happened to you?
The same voice asked. Something blocked the sun. Lucia looked into a pair of gentle blue eyes under a bright orange hard hat. Construction worker. She wasn't imagining her rescuer. She felt herself being dragged through the window opening. Lucia felt tears start to spill down her face. The salty liquid stung her abrasion on her cheeks.
Hey, it's okay,
the construction worker said.
I've got you.
Lucia tried to speak, but her mouth was too dry. She was, however, able to smile.